It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, February 16th, 2016. I lied. It's actually February 15th. I'm so excited for February 16th. That is, in fact, my son Walter's second birthday, so I'm thinking about the 16th. It's the 15th. My bad. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani inside our New York City studio. Happy birthday to my son Walter. I love him dearly. He'll be watching this in 10 years. Why? Because this is a historic day, my friends. This is a big episode of the MMA Hour. You see him right there. The hottest free agent in sports today, the Funk Master himself, Aljamain Sterling, in studio, live and in living color. We'll get to him in a second. So just keep your hair on. Yeah. I was going to say keep your hat on. We'll get to him in a second. Let me run down today's show because there's a lot to get to today. By the way, today is actually a holiday here in the United States. So if you're celebrating President's Day, if you're at home, kicking back, relaxing, celebrating George Washington's birthday, I hope you're doing so, watching this show live to find out where this man will be fighting next. If you are in the great province of Ontario, Alberta, British Columbia, it's Family Day. Did you know that?
Yeah.
It's Family Day. Did you know that?
Yeah, I have a very big family.
Okay, yeah, that's right. We learned about that last time you were on the show in studio. That was back in April. Anyway, it's Family Day in Alberta. In PEI, it's Islander Day. In Manitoba, it's Luis Rial Day. In Nova Scotia, it's Nova Scotia Heritage Day. But here on the MMA Hour, it's Funk Master Day because, as I mentioned, Aljamain Sterling is going to announce in a matter of moments where he will be fighting next, which promotion he has signed with. On top of all of that, at 2 o'clock, we'll be joined in studio by Demian Maia, legend himself, Demian Maia. Let me press play right over there. Okay. We'll also be joined at 3:10 by Phil Baroni. 3:30, we're going to be joined by Chris Holdsworth to talk about his future. He's now coaching, as you heard last week on this very show. Chad Mendez told us that he's more of a full-time coach these days at Team Alpha Male. We'll also be joined by the World Series of Fighting Bantamweight champion, Marlon Moraes. Will this man be fighting Marlon in the upcoming future? We'll find out. And at 4 o'clock, to keep with this theme of free agency and whatnot, Alistair Overeem, who just announced at the top of the hour that he has re-signed with the UFC. He alerted the world via Twitter. He'll be joining us at 4 o'clock Eastern Time to talk about why he has chosen to re-sign with the UFC, what's next for him, all that good stuff and more. We'll also hear from you throughout the show. Hit us up using the hashtag #TheMMA Hour or leave a question or comment in the comment section below. But first, let us get to the man in studio right here, Funk Master himself, Aljamain Sterling. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
So you're about to, in a few minutes, announce where you have re-signed. Have you actually put pen to paper, or are you going to do that later?
We've actually put pen to paper. So
okay.
It's good to go, ready to go, and we'll see who's going to be the first opponent to get strangled next. So
okay, but before we get to that, this process, which really came to light, like I think people started to recognize that you were a free agent right before your fight against Johnny Eduardo in December, right?
Yeah.
So it's been 2 months, December to January, January to February, right?
Yeah, just about. Yeah.
It's been 2 months. Did you enjoy it? Was it everything? Because this is a new trend. Like in other sports, NBA, MLB, free agency is a normal part of an athlete's life. For MMA, it's becoming a new thing. Did you like the process? Was it everything that you thought it was going to be?
I did enjoy the process. I thought I was a little bit, I guess, uneasy about it at first. 'Cause I just wasn't sure exactly what was going to happen. I mean, of course, because you never know where you're going to end up. But it was an interesting process for sure, and I think I learned a lot from it.
Okay.
And yeah, so I'm excited, man. I'm excited about the decision. So we'll see what happens.
Are you happy? Are you happy with the way things turned out?
I am happy.
You are?
I'm 100% happy with my decision. And I think I got a better deal for myself than I originally would have had.
Okay. So there were some talks before your last fight about signing a deal before the contract ran out. You think that by rolling the dice on yourself, by playing out that last fight, you ended up in a better spot?
100%. I think I believe in myself, 100% confidence in my skill set and my team. So for me to go out there and kind of shortchange myself and knowing that I'm going to be able to bring something bigger to the table in due time when I actually get the opportunities to showcase my skills on a bigger platform, I should say. So when I do get that opportunity, I know I'm going to be bringing in that money. So for me to take what was originally offered would have been it would have been bad in terms of my I don't even know. I got lost for words right now, but
Okay.
it just wouldn't have been good for what I know I bring to the table. So I just didn't want to just go out there and just take anything just because it was the offer that was initially on the table. Because that's why they call it renegotiations. You know,
Sure.
you renegotiate, and both sides should be happy. You know,
Right.
it's not just here's an offer, take it or leave it. It shouldn't be like that.
And unlike some others, in particular, Alistair Overeem, like Overeem didn't want to talk about his contract situation. Like he was almost offended when I asked him about it. You were very open. You were talking about the process. You did a great article with Mike Chiappetta at Bleacher Report. You talked about it with me, with others. Why were you so open about it? Why did you say, all right, this is the right way to go? Just let me lay the cards out on the table here so everyone understands where I'm at. Why did you go that way?
You know, mostly it was because I got some backlash from some fans who was talking about me playing the victim, and I was implying the race card and all kinds of crazy stuff, and I just wasn't happy with that. So I just wanted to lay down on the table exactly why I was feeling the way I was, why I was so frustrated, because I felt like I did everything the right way. I finished my last 3 opponents. I won my last 4 fights. I won all my fights.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So for me to do all those things and then kind of have that offer placed in front of me, it's kind of like, well, I was hoping that, you know, I would get something better, because I'm like, before the last fight, the one with Mizugaki, I was like, all right, that was the money fight.
Yeah.
I came in unranked, choked out a guy in such a way that hasn't been done since 1999. Demian Maia hasn't even done that. I don't think he's ever even done that before. So for me to do something like that, and I love Demian Maia, he's a great grappler, but for me to do that as an unranked fighter, come in and do that to the number 6 ranked guy in the world, who fought for a world title in the WEC, fought the top guys in the division, and get offered what I got offered, it was kind of like, you know, I'm on a high, and it was just like, everything just came crashing down for me, and I was like, nah, man, this ain't right, and I want something that's gonna make me happy, and so I feel like I did all the right things, and I've been vocal, and now people can see exactly why I felt the way I felt. It wasn't more so just complaining, having my hand out like I'm entitled to this.
Sure.
No, I understand the market. I understand why it works the way it does, especially even now. I understand why it works the way it does even better.
What do you mean by that?
In terms of bringing in the numbers.
Sure.
And you look at Conor McGregor, he's a perfect example. He brings in the numbers, so he deserves what he gets paid, every single penny. And I even understand Sage's point. So for them to pay him what they pay him, I get it. Although he's not a very talented fighter, he's gonna put people in the seats. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's not a shot at him. I think he's got a crazy upside, crazy potential, but I just don't think he's there yet. And the exposure that he was given so early in his career at 19 years old, I think you let the kid develop a little bit more before you throw him in there with someone who actually really knows what they're doing, because now you kind of kill that hype train. And it's unfortunate for him, but now people are probably going to be looking at him like, oh, now I want to see how he bounces back. So I get it. He has a following. People are going to want to see how he does and everything like that. So it has to make sense. So if you're asking for a number where you're not actually bringing in those numbers yourself, it's kind of like it's not really justified. But again, when you're in the highest organization, the pinnacle of the sport,
Yeah.
all these young fighters, you know, I came up growing up, I can't wait to be in the UFC. I can't wait to be able to fight on TV in front of everybody. It was almost synonymous, MMA and the UFC. If you weren't in the UFC and you weren't talking about fighting in the UFC, people were kind of looking at you and it's just like, well, you fight, but, you know, I don't really understand what you do. But when you tell them, oh, I fight in the UFC, it's like, oh, now I get it. Now I see exactly what you do. You do that crazy sport. I'm like, yeah, it's not really crazy. It's controlled, but yeah,
Right.
that's
In the cage and all that.
Yeah, so that's pretty much what I came to understand throughout this entire process. You got to bring in the numbers. I just feel like I didn't get my fair shake on getting a chance to prove myself, to show that I can bring in those numbers if you give me the opportunity to put me on a platform where I can display my skill set. And I feel like even though I was buried on the prelims, I was able to do a phenomenal job with promoting myself, promoting all my fights, and I think the message got out there that I'm a great fighter, and I speak well, and I do all the right things. I'm not by any means a bad kid, I would say. So I feel like I'm a company guy, I do the right things, and good things happen to good people if, you know, you put in the hard work and effort.
And that's a great point. I think that you are infinitely more popular today, as we sit here today on February 15th, than like the week of the Eduardo fight. Like what you've done in the last 2 months to keep yourself in the news, to make this into a thing, even today, to make this into an announcement, shows there's a lot going on here. Like you understand the branding side of things, the entertainment side of things. Would you agree with that assessment? Forget about the fact when you were here in April with Eddie Gordon before the Mizugaki fight. Like you were really under the radar. Now it feels like you are someone that the fans on social media and everything talk about because you were able to, you know, with the chain and all that,
Old school.
A lot has changed in the last 2 months.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, 100%. And I definitely agree with that. I feel like I was able to use the platform I was given and take advantage of the whole situation and spin it in a way where it played out in my favor with or without the help of anybody else, you know? So I definitely want to thank all the media outlets for doing their job and helping to promote my story and promote it in a positive way, not make it look like I'm trying to start a revolution or anything, because that's not ultimately what I was doing. I was looking out for number one, because at the end of the day, no one's going to look out for number one like you are. So
Right.
that's the way I'm looking at this. I'm 26. I got a couple more years before I'm 30. You know, I want to be in my prime making the big money, you know, money where I can actually save up and put it away to do something. I don't want to make just enough and be able to just say later on in life, oh, I was a UFC fighter. Like, that's cool and all, but if you don't have anything to show for it, you're going to be all crippled up and limping everywhere and cuts all over your face and, you know, aching. I don't want to be resentful to the sport. I want to be able to leave the sport on a high note, knowing that I got something out of it and I took advantage of it and use it to my advantage and hopefully develop some businesses along the way. And I'm thinking long term. I'm not thinking just about now. I am thinking about now, but I'm also looking out for my future.
All right. Let's not beat around the bush anymore. I could just feel the people online telling me, all right, I'll get to it. Where's he fighting next,
already.
for damn sake? Okay, so here's what we got. We've got the new, look at that World Series of Fighting logo. That is the new World Series of Fighting logo right over there. So we've got some logos here. That's going to go right over there, World Series of Fighting. Okay, here we have, you know this one. This is Bellator MMA. They just caught the big fish, Benson Henderson, a couple weeks ago. You heard that first on this show. World Series of Fighting has, of course, Marlon Moraes, their champion, who will be joining us later. That's very interesting. So we have World Series, We have Bellator right over there. You know these three letters. That is the UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them at home. That is where Mr. Sterling last fought, the UFC. There it is. Put that over there. And, of course, we have ONE FC, who's making some big moves over in Asia. They've got an interesting bantamweight named Bibiano Fernandez. So could this be the next home of one Aljamain Sterling? So I'm going to put that. I'm just going to slide this over because my arms actually aren't long enough. So these are our four logos. In my opinion, the four biggest organizations, the ones that I feel like, and after it's going to be interesting, you didn't consult with me. And also what you didn't consult with me about was, I don't even know where you're signing. No. Did you notice I didn't even ask you?
No, I was actually happy about that.
A natural reaction to this whole thing. And you've done a nice job of keeping this quiet. No leaks, no nothing. So we've got the logos right here. Anything before you announce you want to say about this? Or did I miss an organization that you talked to that isn't here? Or is this pretty much cover it all? The serious ones.
I was going to say, I think you missed Cage Fury.
Oh,
no.
Oh, okay. I'll be like, wow,
that's where I used to fight, though.
I know.
Yeah.
CFFC, Ring of Combat. I didn't think those were going to be major players, with all due respect to them.
Yeah, I know.
All right, fair enough. All right, so here it is. Aljamain Sterling about to, on live web stream, I was going to say television, not quite. One day we'll get there. Is going to announce where he'll be fighting next. Without further ado, the floor is yours. Can we get a little drum roll here? There it is. So here we go. The floor is yours, my friend. Let us know. Where will you be fighting next? There it is. Oh. He's picking it up. Okay, now he's going to World Series for a second there.
All right, here it is,
There
guys.
it is. It is the UFC.
Here it is. We're back.
You are back. You are back.
We are back.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel good. I know there's a couple guys who claim they want to fight me now all of a sudden. So let's see if those guys are going to stick to their guns. And now that I'm back, let's see if they're going to actually want to step up and actually fight me.
Okay, so wait a second. You, not that long ago, 4 or 5 days ago, I saw you talking some smack to the Bellator guys, Caldwell and Warren.
He doesn't want that heat.
Were you throwing us a curveball there? Because I think after that, a lot of people were thinking, all right, he's going to Bellator. I thought Bellator was the front runner for a second because they need a little more juice at 135. Ultimately, why did you decide to stay with the UFC?
The contract was a lot more lucrative than the original offer. So in terms of the upfront money and the back-end money, in terms of becoming the champ and things like that, there was a lot more to offer with those guys, and they superseded. So ultimately, there's a whole bunch of different things that go into it. The marketing, the publicity, and of course, you can't really put a value on, I guess, the UFC name, you know? That alone has value in itself, where you, like I said earlier, you go out there and you say, I fight for the UFC, people automatically know exactly what that is.
Right.
Whether or not they watch it, but they know exactly what that is, you know? So ultimately, I think I made the right decision, and I got some extra incentives in there. So
nice.
I'm happy with the decision I made. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited because I honestly believe I am the best guy in the division. I think I have a style that a lot of people don't really have an answer for. People, I guess they're skeptical of my hands because I don't really box. I'm like, well, why would I need a box if I have the cheat code and you can't get past my legs?
Right.
It's like playing a video game and I just keep hitting the X button. You can't do anything about it. You know? So it's like, all right, whatever, man. You can sit there. I know what I can do. My coaches know what I can do, and I'm fully capable. So if the time ever comes when I need to do that, then I have to put some hands on somebody.
Okay, so along with the new deal, do you have your next fight? Was this a package offering?
No
next fight.
At least not from what I know. I don't have a opponent as of yet. Still waiting for that, but
what do you think?
we got a couple guys who are willing to dance. So
yeah. I saw you reference Brian Caraway.
Yeah.
Is that finally gonna happen?
I don't know, man. The guy's saying I finally have something to offer him. I don't follow this MMA crap, so I didn't know you were a free agent. I'm like, bro, you are lying.
Yeah.
Who are you lying to?
If you go on any website.
Yeah, I'm like, there's no way you're telling me that you're so wrapped up on the Misha and doing all that stuff that you don't know what's going on in the MMA world.
What did you say at the press conference? You said that something about.
I say if he ever stops hiding under Misha Tate's tit.
Did you get heat for that?
From maybe 3 people.
Okay.
Overall.
Not him.
No, he didn't say anything. But that's my thing. Like he didn't hear that. He didn't say anything to that. I'm like, as a man, you just gotta, grab your nuts and freaking say something back. Don't sit there and just take. I don't know. That's another story. But that guy's. I don't think he wants to fight.
They've been
anybody.
trying
He's
hard
soft.
to book him in a fight. The most recent one was Dotson. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
They've been striking out left and right for various reasons. Is that the number one choice? Do you want him? Like, do you feel like that's the fight that gets you into the title picture?
I personally like that fight because, one, I already know I'm going to win. But two, on top of that, I think he's a phenomenal grappler, and I think that's a different stylistic fight for me. I'm fighting all these strikers, and I'm making them look like they never grappled before. So, I mean, Johnny Duardo was supposedly a black belt, and that was like light work. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be cocky about it, but it's just like I'm just going based on the performance. And for me to watch Caraway, he's got some pretty good submissions, had some close fight with some guys, but I think overall it's a different stylistic matchup for me, and I think it would be a different fun fight, a lot of scrambles, a lot of different positions, and I think it might force us both to probably stand up and box, and I think I'll kick his head off.
When you signed the deal, was there any roadmap to the title laid out, like you're X amount of fights away? UFC thinks that. What are you ranked right now in those silly rankings? Fifth. The rankings are a little whack. I don't know if you've ever actually looked at them. Look at the people. I mean, with all due respect to the people actually ranking them, I haven't heard of many of them. Anyway, we don't need to get into all that. But they go by them, apparently. So you're fifth right now. Have they laid it out and said to you, okay, X amount, 2 more, 1 more? What are you looking at?
There's no clear-cut path, and that's another thing. When it came to making this decision, it was like there's no guarantee, with a title shot, whether you win or not. It's more so the front runner. And I think I will be that front runner after 1 more win. So you give the fight to Faber. That's the big money fight at our weight class. Yeah. I've also spoken to Faber, but I'm like, you've earned it. You're the veteran. You've been around for a very long time. This trilogy needs to happen between you and Cruz. Sure. So after that happens, I think I get 1 more win. I think I'm the next guy in line. And if TJ wants to do something about it, try to get back in there, you could do it too.
Oh, you're interested in that?
Hey, these guys, I don't know.
Let's hear it.
I fight all these guys.
Sure.
I have no doubt in my mind that these guys won't even be able to touch me. It's just a different. My style of fighting is just different. I legit feel like I have a cheat code the way I fight, and my style is just my grappling. I think is elite compared to these guys, and not to say like just my BJJ is really really good. It's just the way I mix it up with my striking, my kicks. I think I have a better MMA blend. It kind of reminds me of John Jones. I think that's why people were using that comparison a lot earlier in my career. I just wasn't knocking guys out like he was early in his career, but I was more so just submitting everybody. But it's just that blend. I think that's what MMA is. If you have a better blend of your skill set, then I think it makes you a harder puzzle to figure out, besides someone who's just looking to take you down, besides someone who's just looking to lay on you or just looking to box. And I think I fight a lot differently than a lot of those guys. I get my hands on the Cruz, take him down, and I get him down like TJ did. I'm on his back. He's not getting out, and I'm going to put the anaconda squeeze on him. Any one of those guys. And I'm just confident in that. I truly believe that. So
forget. Okay, it looks like you're probably going to have to fight someone because they're doing all signs point to Faber Cruz. But you think you're ready for that now? You think you're ready for the cruises of the world right now?
I think so, 100%.
Wow.
And like I said, I've only been able to show glimpses of what I'm really capable of doing. I open up in the gym, and I open up because I know I need to be comfortable in case it happens out there. So it's MMA. Things are unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen, but I'm prepared for it. So I'm not really losing no sleep over that. People's opinions on my striking abilities. Like, all right, we're wearing little gloves, and you expect me to stand in the pocket and trade. Like, no, I'm going to fight the smarter fight, and I'm going to use my cheat code.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong here. I heard that World Series of Fighting made a serious push.
They did.
Was that number 2?
They were. I would think so.
Okay.
I would think so.
Can you tell us why you ended up so you're saying it was UFC, then them, then Bellator?
Bellator and World Series were
neck and neck.
We're pretty much neck and neck. But I think
which was the other? Obviously, you chose UFC. Which was the other that you were seriously weighing?
it would be World Series.
Really?
Yeah.
How come?
Just the money that they were offering
Really?
up front was.
Were they offering you a media title shot?
I think so.
I would think.
Or one fight. I think
One
so.
fight.
Or
okay.
so, but that was the difference. It was kind of like that upside of. Excuse me.
No problem.
The first fight, or am I gonna wait? It was a bunch of different things at play here. So for me to kind of just jump on that and not really look at the longevity of things in terms of the overall back end income, then it didn't really make as much sense if I truly did believe that I could become the champion in the UFC. So I think I made the right financial choice, and I got the better offer. So I'm definitely happier with the contract that I got.
Did you agonize over this? Like, did you have sleepless nights, or was it a no-brainer?
No, I think it was pretty close to a no-brainer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever get involved in the talks? Like, did you meet with the UFC guys, Dana, Lorenzo, Sean Shelby, or did you leave that to your management?
Mostly up to the managers.
Okay.
But I mean, I did have a few conversations with Shelby, but nothing really in depth. It's kind of, we kind of talked about it, but we kind of more so said, you guys would speak about this.
Sure.
I don't want to.
That's fine.
I'd rather just have this drink with you and kind of just hang out.
Yeah. And you were in Vegas not that long ago.
Yeah.
I saw you at the awards.
The MMA Award Show, yep.
Did you
won.
I won,
Yeah,
yes.
congrats on that.
Our website also won. The one that you're on right now, MMA Fighting.
And my
Thank you.
submission wasn't up there. What's
Yeah,
up with
what's up with that?
It's really weird. I called them out on that.
Did
It's like,
you?
You guys dropped the ball because.
Why did you go? Were you there for the fights?
They brought me in to play poker. So I played poker. Did
you win?
Not very good.
No.
I did win a few hands, but I didn't knock anybody out.
Did you make any money?
No.
All right.
I actually lost a lot of money.
Really? Well, it's interesting. Not that long ago, you were talking about how, maybe I'll go back to school, or it's better for me to be a teacher. Do you still feel that way, or now do you feel a little more secure?
I feel a little bit more secure.
Okay.
And that was one of the things I spoke to Dana White after the fight with Johnny Eduardo. I talked to him, I think, after the press conference.
Yeah.
We came over to the side. We spoke a little bit.
How, did he approach you, or did you approach him?
He approached me.
What do you say? He comes up to you and he says what? Hey.
He just pretty much, congratulated me on the win.
Yeah.
And just the way I handled the entire situation. I guess some people probably thought I was going to, because I was a free agent, I was going to go into a press conference, and they were worried about that. Like I was just going to just be like a time bomb in there. I'm like, dude, I'm not like that. Have I ever shown any type of glimpse to be a madman like that? Like,
wouldn't be very smart.
Yeah. So, yeah, he just pretty much just told me, like, congrats, man. You handled yourself like a professional. And I told him, like, I just don't want to be a teacher anymore. I don't want to have to go teach. I want to do what I love full time. And I want to earn my money. Let me earn my money. Like, I want to be able to make enough to cover what I would make as a teacher. So I'm happy.
So you feel like you're in that spot now?
I'm in that spot now. If I win the belt, when I win the belt, I should say.
Yep.
Then it'll be a lot better.
More kicks in, obviously.
More kicks in.
How many fights is this on this deal?
This is, I don't know if I even want to say it.
You don't want to say it? Fair enough. I'm just wondering if this is like, you've heard of the term like starter home, right?
No.
A starter home is like the first house that you buy, and you're happy with it for a few years, but you have aspirations for the bigger house down the line with the big lawn and blah, blah, blah. Is this the starter contract? Like, this is the first time that you've really gone through this. When you signed with UFC, there wasn't a whole big thing. So is this the starter contract for you, or is this the one that's really going to, secure your future?
I think this is a starter for sure. I think this is going to be the starter.
Okay.
So I'm excited. Man, to get 2016 rolling and get back in there, man. I'm going down to to Hawaii. I'm going to get some training in with Max Holloway and those guys.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's going to be towards the end of this month. So
how did that get set up?
Looking forward to that. I spoke to Max about it. I spoke to one of his guys. And
why him? And why there?
I think Max is a stud, man.
Yeah, he is a stud.
Max is a beast. He's the only guy to go a decision with Conor.
Yep.
And he had some moments in that fight where he looked really, really good. So I think even now he's lighting the world on fire at that weight class. So I think that'd be a good move for me to go out there and get some training with him. So it'd be like a traincation.
Okay.
I've never been to Hawaii, so that's
You're going to Waianae.
Yeah.
Waianae. I heard that's a tough place.
Yeah.
Have you heard this?
I've heard some stuff.
It's not quite Maui and Honolulu from what I hear, but I'm not making any judgments. Actually, Weidman's wife is from there.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
But you're not leaving Serra-Longo.
No.
Okay.
No. We're just doing a little cross training, a little visiting,
I like that.
So there's nothing wrong with traveling. I love to travel.
Now, you were in Boston for the Dillashaw Cruz fight.
Yeah.
You had a front row seat or relatively close?
Relatively close. Close enough that I couldn't jump over and go run into
Did you actually consider that?
I did, but then there was a bunch of security guards over there. I was like, yo, the moment I hop over this thing, I'm getting tackled by cops. It's just not.
You didn't sign your contract yet at that point.
No, I think that's the reason why I wasn't put in the front.
Yeah. What did you think though, from what you saw? Like, were you impressed with the? Okay, Cruz wins. Who do you think won?
I thought Cruz won. I think he did a little bit more in terms of landing the cleaner strikes, and I thought he made TJ miss a lot, and TJ was just kind of striking out, just whiffing at air. So for me to see that, I think that plays a factor as well as being the aggressor. But what about the guy who's making him miss? You can't touch him. You know what I'm saying? So he was landing his strikes. He's frustrating you. I don't know. There's a lot that goes into scoring a fight. And I think Cruz lost the last 2 rounds, and I think Cruz won the first 3.
Okay, so what did you think of his actual, did you think, okay, Cruz is back, he's as good as he was before, he's better than before, what did you make of what he put out there?
I think it's the same old Cruz.
I
think he took Mizugaki down and caught him in a bad position, which is why he was able to get such a spectacular finish. So when you have that kind of a situation that just happens in an MMA fight, you never know what's going to happen. And then he goes into another title fight with a top guy like TJ. That's not going to happen. TJ's not, he's a really, really good and smart fighter himself. So he's not going to put himself in any bad situations where he's going to get caught and potentially finish. So I think that was just a battle of styles. Both guys move a lot. Cruz moves a lot more. And he did his thing. I think that was the Cruz we were seeing before he got injured.
So you say that you think you have the cheat code. Even on Cruz, a guy who's so hard to hit?
Yeah. What's he going to do? Take me down? And then what? Seriously, if he takes me down, what is going to happen when I grab a hold of his neck? You know what I mean? So he takes me down, then he's forced to scramble with me. That's not going to be good for him or his ankles or his knees, because I'm going to be looking for limbs. I'm going to be looking to choke him out. Mm-hmm. So I'm 100% confident anywhere that fight goes. He's not much bigger than me. I think he's maybe an inch taller, half an inch. He's gonna press me against the cage. He's gonna move. I think I have a perfect recipe for that. My coaches believe it as well. And
what about just catching him?
Just catching him?
Yeah, okay, he doesn't take you down, but you want the fight to go to the ground. How are you going to get your hands on him? How are you going to take him down?
You cut the cage off. You don't go running at the guy and start just throwing windmills at him. Hopefully you're going to hit him in the head. You just look silly. It just doesn't even make any sense. There's a way to cut off guys who move a lot, and there's certain parts of the body you want to attack. And I think TJ started to do that in the 4th and 5th round.
Yeah.
When he started chopping down his legs the right way, chopping his legs down and getting out the way. And I think you start to see Cruz slow down a lot. So that was an interesting fight, and I think that showed me that I definitely could beat this guy. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm 100% ready.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I would like to see that.
I'm just telling you, if I throw a body kick and he grabs my leg and attempts to take me down, I will be on his neck so fast. It's not even it's not a doubt in my mind. Seriously, what are you gonna do? I just really want to know what are you gonna do, because he's not throwing haymakers at me. Where's the real threat? You know? So I don't know.
Obvious that you're oozing confidence. You're a very confident man. Were you this confident back in April? The last time you were here pre-Mizugaki, were you this confident we just didn't know it, or have things changed over the last few months for you after the 2 performances?
I wasn't as confident. I won't lie about that.
Uh-huh.
And, I spoke to Weidman, and he said to me, he's like, you didn't think you could beat those guys before? Last year? We spoke recently. He was like, you didn't think you could beat those guys before? I was like, yeah, I don't know. If I'm going to take a fight, I want to be 100% confident I can win. He said, what's different than what you're doing now than what you're doing before? And I said, just the confidence, I guess. And I think that's what it is. I wasn't confident yet if they would have thrown me in a title fight, I probably have some doubts if I would win at that point in my career. But right now, I feel like I'm the guy.
What's the vibe like at the gym after Weidman's loss?
Still good.
Yeah.
We think it was just a setback. One mistake cost them the fight, and I think they were both. They both came to that fight hurt. Chris had the fractured foot. Rockhold had staph infection, so they both came in. You could see after the first round they were both like exhausted. I've never seen Chris look that tired before. Yeah. I've never even seen Rockhold look that tired before. So I think it was an even matchup, and it was going to be a battle of just wills. And I think Chris was starting to pull that fight away until he decided to throw that spinning back kick, and ultimately it cost him the fight. Some people were saying like he got dominated from beginning to end. I'm like, what fight were you watching?
Right.
He got dominated at the end of the third, the last half of the third, and in the fourth round. That's pretty much where the fight was decided. Chris took him down a bunch of times, and all Rocco did was kind of hold on to his neck. He didn't really do anything. He landed some good body kicks. I think Chris won the first. Rocco won the second in a close second round. And I think Chris was dominating the third. Not dominating, but he was definitely, I think, clearly winning the third round before, turn of events.
All right, back to your situation. Have you noticed in other sports, like, I don't know, when LeBron James signs his new contract, we know how much he's making, right? We know the years and the amount. When Carmelo Anthony signed with the Knicks, we know the exact amount of years and the amount. In our sport, it's different. Would you like it to be that way in hindsight as a free agent? So you could say, look, Dominic Cruz, TJ Dillashaw, Brian I know how much these guys make. This is where I'm at. Now I can compare, and it's better for me, it's better for you, it's better for everyone. Or do you prefer that everyone keeps it close to their vest?
You know what? I feel like no professional wants people to know how much they're really making, because then it kind of puts them in a situation with close friends and family where, now there's a lot of eyes on you. So I like it private.
You like it private?
I'm going to say I like it private, and even so, it's not as private as people think. There's other back-end stuff on the contracts where, there's things that they don't have to disclose whenever you do fight. But when you do fight, your show and win money gets disclosed, by the commission. So,
but sometimes it's not the full amount, right?
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying.
So
and that's the back end.
Right.
But the upfront, what's actually on the contract,
fair enough.
Fair show and win money, that's always going to be what people look at and be like, oh, my God, he's making so much money. And I'm like, dude, you know what we had to do to make this money?
Sure.
It's not even like...
Well, they think it's the 15 minutes in the cage. They don't see the 3 months leading up to it.
Exactly.
Right.
And they don't see everything else that comes off the top and everything you got to invest before you even get to the fight. And then after that, you got Uncle Sam coming and dipping your hands in your pocket. And then you got if you're fighting overseas, you got their taxes and then we got our taxes. So it's like people don't understand. It's not as substantial as they think.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is there a big man bias? In other words, do you feel like if Aljamain Sterling was a 185er, a heavyweight, a 205er, do you think you would have commanded more interest?
100%.
Well, why do you think that is? Look at boxing. Pacquiao, Mayweather, I know they're a little bigger, 147, you're 135. But is it just because you're a small guy that people still think that you can't bring in the numbers?
But I'm large and in charge.
You are. No, I'm wondering. You were the one who was on the front lines. Why do you feel like that is?
I don't know why. People think because honestly, there's no real answer for that.
But you do think it's a real thing. If you were a 205er right now, 2 fights away from fighting Daniel Cormier, you think you could have commanded more?
I think so. I think it just looks... I think people look at it as like we're small people, but I'm not a small guy. I'm 5'7". I walk around about 160.
Right.
I'm not a small guy by any means. I don't know what about us is small. We cut down and we blow back up.
Sure.
I don't know.
It's weird because if you look at the recent free agents, Overeem, big man, Benson 170, 155, still a little bigger. Like it still feels like there's that divider line. Connor has changed it a little bit with 145, but for a long time it felt like it was 155, like the UFC and WEC weight classes. And so you're the first guy to sort of, test the waters and make a big deal about it in one of those smaller weight classes. Like, can you imagine if a flyweight tried to do that? But I really think you've put out the blueprint. Like, are you hoping now? I know you said it's not about legacy, it was about number one, but are you hoping every fighter out there just does this so that they can find out how much they're worth? Truly know?
I think...
Or does it work different for different people?
I think it works different for different people. And again, I'm confident in my skill set, so I'm gonna do what I think is the best move for me. I'm gonna gamble on myself.
Yeah.
So there's some people who might not be as confident, and they might be like, you know what, I got a tough fight coming up, and I don't want to go end my last fight and on a loss. So I'm not gonna take that gamble. I'm gonna just take the upfront money, which is guaranteed. At least I got a contract.
Sure.
Kind of thing. So I think it all depends on your attitude and your outlook on the sport.
When did you have that eureka moment about all of this? I need to brand myself. I need to have a gimmick, so to speak. The chain, the hair, really putting yourself out there. Because I feel like even in April, you didn't have that, right?
No, I didn't. I had the part in April, and it was, I don't know what it was. You know,
what was the shift?
I was teaching at my school.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, the trend is starting to come back. My mom always tells me, like, trends always come back full cycle just in a couple years.
Sure.
And the trend came back with the high tops and people rocking these crazy afros and the squiggly things on the top of their head. So it was funny to see. It was refreshing to see. I'm like, oh, this is a new era. I love this. This is what I was growing up on. So to see these young kids doing this, I'm like, you know what? I didn't even think about that. I'm going to grow back my high top. Just like I did when I was a little boy.
You had this as a kid?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was like, I'm going to grow it back, and I'm going to just make it cool again. So I'm going to make it cool again. I'm going to be the first guy to do it. I'm like, I'm not biting off of nobody. So this is something I've actually done before. So to me, it's not really a gimmick. I just think it's something that looks good and it's cool.
But what about the chain and all? And just
the chain's a little different. I had chains, but I didn't have such a. There you go, right there with the high top.
There it is. Oh, let me see that.
Yeah.
Let me see that. That's you?
Yeah.
Wow. And the chain.
And
Look
the
at
chain.
that. I
And
don't
the
know
chain.
if they can see it. There it is. Oh, whoops. You're the one in the
white
tank
beard.
top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that. How old are you here?
I was about
Thank you.
6 years old, I want to say.
So, okay,
Yeah.
so this is legit.
This is legit. My dad had a huge chain with a big medallion.
Where's Pops at these days? You talk to him yet?
No, we still don't talk. But
You think now that you announce this, he's going to come back?
I hope not. But
Okay.
no, I got no animosity towards him. But I think he's doing okay.
You're just doing your thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just stay out of each other's way. But yeah.
Okay, so you get the chain. You say, all right, this is, and look, there's a Twitter feed, right?
Yeah,
about
someone
your
made that. Everyone thinks I'm making that account. I'm like, why would I make this account?
I love it.
It is pretty hysterical.
It's funny,
but
yeah, it's good.
Someone-
People are attracted to that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You need to stick out, especially as a bantamweight, right?
Yeah.
Because
So I think it's cool.
Yeah,
I think it's cool.
But you don't remember the moment where you were like, I need to do this and do the dance after the Eduardo. It was April.
It happened in April. I was like, I'm growing back my hair because I had a little fade, but I didn't have a high top. So I was like, yo, I'm gonna bring back the fade, the old school look, go retro, and I want to bring back the fila and.
What's the fila?
Fila. Yeah.
Like the shoes?
Yeah, like the old school stuff.
Oh, you wear those?
I used to.
Oh, wow.
But that's what I'm saying. I want to bring all that
Are
back.
those even around still?
I don't know. You probably
Grand Hill. He used to
eBay
wear-
it or something,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So
You're not wearing fila right now.
no.
Those are tight though.
These are my
Boots?
polo boots. Yep.
Polo boots.
Yeah. So I want to bring that look back, and I was like, you know what I'm gonna get? I'm gonna get the chain like LL
Yes.
Cool J and those guys, Rakim and those guys, and
Yes.
do it up. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do it big. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it big.
Yeah. Clearly, you are a man of style. Are we gonna upgrade the chain now? Now that you're a paid man, or not yet?
Uriah Faber told me that would be a bad investment. He said,
Okay.
whatever you do, keep.
Don't
said-
actually.
Yeah, he said, keep the fake one. Don't spend your money on that. I was like, yeah, but it would be nice to have something that I could pass on to my kids or something like that when I get older. So I don't know. We'll see.
So I respect your style. I love your style. I grew up the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, I always wanted to have the fade. To be honest, couldn't do it. But I do have brother's hair. I don't know if you know. This is some thick stuff. It's like steel wool when it grows a little more. I used to have a fro.
Yeah.
Legit fro with the pick. I saw you come out with the pick today.
Yeah.
So I want to play a game with you.
Okay.
It's called Funky or Nah.
All right.
All right.
Or
so,
nah.
Or nah. See, so funky's obviously a good thing because you are the master of funk.
Yeah.
Originally it was going to be called Fly or Nah, but then New York Rick told me, no, you're the funk master. You should be funky.
Yeah.
So I give him props for that. So I'm going to show you
Good call, Nick.
11 classic fades and some other styles as well. And I want to know from you, being the funk master, if this is funky or not.
Okay.
All right?
Let's
You
do
ready
it.
for it?
Let's
All right,
do
here's
it.
the first one. Let's hear some music. We got some music? There we go. This man is Iman Shumpert.
Shumpert, yeah.
Yep. Formerly of the New York Knicks, now playing for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Let's hear a little more of that music. You can bump it up a little bit. Yeah, there it is. So he's got the high top too. Reminiscent to yours, no part,
Yeah.
but much bigger than yours.
That's kind of where I'm trying to go with it.
Oh, you are? I was
I
going to
want
ask
to be
you
the
about
Fresh
that.
Prince in New York.
I like it. So
Yeah.
you like that height.
I like it. I think it's cool. It's kind of like hit and play.
Yeah, he looks like an eraser.
Yeah.
Although it's a little messy at the top. What do you think of that? Like yours is a lot neater at the top.
I think he just finished playing a game,
Okay.
so he
So
gets a pass for that.
What about that facial hair?
That's a no go.
No-go, it's
We
not?
gotta clean that up.
Yeah?
Shumpert. We gotta clean that one up.
Too long here?
Too long, too scruffy.
Too scruffy. Okay, so you like the hair, don't love the facial hair.
Shave, yeah.
Yeah, the
Gotta touch
sides.
that up.
Okay.
And trim down.
Yeah, a little bit. But overall, what are we giving this on a scale of 1 to 10?
On a scale of 1 to funk,
To 1 to funk, that's
he
right.
gets a. I'll give him a 7.
Okay, all right,
It's a
not
7.
bad. He's no longer on the Knicks, so we don't really care about him. Let's go to our next one. Here we go. Here's our next one. There he is, the legend himself, Vanilla Ice.
Yeah. See, that's the old school right there.
There he is. All right, so I don't even know what to call that. I mean, that is some kind of a high top. He,
A little comb over. My
a
man
little
got the
comb.
lines
He got
in the
line-
eyebrows.
Wait, oh, yes. Yes,
Get
of
the
course.
lines.
And on the side. I used to have the lines on the side, by the way, back in the day.
Yeah,
No joke. What do you think?
Race stripe.
What do we think? Is this funky or no?
funky.
Yeah.
Funky for sure.
What? Were you a fan?
Ice, baby.
Were you a fan back in the day?
Yeah, I listened. I didn't know who he was. I found some pictures of him, but yeah, definitely listen to his music for sure.
He is something else. I mean, look at that. He even has a little bit of a, I don't know, that's a little blonde in there. He probably dyed that in.
Yeah,
So he can rock it.
trendsetter right here.
I wonder what he looks like these days. I wanted old school Vanilla Ice. I think that, I mean, yeah. So on a scale of 1 to funk, what are we giving him?
I'm gonna give this man an 8.
Wow.
Because
He beats
he's
Shump.
got the parts in the eyebrows. There's not a lot of people who do that anymore. I don't think I could pull that off anymore. It would just
Really?
probably look
Did
too
you
crazy.
used to have that?
I used to.
Okay.
I
You ever
I
do
used
the
to-
lines on the side?
Yeah, race stripes.
Okay. What they call it? Race stripes?
Racing stripes, yeah.
Okay. You do that now?
Not anymore. I was thinking about doing it, but I was like, can't have a part in front. And
Too
I'm like,
much?
it'd be too much, right? I think
Okay.
it'd be too much.
No. All right. Okay, there you go. Vanilla Ice. All right, let's go to the next one. Who else we got here? There he is, the
Big
legend
Daddy.
himself, Big Daddy Kane. Look at that. That is some swag right there. That is
Yeah.
a legend. What do you think? Funky or nah?
He's funky. The only thing is, I don't really know what's going on with that thing in the front.
What is that called?
I don't even know. That looks like a football field. I don't even know.
It's like a track or something?
Yeah.
I mean-
I've seen pictures with that, but I never really understood what that was about.
What is, so he's got a part, but then he's got lines too. Is like almost too much?
Yeah. But I mean, back then it was probably dope.
Sure. So what do you think? You're not feeling it? It's not?
Nah.
Wow, Big
it's
Daddy.
funky, but that I couldn't do that. I
Were
could
you a
never do
fan
that.
of his back in the day?
Nah, not really.
Really?
I knew he was, but that wasn't really one of my guys.
Who were like your top 3?
I was a big LL Cool J fan.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the man. Where's he from originally? He's not East Coast, is he?
I thought he was
Not New York. Is he
No.
New York? I don't
Queens.
know. I'll have to look
Queens,
that up.
right?
Maybe New Yorker can look that up for
Yeah.
me. All right, so that's Big Daddy Kane on a scale of 1 to funk. What do you give that? Right now, Vanilla Ice is sitting at 8. He's the leader.
Big Daddy Kane. He's Big Daddy Kane. He
is
gets
Big
a
Daddy
7.
Kane.
He gets
He's
a 7.
Okay, fair enough. Big Daddy Kane, looking very, very determined there in the barber chair. How often do you get a haircut, by the way?
About because I gotta keep the part up to
Sure.
par. So I gotta keep the part up to par.
Yeah.
So I gotta do it like every week and a half. Like,
Every week and a half.
Yeah.
Is it annoying to maintain, or you like it?
I mean,
The fade too,
I like
right?
because it gets scruffy and then you gotta
Yeah.
tighten it up.
You
and
can't
then
have
just
it
look
like
fresh
half,
again.
You
So
can't have it half-assed.
No, you
it
can't.
feels great when you come out of the bar. Is there a specific guy that you go to all the time?
A couple different guys. I showed some love all over. So
Okay,
yeah.
different places too.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm the kind of guy I like to go to the same
Same
person
guy.
because I don't want to explain different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But I got some of my boys who cut hair, and
Okay.
a guy I had since I was a little kid. He cut all my brother's hair when we were little. So
All right.
yeah.
All right, let's go to the next one. Who do we got? There he is. This guy was one of my favorites back in the
Gumby.
day. Bobby Brown, you know him from New Edition. Then he went off and did his own thing. Of course, married Whitney Houston. That was a bit of a messy breakup. But so that's the Gumby, right?
Yeah, that's the Gumby.
Now, what is the Gumby? Explain that to us.
You ever watch the cartoon?
Yes.
The little green Gumby guy with
Yes.
his hair just slanted. It's just like
I like this, by the
Gumby.
way. I feel like this is a thing now. This could pass now, right?
this could pass. I just don't think there's anyone who's actually doing it and pulling it off right now. I haven't seen any of the kids doing this. I'm not gonna do that
Why?
because then it takes forever to grow back in, and then
Oh, okay.
it's just you got a mess on your head.
Do you think he combed it that way, or they cut it that
No,
way?
he definitely cut that.
Really?
Definitely cut that thing up.
That is fascinating. What about the lines? Not exactly symmetrical. They're kind of going all over the place.
Yeah, that's yeah, you're right. It's all over the place. It's interesting.
Have you ever experimented with glasses? Because those glasses are in now.
Yeah, a couple of my boys got them.
All right.
I like it, but I don't know if I could pull that off. I feel
Did
like
you
it might look too funny. I don't know.
I think you could pull that off. Did you watch the All-Star Saturday
Yeah.
night? Von Miller. Do you see Von Miller of the Broncos? He was wearing some real like geeky
Yeah.
glasses, but he looked like a G. He
Yeah,
looked
no,
awesome.
He looked boss. He looked
Yeah.
boss. Yeah.
Geeky is cool. Now, what about the chains? He's got 2. You've got 1. Why is 2 better than 1? Or excuse me, 1 better than 2?
It's not better.
Will you ever go with like 10?
I might go with like 3.
Okay.
Maybe
fair
for the
enough.
next. I'm just gonna get one for my team. Just get one for the corners. Take them off.
Oh,
There's
I
one
like
for
that.
you. There's
Longo.
one for you.
Yeah.
There's one for you.
Okay, I like
think that'd
that.
be
I
funny.
like that. I think that's fun. All right, so we're going funky or nah? It seems like you're going on the nah here.
I give him a. It's funky.
Okay.
It's just I could just roast this guy though. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? What's wrong with him?
Because the haircut I think it's cool, but then you got the lines that are kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
You got the glasses. I feel like it's cool, but at the same time, you could easily roast him if he ever got out of line.
Okay, fair enough. So on a scale of 1 to funk, I feel like we're going low here.
Nah.
Okay.
I'm gonna give this guy a 7, right?
7. Okay.
Give this guy a 7.
Right. Who are you asking for validation? Your
The
boy
people,
over there?
the
Okay.
people.
All right, let's go to the next one. Who else we got? This is fun. There he is.
My man Juice.
I gotta say, this one looks a little familiar. A little familiar. That is Tupac Shakur in the film Juice, one of the great films of all time. Did you see it?
Yeah, watched that movie a bunch of times.
What'd you like better, Juice or Boys in the Hood?
Oh, that's
a tough one, right?
That's a little tough one.
New Jack City as well.
You got the juice now.
Okay, so this kind of looks like yours, no?
Eh,
He's got more of the pronounced.
his part is coming kind of like.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
It's from like
I
corner
see.
all the way across.
Now, how do you decide which way to go?
Yeah, just right down the middle for me. I don't know.
Have you considered this one? This is a cool one, man. This is great.
You know, I think it looks cool, but not for me. It's just weird to have like the poof at the side. And
I hear ya.
You got the big fro on the top. I don't know. It looks dope for him. I think it was a cool, badass haircut for him back in the day.
Are people rocking this these days?
Not like that.
Not like
Kids
that.
are more so just the high top right now.
Okay.
They're not as
So the
creative.
part, they're not even doing the part?
Some are doing the part.
Okay.
Not as creative though.
Were you a Tupac fan back? Tupac or Biggie?
I like Pac.
You were a Pac guy. Wow,
Pac.
interesting. As a
like
New
Pac.
Yorker?
As a New Yorker, I like Pac. I mean, I'm not saying I don't like Biggie, but I like Pac. I like his music, his flow. I think he had a little bit different flows that he actually brought to the game a little bit more than what Biggie did. But they were both dope.
When I was a kid, man, I dreamed of having hair like this. I wanted this so bad.
You can get that.
Nah, I don't know.
I
if
can see
could
you
do it.
rocking that.
It's a little too. 1 to funk. What do we got here? So far, 8. Vanilla Ice, of all people.
Vanilla Ice is doing it, though. He's doing it with the
I
parts
like
and
it.
the
I like
eyebrow.
it.
Right now,
You can go halves, too.
I'm going to give him Tupac, you get a 7.
All right, everyone's sitting at 7. But are we going funky or not? By the way, for the record, I have to know.
Funky.
Okay,
This
all
is
right.
funky.
There he is, Tupac. May he rest in peace. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh, look at that. Grace Jones. You know Grace Jones?
I unfortunately do not know
You
who
do
that
not.
is.
A very famous singer from back in the day, back in the Dizzle.
Yeah, those eyebrows.
Now, what do you think here? Because this is a woman, obviously, with a bit of a high top herself.
Yeah,
She's doing her thing.
it's all right.
You're not feeling it. So here's my question to you: the woman with the short hair. Are you a man who likes that kind of style or no?
I think if you could dress nice and pull it off, and make it look good, I'm all for it.
Who's that one that has the shaved head that used to date Kanye West?
Amber Rose.
Amber Rose. You like that?
Torque Machine.
Or do you like longer hair for your
A little
woman?
longer.
Okay.
You gotta have a little bit longer hair on the top.
So you're not
of it.
even feeling this. This is not.
This isn't for me. Nah.
Really?
I couldn't do it.
What about those cheekbones though? On a side note,
That's like what are those considered perfect cheekbones? They say high cheekbones.
I would think, but you're not a fan of the eyebrows, clearly.
Clearly not.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Too much? They're just going too high. She looks a little mean.
It looks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what are we doing as far as numbers here?
I'm gonna give her a 5.
5. Wow. Not
Yeah.
a fan of Grace Jones. All right. That is a legend right there.
She's probably doing it up now, but
She's doing her thing.
right now.
Actually, I saw a picture of her recently. A little funky, and not in a good way.
No.
Not in a good way. All right. Let's go to the next one. Who else we got? Bang. There he is.
Yeah.
Referenced earlier. Kid and Play. Of
Look at
course. See, so I was focused. That's Kid on the left, right?
Yeah.
Kid is the one with the high top. Play actually over time developed a different kind of hairstyle, but this is a classic right here. There's a lot to work with, but let's focus on Kid first because not only does he have the high top, Shumpert-esque, it's a little different of a color at the top, right?
Yeah, it's like
Brown,
brown at the top.
burgundy. Do you think he dyed it like that? Was Kid?
I think so.
Was Kid African American or was he white? I never understood.
I couldn't even tell you.
Yeah, maybe a mix.
Probably a mix.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
Probably a mix. I don't know.
This is kind of the guy who made it famous, right?
Yeah. Kid
Were
and
you a
Play. If
fan?
you didn't watch Kid and Play, something was wrong with you.
House Party,
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
The one where they went back to school.
Uh huh.
I don't remember what that called. Maybe Back to School. I don't know. I love these guys. They were great. What great pioneers they were, rappers and actors. What are they doing now?
I don't know, but these two guys were funky for sure.
And is his hair that high still?
It's a good question.
That is a good question. Now, what do you think of my man Play over there?
He's got the dyed part.
Okay.
I like that.
Oh,
It's
that's dyed.
It looks dyed. I don't know if it's
Oh,
a part or is
interesting.
it dyed. I can't really tell.
Interesting. I didn't see that. Okay.
I think it looks cool.
All right. So what are we giving Kid and Play here? Let's give him a group.
I'm gonna give him 10.
10. Holy moly!
Yo, these guys are originals. They're
Legends.
originals.
Yeah.
These guys are the guys.
Great dancers as well.
Yes.
Great actors. Those movies were so much fun. House Party.
Yeah.
I love those. Those are great. Wow, 10 for these guys. How about that? Much respect to Kid and Play. Two legends of their time. I wonder what they're doing now. Okay, let's go to the next one. Who else we got? Okay, so this is a bit of a different one. This is the great Ronaldo of Brazilian soccer fame. You know Ronaldo?
Yeah.
See, back in the day, he was rocking this thing. And, I want to save my judgment in case you're just listening to this. This is when he had like the sort of the half moon front. What do you think of this style? I don't know if this is big in Brazil or what.
I don't know what his barber did. Look like he shaped him up with a rock. I have no idea what's going on with this right now.
So we're not feeling this?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not even close. I don't even know if he even gets points for this.
It's a bad look, right?
It's just awful.
Awful. Yeah, I never understood why he did this. You know, later on in life, he was heading up like a marketing firm, worked with the likes of Anderson Silva. I don't think they work together anymore, but he actually has been around MMA events. Like he showed up to a few of Anderson's open workouts. Doesn't rock this hair, so that is the good news.
I would bring my clippers.
Negative. So we're going negative here.
This guy's -1.
Wow.
Negative funk.
Damn.
I don't know what's going on with this guy.
All right. Get him off the screen. Who's next? Who else we got? All right, this is Elfrid Payton of the Orlando Magic. He's got a crazy hair. Have you seen this guy play? His hair, he's got the dreads and it goes up, but it kind of goes like it's like coming over his face.
Yeah.
It's very unique. And
I like it.
You like it?
I think it's cool.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
You like that?
I think it's cool. It is. I think that's what makes it cool. That it's different.
Totally
But at the
different.
same time, it's like it's not too crazy. And I think you could rock that and make it look cool. So
To me, it feels like too much weight on his head while he's playing basketball.
probably just top heavy.
Do you want that when you're running
crossing people
around?
up.
You want that? I don't know if you want that.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
But I think it looks good.
How much higher are we going with this? Can we go really high?
I'm trying to go like something like
So not that high.
maybe like that.
Really?
Yeah.
So not Shumpert.
Not Shumpert.
Why?
It's a little too much.
Do you think that's too much for fighting? Do you think that'll work against you?
I don't know.
Okay.
Man, get punched in my hair and it's like weird. I don't know.
All right.
That'd be too high.
All right. So what are we giving him?
I'm gonna give my man he gets an 8.
8. Okay. Very nice. Elfrid Payton. Now the next one, I think, if memory serves me correct, is similar to Elfrid Payton. Who do we got here? That is The Weeknd.
Yeah.
A Canadian brother.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that. The
No, I
Canadians
didn't
are
know
doing
that.
a big.
You're
Yeah.
Canadian.
I am Canadian. Yes. So it is Elfrid-like.
Yeah.
Do you like this? Because
I
this
like
is
it.
all over the place as well. Are you a fan of his?
Yeah. The Weeknd makes good music.
Yeah, yeah.
Really good
I'm not a
music.
huge fan, to be honest.
Of his hair or of the music?
The music as well. Why
Really?
is he called The Weeknd also?
That
That's
I don't
like
know.
a
I
thing.
think it's a stupid name.
It
but
is a stupid name.
I like his music.
Yeah, respect him. So you like this look right here? Because
I like the look.
doesn't this feel like you're just all over the place? I mean, it's a little much.
Yeah, he's got the fade going on. He's got like dread twists at the top, but the different colors. But I don't know. I think he pulls it off. He makes it work.
He's got different colors?
Yeah, they're like it's like blonde, not
Oh.
blonde, but it's like like blonde, I guess.
Okay. Well, you know, the thing about this kind of hair, like you could do so much with it, right?
Yeah.
The possibilities are endless. If you
Yeah.
just got like the straight, skinny hair, can't do as much. All right, so we like The Weeknd. What are we giving him?
I give him a 10 for his style.
Wow.
For his
So
style.
I'm
His
really
style is
starting
cool.
to figure out your style right now based off this game. That's what I wanted to do, is for educational purposes. It's good.
Okay.
All right, here we go. I think this is the last one. There he is.
Ooh.
Eric LaSalle. You know who this guy is?
No, I don't.
From the great film Coming to America. Just let your soul glow.
Oh, yes.
Remember that, man?
Yes.
That is the man right there.
Yeah.
The Jerry curl. The soul glow.
That's-
Did you ever have this back in the day?
No,
Come on.
Nah.
You don't like the
Nah.
soul glow?
not for me.
You don't like the Jerry curl?
Not for me.
Come on.
I think I would just look weird.
Lionel Richie? Michael Jackson?
Yeah, but
The wet look?
nah.
Come on, look at that smile.
I look like a
That's
wet
that-
poodle. I can't have that.
Do you
I
think
can't-
that will ever come back?
I hope not. I hope not. I don't know.
Look at that, Eric LaSalle. You never seen Coming to America?
No, I seen it.
Eddie Murphy, you don't remember
Yeah.
this?
It's like bark like a dog.
Yeah. All right, now it's coming back. Look at that hair. How does he get it like that, though? That's what I want to know. Like, what do you put in there to make it all curly and thin?
I wouldn't even know.
You've never even tried it?
I've never done
Never
that.
dabbled?
Never.
Any
done
of your
that.
brothers?
I think one of my brothers did that before, like permed his hair. And,
Oh, my God. What a production this must be.
Never done this.
So the question is this lower than Ronaldo's -1?
Nah, I give him a 5.
Okay.
I mean, it's still cool, but I think for me, I wouldn't do it. Not for me.
All right. So the winner is The Weeknd
The Weeknd
and Elfrid Payton.
and the Kid and Play.
Kid and Play, that's right. All right. There we
Yeah.
go. Now we've learned something. What's that?
Kid's mom is white
Okay, so Aljamain's friend, what's your name again? Donardo is letting us know that kid's mom was white, his dad was black.
Yeah.
See, now we know.
So he's half.
The more you know. We learned that
There
here
it
on the
is.
MMA Hour. All right, well, this was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a great day. Great day for MMA, I think. And
Great day for free agency, for getting paid.
Yeah.
When do you think you'll fight? Let's wrap it up.
I'm hoping for April.
April.
April would be ideal.
Fox card, maybe the same card as your boy John Jones.
Oh, that would be
your
epic.
ex-roommate.
That would be epic. Well, that's actually his roommate.
For real?
Yeah,
Really?
we trained together. We went to college together.
Okay.
All three of us.
So
Yeah.
you were on the same team.
Same
You know what I'm
team.
thinking of? Joe Soto.
Joe Soto was with him
Iowa
before.
Central.
Yeah.
He was his roommate.
And I think Colby Covington as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
What school was it that you Morrisville?
Morrisville.
With John Jones.
Morrisville. Then I transferred out and went to Cornwall.
Did you
Florida
know that
State.
he would be this good?
John?
Yeah.
I thought he was a freak athlete.
He
man.
was a freak back
we
then?
watched him wrestle and be like, yo, this guy's just torturing these kids. I didn't even know who he was. I didn't even know he was a state champ.
Okay.
And what was it? JUCO college champ. When
Okay.
he came in. I just saw him wrestle and I was like, yo, this guy's a monster. I've never seen wrestling look this good, like, ever. So
Nice kid back then?
nice guy.
Yeah?
Funny, real cool, down to earth.
Did he party back then too?
Oh, wait, we all partied together.
Okay.
We all had our fair share of fun.
But did you think that he would have trouble with it? Like, I mean, it seems like for now he's kind of figuring it out, but
Hey, the way I look at it as maybe if I had that money at that young of an age, I'd probably do the same thing.
yeah, a lot happened.
Hopefully not as bad, but
Sure.
I'd definitely
I
do
would
a
hope
lot of the
not.
same thing.
A lot happened quickly for him, right?
Yeah.
So he's hopefully figuring it out. He's fighting. Are you picking him over DC?
I like DC, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna have to. I think that's a smarter bet.
That would be a
That's
nice
the
card.
money bet, I think.
Wouldn't that be a nice card for you to be on?
Yeah,
April. It's too bad it's not an MSG.
I
How
know.
perfect would that have been?
that would been
Hopefully this year.
a great year for me.
Yeah.
Fighting MSG, new contract,
Yeah.
more money, more problems.
Oh, and I also have to shout out that prediction thing that you're doing with
Oh yeah, the Alice
Ally
breakdown.
Quinta. We got his book over there. He made me buy it. It's one of the best purchases I've ever made.
Yeah.
It's basically just an open notebook. But you're doing these breakdowns called Al's Breakdown.
Yeah,
You can see them on. You have a YouTube channel on the UG, right?
yeah. So
This is fantastic, by the way. And I'm not
Thank you.
being facetious. The editing is perfect.
Yeah.
It's so sloppy that it works.
it's funny. I think it's hysterical.
Who's
It's just-
doing that? Did you kind of stumble into this thing?
Yeah, I've kind of just made it work, and it was. The
Are you
funniest
doing it
thing.
for every card?
I think that's the plan. That's
You
what we're
got
ultimately
to.
trying to do.
You
So
got to keep it up.
if there are any sponsors out there that want to get on board,
That's good.
we'll discuss this at the round table at the board meeting between Raging Al and the Funk.
Oh my God. You guys live together?
Yeah,
What is that like?
he's cool, man.
Yeah?
He's really cool. You know, the thing about Al, he's like really mellow, really laid back and chill. So I think we all kind of get along, me, him, and Pat DeFranco. And then we go out, man. We just like to have a good time.
God.
So we all rage out. So I think it's fun, man. It's
Is he
fun.
doing all right?
Speaking of raging out,
Yes.
you guys, if you're in New York City or New Jersey, you guys got to come out to my contract celebration party this Saturday at the Attic, the rooftop
Where's that?
in the city,
In New York City.
in New York City.
Where exactly?
The Attic, the rooftop.
I don't know where that is.
It's
I don't really
I
get
think
out
it's
much.
Lower Manhattan.
So you're having an actual party.
Actual party.
Holy
so
moly.
There's gonna be a big
Who's
event.
going to be there?
The Funk.
The Funk is going to be there?
The Funk, my family, my whole BME crew, my boys.
What's BME?
Black Monk Entertainment. It's,
What's that?
It doesn't. Don't take the
There's so many
name
layers to
so
you.
so literal. But
Okay.
BME means like being me, being yourself. So right now you're technically being me because you're Ariana, you're doing what you love, and
okay.
you're being yourself.
Oh, I like this.
You know what I'm saying? So
this is a new thing.
this is the new thing. This is our group, and it kind of promotes what you're about. Life should be happy. You should be not confined to what people are telling you you should do. Make your own decisions, make your own choices, and be yourself.
All right.
So I think it's a pretty cool
So
concept.
I'm BME right
Yeah,
now.
BME.
Respect.
Respect, man. Blew it up.
Are you familiar with Marcus Stroman of the Toronto Blue Jays? He's actually from Long Island.
No.
Little man. He has this thing that he puts in his hair, HDMH. I think it's height doesn't measure heart.
Okay.
That's his big
No,
thing.
that's cool.
And so man, I feel like you guys could come together because he's from Long Island
That'd
and
be-
he's actually like one of the smallest starting pitchers. He's their top guy, and he's all about the fact that I'm small, but my heart is bigger than all of you. And I
Yeah.
feel like that's something that kind
What's
of
his name?
represents Marcus Stroman. Originally from
Stroman.
Long Island, pitches for the Toronto Blue Jays. He shaves it into his head. He's got that Odell Beckham thing going on
Yeah.
with the blonde on the top. Check him out.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
The future is bright for Aljamain Sterling. Check him out at his party if you're in the city. Anyone can go to this?
Anyone. This is open
How about
to
this?
everybody.
If you say to the door that you saw Aljamain on the MMA Hour, can they get something?
Um,
Could we hook up our
I
nothing?
don't even know how we would do that.
I don't know.
That'd be
Maybe.
a lot.
What if they come to you and say something? Can we get a shot? Can we do something? Can we get a dab? Something?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
We could We could dab together.
All right, there it is. Okay.
Everybody, hit the phone.
There he is. All right, there he is. Aljamain Sterling has announced today that he has re-signed with the UFC. Congratulations, Mazel Tov,
Mazel tov. Thank you.
They say in my country. He is back in the UFC's bantamweight division. His return TBD, hoping to return in April or so, and he has just put the rest of the division on notice. This man is coming. At Funkmaster_UFC, you see it right over there. Congratulations, and in all honesty, thank you for coming to our show, for doing this. Means a lot. I'm really happy for you. I'm happy that you're happy, and this was a lot of fun.
It was. I enjoyed the process, and thank you for having me.
All right, there he is, Aljamain Sterling. So we're going to take a quick break. In a minute, we're going to be joined in studio by Demian Maia. What kind of a day is this? This is a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
So we go from a future title contender to a former title contender and a current title contender in Demian Maia. He will be in studio to talk about his great career. So while we say goodbye to Aljo and say hello to Demian, we're going to take a small break. In the meantime, we're going to play some old videos that I shot with the late Kevin Randleman. Unfortunately, he passed away Thursday. A tragedy, horrible news. I got the chance to interview him a couple times back in 2010. One of the greatest of all time, pioneer legend. So this is our Y'all Must Have Forgot segment of the week. My interviews with Kevin Randleman, and in a minute we're going to be joined right here by Demian Maia. We'll be back. Ariel Helwani at Strikeforce St. Louis with Kevin Randleman, who faces Royce Gracie this Saturday night live on Showtime. Kevin, good to see you again. Fans looking forward to seeing you back in action. You excited for this fight?
Yes, I'm always excited to fight. Regardless, I'm always excited.
You told me earlier that you have enough energy to power a city. Explain, what does that exactly mean?
I'm just been training. I've been training real hard. Been really dedicated to hard work and a never quit attitude. And that's my energy level right now. I just feel like I could beat anybody, no matter who they put in front of me at 205. I think I could beat anybody on Saturday.
When they first approached you with Royce Gracie as an opponent, what were the first thoughts that went through your mind?
Okay.
Did you know anything about him? Like, had you heard about what he'd done in the jiu-jitsu world? Because in MMA, kind of a relative newcomer. Oh, got a guy playing around with a stick.
No, I've known Royce Gracie for years. We're friends, but in this sport, it's a small community we have, so we all know each other. And bottom line is, the bosses make the fights. It's up to Roger and I to go out and knock each other out or win, Doesn't matter who I fight. Roger and I were friends before the fight. We're going to shake hands during the fight and be friends during the fight. And after the fight, win, lose, or draw, we're going to shake hands and be friends after the fight. This is a business. This is not going to be personal. This is just business.
It's interesting because he says, he won't lie. He wants to take you to the ground. That's his forte, jiu-jitsu. You prepared to go to the ground with him?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people out there think that I haven't evolved and that my jiu-jitsu game is real bad and that, but I've got longevity in this sport for a reason. And if he can get me to the ground, of course, I believe if we stay on our feet, the chances of me winning are 80%. If we go to the ground, the chances of him winning is 80%. Chances of him getting taken down, 100%. I think I got the percentages on my side.
I think so. I'm not that good at math, but something is 80% something.
Yeah, I got the math. I think I got it. I think it's on my side.
Considering how your last Strikeforce fight went, do you feel as though you have something to prove to the fans in Scott Coker on Saturday?
I don't have anything to prove to Scott Coker or the fans. Everything I do is to prove to myself. I mean, and this is not a diss against anybody, but I used to fight for the fans and go out there and be crazy and out of control. But with the power and the strength of my people, Ramon Montano and Maurice Jackson, I'm a calmer person. Plus, life, I'm an older guy. Life has made me a lot calmer. I'm really ready for this fight. And the bottom line is, I don't see it going out of the first round. Either he's going to submit me or I'm going to knock him out. Regardless whether it's on the ground or on the feet, I believe I can punish him. And I don't have anything to prove to the fans, although if I go out there and fight my fight, the fans will be very happy and ecstatic, and so will Scott Coker.
Obviously, we don't need to harp on it, but in your mind, what is the big thing that went wrong in that fight that you would like to not see? Yeah, would like to see happen again on Saturday?
No, if anyone, there's a lot of people out there that don't know the sport because they don't follow it. They just follow the 2 weeks before a fight. But the last 4 or 5 years, I've had a lot of surgeries. My doctor didn't even clear me to fight the last 2 fights I fought, but I fought them anyway. but I have power back in my shoulders. I've had both shoulders done over the last 2.5, 3 years, so they weren't strong. But I still thought I fought very well in that last fight that he was that was here in St. Louis. And a lot of times you just figure out, you find a way to win. You find more about yourself every time you push yourself to the limits. And I have literally been pushing myself to the limits in everything that I do right now. I push myself to be a better person, and I push myself to be a better fighter. And on Saturday, I think that I'm going to be the better fighter.
Is there one facet of your game that you've really zoned in on and tried to improve in the last year or so?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Which one would that be?
Watch Saturday and find out.
No little secret, or you can't give us.
It's not a secret. I said it. I want to knock him out. I want to knock him out. Hey, Maurice, could you do me a favor and stand up for a second?
Yes.
This is my training partner right here. I know Royce Gracie's 6'4". This guy's 6'8", 280. His jiu-jitsu is really good, although he's not Royce Gracie, but I believe that his power and his strength for the last 14 weeks is going to give me an advantage as far as being able to handle his power and his strength. And the fact that I'm training with a guy this size, and Ramon Montano, my boxing coach, he's Floyd Mayweather's #1 sparring partner. So I believe that I'm dangerous. And I believe that it's like a gunslinger. If a gunslinger don't have 6 bullets in his gun, he doesn't have that. I have a lot of weapons, and I've got them all loaded.
And I'm sure you are aware of this. A lot of people sort of waiting to write you off, right? There's a lot of people who are like, Randleman doesn't have it. He's not the same guy as he was from back in the day. Will you take some satisfaction? Will you be thinking about those people to try to prove them wrong?
No, I don't care about those guys. I care about me. I used to fight, like I said, I used to fight for the fans, and the bosses would say, Kevin, go out there and just be crazy. I mean, every fight that I had, I was always injured. Whether it was a broken neck or torn shoulder or torn bicep, I've had them all fixed. There's no excuse for me to lose this fight, and there's no excuse for me to leave it in the ring. The only thing I'm going to leave in the ring is Roger, or Roger's going to leave me in the ring. That's how this game works. Don't write me off. I'm a warrior.
All right, Kevin, we appreciate the time. We're looking forward to Saturday night.
Thank you very much.
Well, again, there he is, Kevin Randleman. May he rest in peace, a legend of mixed martial arts, a pioneer, a great man. Everyone, the outpouring of emotion and support that he received following his untimely passing was really something to see. So our thoughts, our prayers go to his family and friends on what was very sad news. Thursday night it came out. Kevin Randleman passed. And later on in the show, we're actually going to talk to Phil Baroni, a good friend of his, about his great life and what he meant to not only Phil, but the rest of the MMA community. For now, though, we are back in studio with a legend in his own right. That is Demian Maia right there. What a pleasure this is. Demian Maia in studio here in New York City. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It was great to be here, and you can invite me every time I come here, I will come.
So I didn't know. I've learned this from your great manager, one of my favorite people in the business, Eduardo Alonso. I love Eduardo.
Yeah,
he told me that you come pretty often to this area. What do you do here?
Actually, when I come here, I go mainly train wrestling at Hoboken at academy named Edge.
Yep.
And also, I come here and train with Marcelo Garcia, who is a big friend of mine. For many years, we trained together. We used to teach together in Brazil like 15 years ago. So, I come, and it's great to be here because, Marcelo is so, for me, Joe Rogan gave the best, nickname for me. He's like the Michael Jordan of Jiu-Jitsu, you know. So, and when I get there, it inspired my creativity in Jiu-Jitsu. So, I like to be there to learn more stuff and to create new positions and to see what he's doing.
So how long have you been doing this, coming to the New York area?
The last 3 camps, I think I was coming here for the wrestling mainly. And, of course, I was going to Jiu-Jitsu there, but mainly for the wrestling. But this time, because I'm not in camp yet, so I came more for the Jiu-Jitsu because, then, like I said, I want to see new stuff, see new positions. And when you're in camp, you kind of, you need to focus more on what you're going to do.
So the last 3 camps, you've been looking pretty good. So this is working.
Yeah, for sure. This is a good investment.
How long do you stay here for?
During the camp, normally around 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Wow.
Yes.
So you've been here for, what, a week or so?
Right now, about a week, yeah.
And do you ever you bring Marcelo to Brazil to come train with you, or
no,
he's got a lot?
Yeah, I try to bring one of his students, but he's too busy. He had too many things to do. 2 kids right now, and it's crazy his life. So I wish he could go, but it's impossible for him.
Who gets the better of who? Like, do you actually go 100% roll with him on
With
the
him.
ground? Yeah.
You know what? I was here a couple years ago and he was training with me, but he's just now. It used to be like the biggest competition for each other in the academy when we are brown belt and early black belt. But then, I just moved my jiu-jitsu towards the MMA technique.
Okay. Yep.
And he kept doing, the grappling stuff. So, he was training with me like a couple years ago, and I realized he was not going full part. I said, Marcelo, let's go. He said, no, I'm going. Don't worry. And I said, look, I don't want to train like that with you. It's just, you just take it easy on me. I don't need that. He said, no, I'm going hard. But I knew he wasn't. So, I prefer, he has so, good students, like world champions, like Mateus Diaz and Dylan Dennis, those guys. And I like to train with that guys because when I go with Marcelo, I want to go, but I feel like he's just taking it easy with me, you know, and it's crazy, but that's how good he is.
So because he's focusing purely on grappling,
I think so. Yeah.
And you've kind of evolved into an MMA grappler. You think that there's a divide there, that it's different?
Yeah, that's for sure. When I train there, what I realize is it's just, let's see, we start on the ground is one thing. When there's with the guys there. If there is a stand-up and ground, it's different because, I've been training a lot of takedowns and this kind of stuff. If we use the wall, it's better for me, because, I learn how to use the wall.
Yep.
And with punches, it's even different. So my jiu-jitsu nowadays, is I'm very good in using the punches and using the wall and this kind of things. I was talking to another friend of mine who was world champion too, Rodrigo Comprido. He's absolute world champion a couple of times. I said, he said to me, I was trying to do your guarding pass. And, you do so easy during the fight, and I couldn't do it. I said, in the training, I said, look, if I go to fight a good jiu-jitsu guy, it's hard to do in the training too. But the thing, in the fight, I have the cage, I have the punches. So, I just adapted the punches and the grappling to use together. So sometimes even if I don't punch, the guy is afraid of the punch. So the positionings are different. So I think that's why, I getting, good in passing the guard in the MMA. And sometimes, I go to the academy, I don't pass in the guy's guard because, there's no punches or no fancy wall, and that's it.
When's the last time you were in a jiu-jitsu tournament?
That was back, gi or no gi?
Either.
Gi was January or February 2007.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And no gi was December 2007. So my first fight in the UFC was October 2007. Then I fought the last no gi, jiu-jitsu competition 1 month after that, or a couple months after that, and that's it.
So now that you've become a lot more famous around the world because of your UFC career, no one's ever tried to get you, like a Moraes?
Yeah, they tried. We are talking to Halle, they want me to fight there.
Are you interested?
Yeah. And they were talking about Nick Diaz. I said, okay, it would be great. But then, I don't know what happens. And then we keep talking, would be great. It's just not my focus, but would be really, really great. I like to fight. I like to fight jiu-jitsu.
Do you ever train with the gi these days?
Yeah, I train mainly now because I'm not in camp, at least every Friday, I put my gi and train with the competition team in my academy.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
But when you're training for an actual fight, there's no point in training with the gi, right?
At least not for me because I've been training with gi so long, and nowadays I think what we're looking for is to be the most specific as we can during the camp, So I don't do things just because it's different. I gotta focus on what I'm gonna do. I was reading a guy, an author that he said, a writer that he said that we realize when you get to the point that you want when there's nothing anything more to add, but when there is not anything more to cut, so I think we need to cut everything and be very specific during the camp. So, I do the boxing specific for my grappling, I do the grappling that I'm gonna do during the fight, So when the camp starts 9-10 weeks before the fight, I'm very specific, I'm very, into what I'm gonna do. So I'm not gonna do gi or something else, but before it's okay.
So your next fight is May 14.
It's May 14.
May 14 against Matt Brown.
Yes.
This is a card that's changed a little bit, right? Because it was supposed to be on FS1. all signs point to it being on pay-per-view now.
Yes.
Even Jacare's manager recently said that they were the main event, Jacare Belfort, but now it's been moved down.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be Verdun Miocic. At least that's what the talk. Have you heard? What have you heard?
That's what I heard too.
Yeah.
I heard that the main fight will be Verdun and Miocic.
Yeah.
I don't know how official is that, but I heard that, And then co-main is Jacare and Vitor. And then, I think maybe I'm above that.
That's a great pay-per-view.
Very, very good. Yeah.
Very strong.
Good. Very strong. World title heavyweight.
Yeah.
Very good.
And then Jacare Belfort, Matt Brown.
Great.
Is it Rio or Sao Paulo? Have you heard?
They have many places, but I think it's not going to be Rio. I don't think it will be Sao Paulo.
Okay.
They were talking about another states. Like, I heard talking about Fortaleza or Brasilia or Curitiba. I heard those 3 places.
Do you have a preference?
Not really.
Do you like fighting in Brazil as opposed to the U.S. or more U.S. than Brazil?
I like both.
Like both.
I like I was thinking about that since I dropped to the welterweight, I just fought in Brazil or Las Vegas.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and I love to fight Las Vegas. I love to fight in Brazil. I think if I keep doing like that, would be great.
It's working out for you. And it's an interesting time for you because you've won 4 in a row.
4 in a row, yeah.
You're fighting Matt Brown.
And before that, I won 3 in a row. Then I lost, yeah.
And now all of a sudden, wow, what a fascinating time at 170 because Stephen Thompson just fought. Did you see that fight?
Yes, I saw.
What did you think of his performance?
Very good.
Very good?
Very impressive because, was against, the former champion.
Did you expect that?
No, not really. Not really.
So he has now become a player.
Uh-huh.
Tyron Woodley is campaigning.
Yes.
You're there. Matt Brown's there.
Yeah.
Carlos Condit's still there.
Yeah.
Because I thought he won that fight. Did you see that fight?
Yes, I was, caged. I watched in the first.
Yeah. That's right.
So.
You came all the way from Brazil to watch that, right?
Yes. Yeah. The thing is, like, I watch with too much emotion the fight because it's in my division.
Sure.
So I didn't, count the points, but I saw many people saying that he won. Some people said Robbie won. So I really don't know. I gotta watch again that fight.
It was very close.
Yeah, it was very close. That's for sure. Yeah.
And on top of all of that, there's still some rumors of GSP returning.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
So my question is, where does Demian fit in all of this? Because I got to say, after your fight against Gunnar Nelson, it seemed like it was a bit of a different Demian Maia. Like you were a little annoyed.
Yeah.
Like, when am I going to get the respect that I deserve?
Yeah. You know what? I just, sometimes I don't talk too much, and that's myself. But like I said, I truly believe that I can be the champion. And I feel, and I can visualize that, I'm gonna fight for the title this year.
Oh.
I can visualize that.
You feel it?
Yeah, I feel that. And I feel that I can be the champ. You never know, if you're gonna be or not. But I feel that what I feel, because before was too much. With too much pressure, I was just thinking about like crazy title. I want to win the title. If I don't win the title, I'm not gonna be, happy when I finish my career.
Mm-hmm.
But then suddenly, when after I lost to Rory, I just relaxed and said, okay, I love what I do, and that's great. I make money doing what I love, and I keep doing that. But let's see what happens. And once I relax, things start to flow better. And I remember a book that I read many years ago about the Zen archery, and the guy was saying to a guy who was trying to get to hit the target with the bow and arrow.
Yeah.
And he said, you're not hitting because you want too much. Your desire is too big. The will is too big. So that's why, what he means is you don't relax, you're not relaxing. And I didn't understand well, and I always very, very focused and very, like you say, OCD or, very much.
On the title.
Just think about that all the time. Everything that I do in my life is thinking about that. But that's, I think, add too much pressure on me. And when I relax, I said, okay, I'm doing what I love and relax more. Even my performance is getting better, So I think that's the way. That's why now, it's not like, oh, I need to fight for the title. I will fight for a title. I will win. I just relax, and I know I'm gonna fight for the title, and I know I have a great chance to win. That's why I want the chance. So, but I need to speak. So I want to fight for the title.
So do you recall after, and try to move a little so that we don't see just your face. There you go. You see that right over there? Because I want to see.
Of course.
Do you remember after the Rory fight saying, all right, I need to stop focusing? Like, was that the change for you?
No, it was just something natural, It's something that, there was not just the fight, was that fight too, but was also because that was the first and the only time that I lost 2 in a row.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, because I lost to Jake Shields before that I didn't think I lost, but anyway, they gave to him. And then I lost to Horry. But Horry was different, because after Jake's I was really sad because it's, split decision is the worst thing, that you can have. It was the first one in my life. But after Horry, I went there and I gave my best, and he gave his best. It was really close fight.
Yeah.
And that was okay. I was satisfied with myself, and of course sad to because I lost. But after that, there was that event, and also the problem with my health. The staph in my bone, my shoulder bone, that made me rethink everything. And see that, the title is not the most important thing in my life, and especially because I have my kids, I have my wife, I have all my family, my friends, I gotta be a better person every day. I went to a Buddhist temple once in São Paulo near my house. That
Wow.
You stay like for a couple days, just meditating, and you cannot talk any words.
Wow.
That's crazy. Eh?
For how many days?
For 2 days. You can do like for 10, for 5, but the minimum is like 2 days.
You didn't say a word.
You can say nothing.
Wow.
You just, if you want a food or something, you just show, you have, some mimics that you do, but you cannot say. It's just like a silent,
Wow.
stuff.
Did you go alone?
There's people also,
Yeah,
but you cannot talk to nobody.
But
I
did
was
you-
alone, yeah.
Wow.
I was
And
just
why
alone.
did you do this?
Because I like these different experiences, and it's crazy that, when you're born, since you're born and you start to talk, all your life you always talk every day.
Yeah.
But if you go to a place like that and you can't talk for like even for a couple of days, you start to internalize more, you start to look inside you start to realize things and feelings, and that is very important to grow as a human being, I think. I always, since I start martial arts, I think I start because I love, but the most and nicest thing about martial arts is, you grow as a human being.
Yeah.
And by growing as a human being, you make the people around you better, the life of the people around you better. So, I'm in this path, to understand myself better, and that's a way that I did,
Was it difficult?
No, it was easy.
Could
I
you have
think.
gone more than 2 days?
Maybe for some girls are very hard,
Yeah, that's right.
But I could do. Yeah, I could do.
Wow.
If I
How
had,
long ago?
That was a couple years ago.
Wow,
Yeah.
interesting.
So I think, I would do for 10 days, but it's so hard. Our life is crazy,
Sure.
So, with all the traveling and all the training, but I would do for sure for 10 days. A friend of mine in Brazil who used to be my manager, and he did like for a month, I think, somewhere in the middle of the. But it's just meditation. But the only thing is just you can't talk. You cannot talk. You cannot speak.
It was around a year ago or so that you had the staph infection, right?
That was 2014, I think.
14?
Yeah, around.
Or was it after the Ryan
Year
LaFleur
and a
fight?
half.
Okay.
No. It was before LaFleur's. It was just before.
That's
was
right.
after Yakovlev fight.
That's right.
Yeah.
This was a serious deal, right?
Yeah, it is.
Was there like any talk that this was life-threatening? Meaning that you
Yeah, there was, because I was back in for the hospital for 3 times.
Okay, what happened here? How did it start?
I was going to fight Mike Pyle,
That's right.
right? So I had a little injury in my shoulder, but normal one.
Which one?
Right shoulder.
Okay.
So I went to the doctor, and he did a little shot, anti-inflammatory shot, local shot.
Mm-hmm.
But because that small role, maybe because I went back to training after that, maybe the bacteria got in the bone there.
Wow.
So, one day I woke up with fever, everything, and a lot of pain in my shoulder, and was in the bone. So we started coming back and forth, but in the hospital, because, I try to stay as little as I can and live to keep the fight, with Mike Pyle. But then, after a week, my fever came back and we need to go back. And then we called Joe Silva and said, we can't fight. So then we came back, and then he was scheduling another fight. And then we call him again, because I need to go back. The fever starts again. And after that, the third time I had like a drain thing, like a...
Oh, intravenous.
Yeah, intravenous.
Yeah, IV.
Yeah, IV inside my arm. That was, every day the nurse will come to my house to shot the antibiotics, something permanent that you put here.
Wow.
How you call that? Like
in your veins?
Yeah, when your vein goes through the vein of the heart.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
So we didn't know if it was, with bacteria or something. So when you come back, they start to make the tests. And there was nothing, no bacteria anymore. Bacteria was good, so we didn't know what happens. And the fever keep coming back in every 4 hours. So we start to research. I start, of course, in the internet, me and my wife, and see that, if you have cancer, you can have that, and people don't know. Or if you have... Like
the worst thing you could do is go on the internet, right? Because then you start
the
reading
worst
about it.
worst thing, like blood cancer, you can have the same.
My.
So all this kind of things. So the doctor said, look, it's nothing bad. Your blood test is good. It's just something, probably a virus, but we don't know because virus takes like 3-4 days to the test comes back, get back. So he said, but if you're worried, we're gonna do a PET scan. A PET scan. Scan all your body to see if you have any cancer cell or something.
Oh my!
So when I get in this point and the fever keep coming back, it's like somebody beating you, and then when you recover, you get beat again and again. Your mind and your body start to put you down, and you kind of depressed, inside that hospital room. So after that, I went to the PET scan. I was really afraid, not afraid of my life, but afraid of my kids, because I was thinking, okay, if I pass away, if I have something, they grow without a father, so I was like kind of, really worrying about that.
Sure.
Because, I have small kids. Like
how many?
Two.
Okay.
A girl should just turn 5, and the boy will turn now in March 3 years old.
Okay.
So, and I said, what's going to happen with Pietra and Lorenzo, my kids? So I was worrying about that. Then we went to the PET scan. There was nothing. Then I was happy. And suddenly the fever started to drop, and after a couple of days, the virus scan or test came back, and there was some different virus there. And that was it. It was crazy because I had the bacteria. The bacteria was good. It was healing. But then I got a virus at the same time.
Oh.
A normal virus that normally you get when you're a kid, but I didn't, was what's the name? I forgot the name.
But it was a staph infection, right?
Was at the first it was a staph infection,
and then it got worse.
Then it got worse.
Was it like a big opening here?
No, because it was inside the bone.
Oh my gosh!
Have you ever
osteomyelitis? Have you ever had a staph infection like that?
Yeah, many.
In the bone?
Not in the bone, never.
You've had staph infection.
Yeah,
normal.
and in Brazil it's not so bad like here. Here in North America, when you get here in US, it's really bad because I don't know if you guys use too much antibacterial stuff here. So there is just strong bacteria here.
Oh, that's interesting.
But in Brazil, when you get it's not so bad. Like here, people really get bad staph infection.
You've never had one where it's like your whole leg was all...
Yeah, it was not whole, but of course, bad ones,
Yeah.
but not like some that I saw here in the United States.
So it was in the bone, so you couldn't see it.
No, that was the problem.
Oh my gosh!
And the doctor said to me, "Look, we need really to stay, and get the shots in your vein, antibiotics for I took like 12 weeks, 3 months of shot.
Wow.
Because if we don't cure that well, maybe it ends your career.
Wow.
Yeah, because
so you were thinking about that.
Yeah, I was thinking, but again, I said, that's not the most important thing in my life. That's the time changing for me, because before I was like, my obsession to win the title was just that for me was the most important thing in my life. You know, for me before was like, and I said at an interview that, I was scared about just two things: something happened to my kids, and lose a fight. You know. And now I saw that it's not that big deal, I, as an athlete, if I lose a fight, I will be really, really sad for months. But in the end of the day, one day we're going to finish the career and the life goes on. So that's why, this mindset, when it changed, made me fight better and perform better. And
Isn't it
everything.
funny how that works? Like something like that has to happen for you to appreciate.
It is.
It's a crazy world.
It's crazy, and something that it changes too. After LaFleur's fight, the fight that was coming back, I realized one thing, and Dana said to me, by the press conference, he said, "Look, you're doing great. Your jiu-jitsu is great. We're not asking you to stand up and striking with the guys because there's a lot of people want to see your jiu-jitsu, but when you mounting the guy, you gotta get a little bit more risks. Punch the guy a little bit more. Try to go to submissions because you just I was just like keeping the position and not really trying." To win the fight. But then after that stick in my mind, I said, of course, I have a good jiu-jitsu. I can try that. Before I was trying.
Yeah.
So when the next fight with Neil Magny, even if, he didn't really give the back to me, he just turned a little bit. I said, I'm going to get the risk. And I jumped under.
Yeah.
And, I could lose the position. But, I got the risk and I was rewarded for that. I got the submission. That was great. And the last fight I tried to go to Gunnar's arm, but Gunnar is another level, in jiu-jitsu wise, he's very good jiu-jitsu fighter, he fought Abu Dhabi and all this stuff. So it was harder, but I went to his arm, I really punched, I tried to make him open his space. So that's what I'm changing also, that was nice that Dana said that to me because, that's something that clicks something also.
Are you tired at this point? Like you went through a stretch, LaFleur, Magny, Gunnar, where it seemed like they were putting these rising stars against you.
Yeah, always.
To see and
Yakovlev.
Yeah. Are you tired of that at this point?
Yeah, I'm happy because I keep winning, but
at some point, I mean, you want to.
I want to fight for the title. I mean, after I won Gunnar, I thought I could fight for the title.
You thought so?
Yeah, I thought they could put because there was, I was thinking about okay, they're not gonna put Conit if they don't want to do a rematch because, he just fought. They're not putting Johnny Hendricks right now because he was going to fight the Wonder Boy. Then they are not putting who else? There was another Hori because Hori
just
fought.
Lost, yeah.
And then there was me and Woodley.
Yep.
So it was between me and Woodley, So I said, okay, there's a real chance. But then, they didn't decide. Then I said, okay, but I told you, remember in Las Vegas, I said, okay, I think the fights that make sense now is Woodley or Matt Brown. And, I'm happy that,
You're okay with Matt Brown?
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
But you wanted title shot.
Of course. But, that, the dream was the title shot. But the next good stuff was fighting like a guy like Matt Brown or Woodley, because if I beat those guys, then I'm really into that title shot. You never know. UFC, it's crazy. You never know what's going to happen.
Right.
But, I think I will be really into the title shot.
Okay, so what about Woodley? Do you think he deserves it next? Like, okay, it's clear you're not. Someone has to fight Robbie Lawler.
Yeah. That's the thing. I saw a lot of people saying on the internet, okay, now Woodley should fight Wonder Boy for the top world contest. But who fights Lawler?
Yeah.
Everybody forgets that he got to fight, So I think, the fair, because I'm fighting, Matt Brown now, I think it would be fair if Woodley fight, But
okay.
I just hope they fight fast,
Soon.
They fight. Yeah, I think around May would be good,
What about this? This is starting to become a thing. It's gaining momentum. Conor McGregor. Have you heard about this? Conor McGregor versus Robbie Lawler. After he beats Rafael dos Anjos, if he wins, there's some talk of him moving up to 170 to fight for the belt. How would you feel about that?
Sad, because that's crazy because we are athletes and we work very hard our way to the title. And I understand that this fight would make a lot of money. But, as an athlete, I don't agree with that. I can't disagree more, I think... Okay, if you go, you gotta work, and do a couple fights at least to prove that you can fight because it's a different division. But in the end of the day, I don't think he will win against Rafael.
You don't think so?
No, I don't
Why
think
not?
so. Because it's too much weight difference, I think. I think it's different body types. Rafael is very tough. He proved that, against in his last fights. But I'm sure he has his chance, of course, Conor.
Sure.
He proved that also against Aldo. No, at least most people, didn't think about, most people that understand the sport didn't think about he was going to win, and he did. In
13 seconds.
In a fashion way. Yeah, it was crazy. I was shocked. I
Really?
just fought. Yeah, I went to the corridor to watch the fight. I said, okay, let's watch that fight. Just relax.
Sure.
then when the things happened, I was shocked. I was really, what the you know.
You didn't expect that.
No, not at all.
Did you think Aldo was gonna win?
I think so. Yeah, I thought so. Not because I like him and he's my friend, but I thought if you think about athletes, I think he was more complete and more proven.
But I feel like everyone picks against Conor every fight, and he continues to surprise.
No, he's a great athlete for sure.
So is a part of you hoping
doubt
that RDA wins on March 5th so that he doesn't move up to 170? Because if he goes up there, he's going to get that title shot right away, right?
I think so, yeah.
Will you be pissed off?
Yeah, I will, yeah. But I hope he doesn't win.
Do you know RDA? Have you, Rafael Dos Anjos, have you trained with him before?
No, never trained with Rafael, yeah.
I have a theory about you. I feel like, to a degree, you are still paying for UFC 112. Like, you're still being punished for that.
Yeah, maybe against
the Anderson Silva.
Yeah.
I feel like in some way that fight turned out to be this crazy thing. Not your fault, obviously. But in some way, in the people's eyes, in the promotion, deep in the back, you're still paying for that.
Yeah,
that's why you're not in that discussion.
Yeah, maybe, but at the same time, that fight changed my career.
How so?
After that, everybody, in that time, Anderson never had any challenge, really, real challenge. So that fight went for 5 rounds, and I didn't did well, but in the end, I was a little bit better. I was trying to fight, but a lot of people start to recognize me, as a fighter.
Even though you lost?
Even that I lost,
wow.
I got a lot of, good, I would say... Feedbacks.
Yeah.
Of course, every time somebody gonna give you a feedback, they're gonna give it...
Of course, to your face, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, what I mean is like, it doesn't matter the feedback, but what happens is like, everybody spoke about that fight, right?
Sure.
Because of what Anderson said, and people are, the people are talking about that fight, and that I think put me in a different level. People start to recognize me more because it was that guy who fight with Anderson.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe your theory is right. Maybe I'm still paying for that. But I lost some fights also. In the way after that. So after that fight, I lost. All my fights. I have 22 in the UFC, right? 22.
Wow.
I am with Anderson, the Brazilian who pulled most wins in the UFC.
Really?
Yeah, and was drawed was even with Tibau too, but I think because Tibau, had the problem with the.
So now you're tied with Anderson.
Yeah, tied with I think with 16 wins. Yeah, 16 wins me and Anderson.
Okay, so
and in all overall was like number 5 tied with other guys.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Where has the time gone? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's crazy.
How long do you want to fight for?
At least when I started the UFC, I said I want to fight at least till 4 years old. But now I think it'll go a little bit further.
Now you're what? 38. 38.
Yeah, I turned 38 in November.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
So you want to go past 40? You're feeling good.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great, and I never had really like bad injuries, training wise. Okay, this one was not an injury, it's like a sickness, I feel, but like really like I never had problem with my ligaments or this kind of things. So
going back to 112, I was at 112.
I remember.
Very few journalists there, American journalists.
Yes.
And it was surreal being there because not only were we outside and the sheiks were there, it was just a very unique thing. The first outdoor Abu Dhabi.
It was crazy, yeah.
And then what was going on in the fight was bizarre.
Yeah.
Afterwards at the press conference, did you go to the press conference?
No, I didn't. My eye was too close, so they sent me to the hospital.
Dana was very upset. Anderson, Ed Soares was there. It was all weird. For you, was that maybe the weirdest, most frustrating night as an athlete? Period. Jiu-jitsu, MMA, judo, everything. Have you ever experienced something like that?
No, was something different. Was sad for me. Because what I think was sad for me, and for the first time in a fight, in one point, I didn't believe that I could win. After I turned, after the end of the 3rd round when I land the first punch, I remember I land 2 good punches during that fight. One in the 3rd round and the other one in the 4th round.
Okay.
But till, the 2nd round and the first half, first, second, and first half of third round, I was like, in one point, I said, I think I'm not gonna win. Maybe I'm gonna get knocked out.
Wow, you started thinking that.
So for the first time in my life, for the only time in my life, I said, I can't find the distance. I can't. The training. I think the training was wrong for that fight.
Why?
Because we were training a strategy to wait for him to come to shoot, and put him down. But with Anderson and Chael proved that later, you gotta chase him, and you gotta throw, overhands and great stuff, everything that. If you wanna be technical with him stand up, he's always much more technical than you, at least than me, and most, 99% of the guys. So you can be so technical stand up with him. You cannot be orthodox, because I was trying, to, keep the distance and jab and go away, but he was just hitting me so hard with his jabs. When I said, okay, it doesn't matter, I just gonna fight, then was better.
Yeah.
And I have a theory.
Yes.
If I had fight him before my first loss, when I just went there and throw, overhands and clinch with the guys, maybe it would be different, because, after the loss to Nate Marquardt, my first loss, I started to focus on boxing very much, and I started to focus on, keep the distance, and be more patient to get in and throw more straight punches. Defend, the punches with my leg instead clinching. So that's put me a little bit out of my nature, and that was good, not for me, but it was good for him. So
what about the talking? Did that mess you up? When he was talking to you?
No, I expected he was going to do his stuff.
What did he say? What did he say to you?
He said something. What is our jiu-jitsu right now?
Why do you call you Playboy?
Because Playboy in Brazil is like a rich boy, but I never been rich boy.
So where does this come from?
My family is not rich. Actually, I help all my family. And it comes because maybe I study and he didn't study. I have college. But I did that. But I work. At the same time.
Sure.
And I train. And my family, we never had I bought an apartment for my mother like 3 years ago. She never had an apartment. When we are like 16. We get kicked out of our house, because my father and my mother were separate.
Okay.
So my mother was, we didn't have money to pay, and there was my mother, me and my brother. I was 15 or 16, and we get kicked out. I need to live with my grandmother in a place that, sleep in the living room, this kind of things for many years. So,
wow.
I was never Playboy, But it's easy to say that because it's just a stereotype. Okay, this boy, he did college and stuff, so he must, be a Playboy.
Did that bother you when he was talking like that?
No, after that I was, he's an asshole,
Yeah.
doing that because, he doesn't know my life and, what happens and everything that I passed through. But yeah, it doesn't matter, It's
what was your
I don't
relationship
care.
like with him going into that fight? Did you have a good relationship?
Yeah. Actually, that was surprising because he met me at the hotel, and we had many friends in common. Like Nogueiras were there, and
Sure.
they are a big friend of mine. Actually, they took me to train boxing in Salvador, in Bahia, and they were with him then. And André Galvão, who is big friend of mine, I brought him to train with our team when he was a kid, and he was training him in jiu-jitsu. Josuel Destaque, who is Jacaré's, coach, was my coach back before UFC, was my MMA coach.
Uh-huh.
So we had no problem, and he was, every time he meet me in the hotel room, he was, hey, how you doing, blah, blah, blah. So it was kind of surprised, but, it doesn't matter, I don't.
How do you feel about him now?
I don't care anymore. Like I said, I relaxed, everything.
But for a while, did it bother you?
For a while, yeah, I didn't like him at all, I didn't.
Did you ever have a run-in with him afterwards and be like, yo, man, what was going on? Why did you talk like that? Why did you act like that?
No, never, never.
Not your
had
style?
that. Yeah, no. But I don't care anymore, I think everybody, has his own way, and he made his mistakes. I made my mistakes, and that's it. I don't care anymore. I hope he's good with his family and everything.
When he got knocked out by Weidman, acting like that, did a part of you deep down say,
Not so deep.
not so deep?
Not so deep. I was clear. I was think, okay, you deserve that.
You got what you deserved.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was almost the same thing, right?
Yeah,
to a degree, not quite as much as what
he didn't talk, but The thing that I think was wrong in my fight, that my jiu-jitsu coach Wagner was saying that I didn't remember that, but he said, in one point on my fight, I tried to chase Anderson, and he ran behind the referee, and and start to doing like that, and hiding behind the referee.
Yeah.
And the referee just laughed.
He laughed?
Yeah.
Really? I have to go back and look at that.
Yeah, I didn't remember, but
Really?
that's my jiu-jitsu coach said. So that was crazy, The other crazy thing about Abu Dhabi was that if you see the fight, Anderson did have the red
tape?
the red tape in his hands.
Oh, that's right. That was a
because
big
there was
thing.
no commission there, so
That's
they
right.
forget. If you see the fight, I have the blue tape, but he has nothing in his
That's
wrist.
right.
Yeah.
Why do you think that was?
Because I think they just forget.
They just forgot.
I think they forget. Yeah.
That is unbelievable. How long did it take for you to get over that, where you were like, all right, I'm not going to think about this? Was it the next fight, or was it a couple of years that you stopped thinking about that?
No, sometimes I still think. Like I said, nowadays I relax, but sometimes I still think.
Really?
In one point, I said, I never said that to nobody, but I said I'm gonna win the welterweight title, and I'm gonna challenge him.
Wow.
In one point, learning my welterweight,
Yeah.
career, but I don't care about that anymore.
When's the last time you watched it?
Watch what?
That fight on TV?
I just watched, right after the fight, when I was in Abu Dhabi, I went to a hotel room and watched, and that's it. I never
seen it again?
Never seen it again.
No
yeah.
interest?
No interest. Actually, many of my fights I watched once and I didn't watch anymore.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Are you the kind that watches a lot on your opponent? Like Matt Brown, will you watch a lot of his fights?
Not a lot. I like to watch,
Uh-huh.
But this is, for me, is like work. I really don't like to sit and watch my opponent, but I know it's important, So I watch at least once his fights, and my coaches, my conditioning coach, my Eduardo, which is my head coach, my BJJ coach, my boxing coach, they all watch many times, but I watch at least once each fight because it's important to see and get the feeling,
I do feel like to a degree the Gunnar Nelson fight was a turn for you because a lot of people were very much looking forward to that fight.
Yes.
You were above him in the rankings, but they're like, okay, this is going to be the match. The two jiu-jitsu experts.
Actually, they thought he was going to win.
Yeah,
he
and
was
you
asking
smoked
for
him.
that fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
his coach, everyone were asking for it.
his
Joe
coach.
Silva wanted it.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted it.
Yes.
You take the fight, and a lot of people wouldn't take the fight. Let's be honest, because he was below you in the rankings.
Yeah.
You take the fight, big stage, UFC 194, huge event. His teammate, and you just completely dominated him. And I know that you're a very humble guy, but deep down, it must have bothered you that people were picking him, right? And then that was kind of like, screw you, everyone, right? Finally, give me the respect that I deserve. So I feel like now you get the respect after that fight.
Yeah. That's what I
It's
said
changed.
after. Yeah. I think so, and that is growing, I need to grow, this talking and confidence, understand how to call for that title, and I'm working on that, I need to be more outspoken.
Yeah. Did you say anything to him after? I mean, that was a real lesson that you gave him. Did you give him any advice? Say, like, don't worry. Sometimes you see the... Did you say anything to him or not really?
No, not really. We just, Eduardo, met him and his father and said, if you one day you want to go to our academy, it would be a pleasure.
Would you be interested?
Yeah, it's okay. It's, my academy is open for everybody. We good with everybody.
Where is it? Sao Paulo?
In Sao Paulo, yeah.
It's the Demian Maia Academy.
Yeah, Demian Maia Vila da Luta, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That means House of...
Villa is like a village.
Village?
Of the fight.
Of the fight.
Yeah.
Is this for professionals only or
No,
regular people?
The regular people, mainly jiu-jitsu, but there's some kickboxing too and boxing. And we have the professional training, 11 o'clock, the grappling professional, and then the boxing afternoon, like 6 o'clock, something like that. Yeah.
Do you still believe at 38 years old, Demian Maia best jiu-jitsu in MMA? Number one. You could be honest.
I think I adapted well for MMA. I think, I studied a lot, and the thing is, there's fighters that when you go, you got to think out of the box. I think when Lyoto won, that title was because he was different, So when you're different, it's easier, I think, to get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, almost everybody's like a good kickboxer with good ground skills and, okay wrestlers and with small difference. But I think, when you different, if you ask me, are you the best one in the welterweight division? I don't think so. Are you the toughest one? I don't think so. Or the best, striker? I don't think so. But can you win the title? Yes, I think so. Because I'm different than the guy used to, the other guys used to fight. I'm different that normally they expect. And I'm feeling well. I'm feeling healthy, and I feel that I'm learning more tricks to be even more different. That it's gonna make it harder for the guys to fight against me.
Who do you think is number 2? Like, who do you really love watching? You say, wow, this guy.
Rory for sure. Rory for me is the best.
For jiu-jitsu?
No. I mean the welterweight division.
Rory, really? Wow.
Rory is the
Even
best.
though he lost to Robbie.
Even he lost, I think because he lost, and of course, Robbie, he has all his, he's great.
Yeah.
He's the best, actually. I mean, he's the champion.
Sure.
But if you think about technique, I think Rory is the best.
What about jiu-jitsu only?
Jiu-jitsu only in UFC?
In MMA?
In MMA? Verdun is good.
Oh,
Yeah.
What a
Verdun.
comeback he's had.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Like Robbie.
Yeah,
The same.
that's true. What about Palhares?
Palhares is good.
But what's going on here with the whole thing? This is a problem, right?
Yeah, it's hard to talk. I don't know.
You ever meet him?
Met many times, but
What's happening?
I don't know him deeply to judge, to
But
say
as a
what's
jiu-jitsu practitioner, this is the worst kind of thing, right? To hold on too long,
I think it's not right for
especially
sure.
leg locks and things.
I think you gotta learn how to release, but I don't want to judge on him because I don't know what goes inside his mind. I can't tell. So
Okay.
I think I like you said, I like those comebacks like Verdun, and Robbie Lawler. I have a lot of respect for that guys. And what happens, I think, is the same that I said. That what happened to me when you relax, when you relax and you think, okay, for me that's it, and I training because I like to train, I'm gonna keep fighting, and then suddenly they come back.
Yeah.
Because it was extreme for them. They were kicked out of the UFC.
Of course.
Both,
yeah. Something that would surprise some people. You didn't start as a jiu-jitsu guy. It was judo, right?
Yeah.
Or taekwondo?
Judo was the first one. I was 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
I just remember really, few classes and stuff, doing some stuff, and one competition. And then when I was 12 years old, I started to do Kung Fu. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, later I moved to Jiu-Jitsu. Then I did
Like what,
some...
16?
19. When I turned
Wow.
19, yeah.
I think people would be surprised to hear that because we talk about your jiu-jitsu all the time, but that's
actually one day that's nobody knows also, just some friends. When I was 18, I did a MMA fight, but it not in my records, and that was in a place in Brazil, in a beach, in like a warehouse. And I won, and I was training just Kung Fu, and I was doing some jiu-jitsu with some cousins, but they were Ryan Gracie students, but I was just learning some techniques, not really going to the jiu-jitsu academy to do. And I fought this one, I won, I was 18 years old.
Didn't you fight someone who was like 260 pounds or something?
Yes, I did.
Was it that fight?
No, that was the second. That was
your
this
official
one is
debut.
Internet. Yeah, my official debut.
How much did you weigh?
In that time, it was 82 kilos. Is around 180.
180. You fought a guy 260?
Yeah, the guy was like 260 or more than 260. It was 125, 130.
Why so big? Why such a difference?
Because there was no
one else.
No. Yeah, that's the thing. The thing, I was going to fight another guy.
Okay.
Who was like maybe 205.
Yeah.
And the guy just pulled out in the last minute. And I was in Venezuela, in Caracas.
Okay.
So the other guy said, the teacher of the academy, don't worry. The guy that was supposed to fight, the wrestler, I was like 22 years old, and the guy said, the wrestler that was supposed to fight, he can fight you. I don't need to fight, I said, okay. And then they were trying to find first another guy. They fought like a kickboxer. He was like 175, and I was 180. And then he said, you want to fight that guy? The guy said, okay, but he doesn't have any jiu-jitsu experience. You're going to kill him. And I said, yeah. And then my friend Terere, another jiu-jitsu fighter, he said, that means we're just going to kill this guy, I was like a top-level brown belt world champion,
Okay.
And then I said, yeah, give me somebody tougher. And then he said, okay, there's this guy, and when he said, I said, oh, maybe it's better the other way, But then finally, I fought that guy. I was crazy,
You beat him?
Yeah, I beat him.
How'd you beat him?
I stepped to his knee like an old Royce Gracie style and clinch and try to take him down, but I could lock my hands. Well, he was a little fat, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, I tried to roll, and he was a wrestler, so I tried to take him down, but he didn't fall. He fall on his on four, you know, on his knees and hands. So I run to his back, put the hooks, and start to punch, and it was like a TKO, and it was 45 seconds, something like that.
So that's your official, but you say that you had a fight before that. How did you win that one?
That was crazy too, because, you know, I started doing like the kung fu stuff, the punches.
Oh yeah.
And the guy was a capoeira guy.
Oh.
He just put his head down, and that was 155.
Okay.
This fight. He hit me and, you know, got connect to my shin, and I fall down, but I didn't, you know, pass out. I just, you know, was a knockdown. Then I stand up again, and then he tried to hold me, and I got underhook, you know, on his, and I had some experience in jiu-jitsu with my cousins, like I said, and I took him down mount and started to punch, and the referee stopped the fight.
Okay.
And I tried to go to a Mata-Leão, a rear naked choke. But the thing is that, you know, I realized that was less than a minute fight. That, you know, I've been training Kung Fu for like, in that time, for like 5-6 years, since I was really young. And in the end, I did like 3 classes of jiu-jitsu with my cows. And what saved me was the jiu-jitsu.
Amazing.
And I said, okay, maybe I got to start to do that, you know.
So why don't they put that on your record?
I don't know. I never show this fight. You know, maybe if I send to Sherdog and show. Actually, this is in a VHS tape.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna pass when I come back to Brazil. Now I was thinking about it. I'm gonna pass to a CD and maybe, you know, download.
Was it in a ring?
No, it was in like a mat. You know, open mat. It's a warehouse. Was crazy. You know, was just go there. I remember my kung fu coach. He put the car really bit far because he said, if the people try to beat us after, you know, many guys, if we win, we need to run to the car. And it was this kind of thing, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, we are running out of time. What a pleasure this is, having so much fun. When are we going to see the Demian Maia show? Because one of the things I love about you is that you have a journalism degree.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So you truly appreciate the MMA media.
Yeah.
You know the struggle that we go through.
Yeah, I know. You know, now it's much better than before, right?
It is better, right?
Yeah,
it's come a long way.
Yes. You know, what I love nowadays, the media that I love are podcasts.
Podcasts?
Yeah.
That's this.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. I just I just listen for that in the
car when
in
you're
the car.
traveling?
Yeah, I don't listen music anymore in the car. So I like the Americans one. I like Joe Rogan or
Rogan's
Tim
great.
Ferriss. You know, great. Like
so not
James
MMA.
Altucher, some stuff, but
other stuff.
Yeah, but more to relax. Other stuff to learn some new stuff.
English? Are they big in Brazil?
No, because in English, you know.
Okay, are there any Portuguese ones?
Yeah, there's good Portuguese ones that I listen, like another ones like Nerdcast, you know.
Oh, wow, look at you.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
And
MMA Hour.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
Course, yes,
so all this different stuff that I like to. So maybe in the future, you know, some
Demian Maia
podcast. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but not just about MMA, baby, about everything.
Everything.
You know? Yeah.
Do you want to do your journalism when you're done fighting? Do you want to use your degree, or are you going to just run your school? What do you think you're going to do?
I don't have really, you know, big plans about that right now.
Did you want to become a journalist before being a fighter? Like, why did you go into journalism?
No, I always want to be a fighter, but in that time, when I got in the university was in 1997.
Mm-hmm.
There was not really like way to be a professional fighter, you know, for like, you know, at least in Brazil was, or even before that. So I was always planning to do first I want to do college in veterinary, you know, because I love animals and this kind of stuff. But then, you know, I did journalism too, and I passed in journalism. I didn't pass the trials on veterinary.
Okay.
It was really tough, you know. For the public university in Brazil, which is the best. But my university in journalism was very good too.
Okay.
So I passed for journalism. I said, okay, let's do journalism. And it was better because it was less time easier, you know, than the veterinarian. So I could train at the same time and teach this kind of thing.
It's easier to be a journalist than a veterinarian.
Much more.
Yes, of course. I don't know if you heard this, by the way, before I let you go. Royce Gracie, you know Royce Gracie?
Yes, of
He's
course.
fighting this Friday.
I know.
How do you feel about this?
I feel great, you know.
You feel good about it?
Yeah, it's nice to see. I'm curious.
Not too old?
Yeah, but, you know, if there's people who want to watch, and I want to watch, you know.
You will watch?
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
Did
you ever train with him?
No, I met him. Was great in China in 2008 in a event that the Sheikh
yeah?
did, you know, in China.
The one from Abu Dhabi?
Yes, they
Okay.
did that.
Sheikh Tahnoon?
No, it was not Tahnoon. It's Mohammed.
Okay.
His brother.
Have you ever gone there to train with those guys?
Yeah, I went to Tahnoon once after my John Fit win.
They fly you out there and everything, right?
Yes.
First class.
Yes.
It's nice.
Very
You
nice.
stay in the palace?
No, I stay in a hotel pretty close, but
Okay.
there was a World Jiu-Jitsu Pro competition at the same time, so I was like a VIP presence there.
Wow.
And I went to train. There was me and BJ. Was
Oh, wow.
great, yeah, because it was fun, you know. Me, BJ, Eduardo, and BJ's manager. So
Oh, wow.
we had a lot of fun. BJ is so fun, you know. We were making
course.
fun about everything. It was funny.
So back to Royce Gracie. So you met him in China?
Yeah, I met him in China. It was great because he came to me. I never met. I know many Gracies, and I'm friend with Renzo, Rickson,
Yeah.
and Kron, and the young generation. So and Kira,
Of course.
and I came to Royce and said, "Hey, nice to meet you. A pleasure." One of my others said, "Oh, everybody say you're the new Royce Gracie,
Oh,
and
wow.
it was just after the Chaos fight,
Okay.
So I was, I never lost in that time. I was like 12-0 or 11-0. And it was great to hear that,
Of course.
from him, because, one of the reasons that I started all the MMA stuff is because, of watching him.
So you support him fighting on Friday?
For
can't you?
sure,
No
for
problem.
sure, of
No gi
course.
this time, though.
Yeah,
He's
because
gonna-
now it's
you
the
can.
rule. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's okay, Like I said, of course I'm not expecting, to be like a UFC title fight or something like that, but, I'm curious to see. Of course I am.
All right. Well, Damian, I have to say, what a pleasure this has been. So much
Thank
fun.
you very much.
I
It
really
was
enjoyed
very
it.
nice to be here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, when I'm in town, I'm able,
Anytime.
I will come
You
here.
are welcome, and I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
about the cold weather. Wow, it's summer in Brazil, right?
It's when I left there was like 90.
What are you doing
Fahrenheit.
here? This weekend was horrible.
Was cool. I don't care. The side of my mother in my family, they're from Russia, so I don't feel
Oh,
so much.
I didn't know
think.
that.
Yeah,
Russia.
Yeah, my grandmother and grandfather from the parents of my mother.
Which part?
I think it's near Ukraine or Poland,
Okay.
around there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you go there?
Never. I go probably in the second half of the year, because now there's some academies affiliated with the Demian Maia Jiu-Jitsu Association in Brazil, so will be great.
That is great.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your success.
Thank
You've
you
been
very
doing
much,
great.
Ariel.
I wish you the best of luck. May 14th, Demian Maia returns to action against Matt Brown, a very important fight in the welterweight division. This man has been rolling. He wants your respect. He has earned your respect. Stop doubting Demian Maia. It's about time.
Give me that title shot if I win.
There you go. Right. Dana White watches this show every week.
Yeah,
So he
good.
has from your lips to Dana's ears.
Okay, yeah, Dana is listening. And, if I win that fight, I want to fight for the title.
All right.
Forget about McGregor.
That's it. Say no more. Again, thank you so much, Damian. I wish you the
you.
best. Enjoy your time here.
Thank you.
And, of course, good luck in May. I'm sure I'll talk to you before then. But, again,
For sure.
Good luck to you. So now we're going to go to another classic clip as we say goodbye to Demian Maia and reconfigure the studio. We were just talking about Royce Gracie. So how about looking at this clip from April of 2011, right before UFC 129. I spoke to Royce Gracie, and he said he wanted one more fight. Well, 5 years later, he's getting that one more fight. So here it is, another classic clip. Y'all must have forgot me and Royce Gracie, April of 2011. Ariel Helwani in Toronto gearing up for UFC 129. And look who we have bumped into, the legend himself, Mr. Royce Gracie. Royce, it is great to see you, my friend.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
Very interesting that you are here. We're obviously about to enjoy this massive event for the UFC, but we've heard some rumors about you that you want to come back and fight at the UFC event in Rio. Is that in fact true?
It's all rumors for now. So we haven't talked, nothing's been said.
But you're interested at least.
Well, UFC put me as an active fighter. So we'll see.
Why did they do that?
I have no idea. We haven't talked, like I said.
So you haven't officially talked about it. Is that maybe why you're here in Toronto?
I came in actually to help out with the release of the DVD, the Ultimate Royce Gracie. So on the expo.
So that could be gravy, right? The other stuff?
Everything else on the air.
Let's just say this. If they did offer you a fight again, are you interested in fighting? Or are those days over?
No, I'm interested. I got one more.
You got one more?
I got one more.
And it wouldn't make sense, right, to have a Gracie fight in Brazil? Kind of 1 + 1 = 2.
UFC knows what he's doing. They know what they're doing.
How about being here, 55,000 people? You fought UFC 1. I mean, you really put the sport on the map, and now we're about to have a show in front of 55,000 people in a baseball stadium. Did you ever think back then that it would come to this?
Oh yeah, it's my father fought in Maracanã in Brazil, so that's a lot of people over there too. They put like 70,000, 80,000 in Maracanã. So, and that was like 70 years ago. So yeah, we knew it was gonna get that big. It's just a question of time, educating the crowd.
Do you still actively train?
Oh yes, training, teaching all the time.
So let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, how good shape are you in right now?
Last night I ran 5 miles, breathing through my nose, not a problem.
Do you have a dream fight? You say you have one more. Is there someone in particular that you would like to fight?
Think about it.
Think about it. It makes sense?
Yep.
Can you give me a hint?
I can't give you any hints, man. It's right there.
Have you fought him before?
Yes.
Really? So a sort of grudge match, if you will.
Nah, there's no grudge. There's no grudge.
If I were a betting man and I had to put money on it, will Royce Gracie fight again in the UFC, perhaps in Rio?
Don't know. I have no idea about that. That I don't know.
You're playing the cards very close to your vest, as they say in poker.
No, I just don't know.
You don't know.
I just don't know. I wish I would know.
By the way,
I don't know. I need to start get ready for the fight if I am fighting.
Jake Shields, GSP, who's your pick?
Man, that's why my family invented the show. There's only one way to find out. It can go either way.
Very well said. That is a great promo for the UFC. Great stuff, Royce. It is an honor to see you. Great to see you as always, and we look forward, maybe once again, one more time, Royce Gracie inside the UFC octagon.
Thank you. Hey.
You never know.
Never know.
All right. Great stuff there. There he is. The legend Royce Gracie, who told us back in April of 2011 that he wanted to fight one more time. And now here we are, just days away from him fighting one more time, at least for now. Who knows? Maybe even more than one more time. So he has been very consistent in his beliefs. Who would have thunk that it would have been Mr. Ken Shamrock? But that's what's happening on Friday, Bellator. Ken Shamrock versus Royce Gracie, and of course, Dada 5000 versus Kimbo Slice. How much fun has today been? Wow. And there's still more to go. Today has been a fantastic day thus far, and we still have half the show left. Demian Maia, fantastic. Wow. Learned so much about Demian Maia. That was such a blast. That's the thing about the in-studio guests. It's fun, obviously, when they're on the phone, obviously when they're on Skype. But to have someone in studio, especially someone like him who you usually don't get a lot of extra time with, it's a whole different ballgame. You learn so much. He actually told me afterwards that he hasn't told a lot of these stories before. This is new territory for him. So he was a ton of fun. Funkmaster was great. It was just it has just been a blast. It really has. So in a minute, we're going to be joined by Phil Baroni. See what's going on here. Okay, here we go. Let me just reconfigure that. I mean, real credit goes to the guys in the back. Everyone who has who continuously works so hard on this show, and also, if you notice, like we are breaking this thing down and reconfiguring it in very, very quick fashion. So that takes a lot of skill, and I appreciate their hard work immensely. Thank you very much to them. So like I said, in a minute we're going to be. I just really enjoyed having Demian and Funkmaster in studio. Wow, that was a lot of fun. Really a lot of fun. Congratulations again to Aljamain for re-signing with the UFC, for playing along with our game. Just really great. I hope you all enjoyed it as well, and I hope everything's going well in the tech land. If you're in Canada enjoying Family Day, what better way than watching the MMA Hour? So in a minute, we're going to be joined by Phil Baroni. As I said, horrible news late last week, the passing of the legend Kevin Randleman, the monster, former UFC heavyweight champion. If you have not seen or read Dave Meltzer's article that just was posted earlier this morning on MMAfighting.com, Monday morning. I mean, if there's one guy to Meltzer, you hate to say something like this because, of course, you don't want to read these things because that means that bad news has come. But there is no one better at celebrating the life of a mixed martial artist or professional wrestler than Dave Meltzer. I didn't get a chance to read it, but I heard that his article on Brian Danielson, who retired last week as a pro wrestler, was nothing short of amazing. Wrote a great article on the life and times of Kevin Randleman that was posted this morning, and I wanted to have Phil on today on the show to celebrate the life and times of Kevin Randleman. If you don't know, Phil Baroni was a major part of Team Hammerhouse a few years back. Kind of came out that, you know, it was I don't want to call it a gimmick, but it was a different kind of team. It wasn't your typical MMA team, but they were a force in the Pride days. They were a force in Japan. Him, Mark Coleman, Wes Sims, Kevin Randleman, Phil Baroni. They were a faction. They were a very important faction, and they were they caused some hell. They shook things up in Pride, and it was a ton of fun. Of course, Kevin Randleman's fight against Mirko Cro Cop, against Fedor Emelianenko, the slam, the knockout, Mauro Ranallo's call of the knockout. Kevin Randleman has just knocked out Mirko Cro Cop, one of the greatest of all time. So I really wanted to have Phil on. Kevin meant a lot to Phil Baroni, and I thought it would be apropos to have the New York Badass on to celebrate his life. So now we go to the Skype machine, and there he is, the NYBA himself, Phil Baroni. Phil, how are you?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Okay, so this is what we're doing. We're doing Skype so that we can see you and your phone, but can you turn the audio off on your computer because we're getting some feedback?
Okay, sorry, bro.
Also, is there someone who wants to come out of the shower or the bathroom in back of you? Is that
No,
your?
it's my wife. I didn't.
Is she?
She
She could come out.
help me with the computer.
Okay.
Help me with the computer.
I hope she's not hiding in the closet there or something.
That's the restroom.
Okay. If she wants to come out, she can come out. It's gonna make me anxious of her.
I want you to come out. No, she don't want to come out.
Okay.
She's not. Hey, well, let me see what happens if I put my phone on speaker.
Okay.
Hear me now?
I can hear you.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's great.
Like this then.
Okay,
Nice.
let's do that. Well, Phil, I appreciate you coming on. I know it's not the best of times, but again, I really wanted to talk to you about Kevin's, life and his amazing legacy. First, let me just ask you. I mean, how are you? This was a complete shock. He was just at the World MMA Awards last week. How are you handling it all?
Yeah, terribly. You know. Yeah, it should have went. You know, could have seen the guy last time. I don't know why I didn't go, but hey, yeah, it was a shock to everybody. I think.
When's the last time you talked to him?
Man, a couple weeks ago, me and my wife and Elizabeth were supposed to get together, and it didn't happen. Then we're going to see each other at MMA Awards. I ended up, not going to the MMA Awards. So, yeah, a couple months, man. A couple months.
And I know
he lives right here in Vegas too. We live on opposite sides of town. He lives in Green Valley, and I live in Summerlin. So 45 minutes away.
Okay.
Vegas is in the middle of us, the strip.
Did you know that he was dealing with any issues, health issues, or was this completely out of the blue?
No, he's never one to complain, man. That guy's been through so much. Everybody's sort of staph infection, a holes going through his body. I mean, that guy has been through so much, but he would never tell anyone. I have no idea. I think it was I think it was a shock. I don't know how this happened, to be honest.
So when
I don't think anybody.
Well, when I reached out to you about having you on the show, I mean, I knew about the Hammer House connection, but you actually, you told me via text message that this went far beyond Hammer House. Like this was a man that you. Do you want to take a break, Phil?
No. I remember watching an NCAAs when I was in high school. He was the best NCAA wrestler ever. He took second his freshman year, went on to win 2 NCAA titles after that. One more won a title, but with a broken jaw and his jaw wide shut. You know, he was always a super stud, super athlete. You know, had the best body. You know, super ups, and you know, always someone I tried to emulate. You know, in high school wrestling, I wanted to be like, you know, Kevin Randleman. You know, shoot double legs. I mean, I copied his style, inside out trip. You know, all the techniques he used, I used. And then I remember, like, the first time I met him, I heard the UFC was in town. It was before UFC 30. I'm not sure what number it was, but the UFC was in town, and I drove to it was different back then. You could find the fighters. You know, it's a lot different than it is now. It was a lot smaller. And it was in Atlantic City, and I remember driving from Long Island to Atlantic City with my workout gear. And I found out where all the fighters were training, like the warm-up room, like the first couple of days before the fight. And I camped out there. And I remember when him and Coleman first walked down to the workout room. You know, we're kind of like we would have open workouts now, but it wasn't open.
Right.
And I remember, man, I asked him, can I train with you and wrestle with you? And I remember that he was cool as hell. And Coleman was like, I remember Coleman was like, don't hurt him, don't you know? You know, I'm like, I can't hurt him. You know what I mean? And I remember he was just drilling on me double legs, single legs. That's the first time I met him. I went down to to Atlantic City and found the hotel that they were at, and I got to wrestle him. You know, he was always my the guy I looked up to. You know, as a kid.
And Phil, if you feel at any point you don't want to keep going, I totally understand. So I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but I really appreciate the stories. I'm wondering.
I got so many stories. That guy's the best. But he you know, man, I remember, like, you know, I wrestled with him and I was like, hell yeah, man. I just wrestled the guy I always wanted to wrestle. You know, I think I was wrestling for Hofstra. I don't know if I was out of college or I was wrestling actually for Hofstra, you know, and he was in the UFC. So I kind of emulated the guy, you know. When I was in Hofstra wrestling, I used to do big jumps, you know, not quite as high as you jump, but pretty high, you know. And
you were just a kid, like you weren't the New York Badass. So he let some kid that he didn't know, he never knew, just come train with him.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, that's how it was. It was just Coleman and him there.
Wow.
And they were hanging out, man. And
were you freaking out? Like how this is like getting to?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I pulled it off. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was freaking out. You know, it was awesome. I was getting to train my idol. You know what I mean? And I remember I tried to, like, he used to do an inside-out trip, which is kind of a slick move. I tried an inside trip up, and he like, you know, threw me off. And like, oh no, I know that move. You know, it was awesome.
At that point, did you want to be an MMA fighter? Or was that what changed?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, so...
Of course. You know, I was watching it, you know, when I was in college. You know, I remember watching... It's crazy when I think about it. I remember watching Shamrock, Frank Shamrock beat Tito Ortiz and say he's going to retire. And I remember thinking in my head, oh, I could beat that guy. I'm going to fight that guy some day. And that ended up happening.
Yeah.
I remember the Hammer House being on a team, and I always wanted to be on that team. It's pretty weird the way my career and life took off. So all the guys I always emulated and wanted to be most like, I've somehow interacted with and you know, have relationships with. So it's, you know, it's pretty amazing when I think about it. I never really thought about it until now, actually.
Did you tell them that day, I want to be an MMA fighter? I want to be...
No, yeah, of course. Yeah.
What did they say to you? Do you remember what they said? Like, did they give you advice that stuck with you? Do you recall the conversation?
They were super cool with me. They were like, yeah, man. They told me I was tough and I was strong and I was lifting weights too, you know.
Yeah.
I was like a little version of those guys, you know. I mean, I always want to be an MMA fighter. When I was in Central Michigan college wrestling, I used to drive an hour up to Dan Severn. He lived in Michigan. Not sure where he lived, but he was an hour away. When I was supposed to be wrestling and stuff, I'd go up there and train with Dan Severn a little bit. So I always wanted to be a fighter. So I knew a little bit, but when I went to that room, you know, and worked out with those guys. I mean, I sat there all day, every day, I guess 4 or 5 days that they were there. I remember seeing Randy Couture come down and I talked to him, wrestle him a little bit. I remember seeing Pedro Hizzo. I remember seeing all the old guys, all the legendary guys, that I grew up watching.
So how long after do you actually become a part of Team Hammerhouse? How did that happen?
What happened with that was Coleman, Randleman moved to Vegas and he was training at, I think, Mark Lehman. I know Mark Lehman's gym. He was training at Mark Lehman's, and that's where the Hammerhouse was learning some ground fighting, some jiu-jitsu, and Lehman actually cornered him for a fight in Japan, but Coleman was there, and Coleman came in, and I guess he had a great result. He won the fight, so Coleman came out here to train. And Coleman was staying at the Kevin was with Elizabeth, his wife, and Coleman was staying at the Palace Station. And I remember after practice one day, I said, "Hey, Coleman, you needed a ride?" So I drove him to the Palace Station. So what time are we going to training tomorrow? So I just kind of looked up to him, and you hear me? I can't see you guys.
So your Skype.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I looked up to those guys, and I just said, "Coleman, hey, you need a ride to the hotel?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "What time are we going to train tomorrow?" He told me, so I just went and picked him up. So I was basically, Coleman's big fan, and I was his chauffeur for his training camp. And Kev would come down once in a while and work out, and I would train with those guys. And I was probably one of the better wrestlers, not the best wrestler in Vegas at the time. And I asked Coleman if he wanted to corner me when I was getting ready to fight Pete Sell. Ended up getting choked out. He saw how hurt I was, and he basically got me in Pride. And when I got to Pride, I was just a member of the Hammerhouse. They took me under their wing after I lost in the UFC when I was released.
Was that the best? I mean, you've had some highs, incredible high. I mean, but just being around those two guys who were kind of like in a weird way. I didn't even know that about the story at the, in the back with the open workouts. But to be a part of that team, if you will, in Japan, like you kind of were the American bad guys coming over. You're together. Everyone's coming in. Was that the best time for you?
Yeah. When I look back, for sure, it was Hammerhouse versus the world. It was us versus the world. It was three wrestlers, you know what I mean? And, we were taking on the bad guys, Vanderlei Silva, Shogun, Ninja, all those guys. We were taking them on. Those are the bad guys. Those are the wild men from the Curitiba jungles, remember?
Yes.
I remember what's his name used to put him over? Quadros used to put him over. The wild men
right.
from the jungles of Curitiba, And I was a kid. I believed that shit. I was scared shit.
Well, what did you think they were going to do?
Who knows, man? Who knows? I thought, well, we ended up fighting him, huh? I ended up fighting Vanderlei in the Shogun fight when Coleman fought Shogun. But I don't know. I didn't know what they were going to do. I really believed the press. I thought they were going to kill us.
Yeah, the brawl, right?
Yeah, we had the brawl in the ring. Yeah, Kev wasn't there for that one, but
right.
If he was, we won anyway. If he was, it would have been mayhem. But Kev was, the best. He was. I never told him. What if I could just say one thing, to him is that like he was my idol growing up. He was the best wrestler in college with the best body. He was super muscular like he always was, and he was hitting crazy double legs, and he always gave the best interview. I mean, if you see the interview with his son when he had a broken jaw, and I think it was on CBS, all these interviews, he was cutting the best promos as a college wrestler. And then I remember when I was a college wrestler, I was watching him fight in the UFC and then Pride, and in the UFC back then, and he wasn't fighting Pride yet, but he was in the UFC, and I always followed him, and I always wanted to, be like the guy. He was the one fighter that made the biggest impression on me. He talked so good, he looked so good, he was good looking, he was so good with the fans. I mean, he made everyone he met, after meeting that guy, you could not be a fan of him. You know, you couldn't be a fan of him. He was just a great guy to know and be around.
And, you know, the amazing moments. I mentioned, too, the Crow Cop. And, by the way, we don't see you anymore. I don't know if you still see me.
No, I don't see it. I don't know what to do. I suck at this.
It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. But the moments were fantastic. The two that come to mind for me, the Crow Cop finish and Morrow's call, the Fedor slam was amazing. What about for you? What about for Phil Baroni? What's your favorite Kevin Randleman moment?
Oh, the Crow Cop fight. Nobody thought he was going to win that fight. And Coleman is a much better storyteller than me. But the story, you know, he's a much better story. The story of that fight was, and Coleman, I think he forgets I was there because he tells me every time we talk, you know, about this moment was we're in the back. And in Japan, you know, you have to, it's a lot different than it is here. I mean, you'll be fighting 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. They bring you in a bus to the arena at maybe, you know, 10:30 in the morning, 11 in the morning. So you're stuck there all day. You're stuck there in a little room, and you see all the other fighters around. It's like a big room separated by curtains. It sucks. It's way different than, you know, the UFC. And every time you fight, they bring in, they have like maybe, say there's 3 guys there, they'll have like 6 bento boxes for like lunch and dinner. And I remember Kevin Randleman and Coleman and Elizabeth would walk into the room, and Kev was, you know, like I was, always stressed out before a fight. And he's like, I remember he's like, ah, you know how he acts, ah, these bento boxes, they don't get it. What the fuck? I need some food. I need some food. I ain't eating this shit. What is this? Every time we come, they give us 6 bento boxes, and we leave. There's 6 bento boxes. So he's going crazy. You know, he's down, oh, you know, and all the Japanese are running in. Oh, Mr. Kevin, what's the matter? What's the matter? You know, calm down, please. Like, I'm going out, and I'm getting some food. And I remember, no, Mr. Kevin, you can't go. No, please. Like, you know, he was ready to walk out. And Elizabeth was there. And Elizabeth goes, Kevin, calm down. Everybody calm down. You know, it was a melee. You can't imagine in Japan. Anyway.
Oh, did we lose Phil? I was loving that story. Okay, we'll call him right back. And I really appreciate Phil Baroni for coming on. Obviously, as you can tell, it's still all very fresh. And Randleman, I didn't know about the story of Mark Coleman and Randleman just taking some kid. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine if, you know, Cain Velasquez is preparing for a fight and some kid goes like, hey, can I train with you guys? And they would just, that was the Wild West back then. Phil, are you back?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Where did I leave off?
Well, you were talking. You said his wife was saying, "Okay, we're gonna go." You know, trying to.
You know, Kevin's like, "I'm getting out of
here.
And I'm getting some fucking food." and Elizabeth was like, "Calm down, Kevin." And she ended up going, going out. You know, in Tokyo, I think we were at the Satayama Super Arena. There's not really around there. She ended up coming back with some fried chicken. Like Kentucky Fried Chicken, they have that there. I remember just seeing Kevin with a drumstick eating like, don't they get it? This is what I need, some food. So I remember that, like Elizabeth saved the day. That's like one of my, you know, memories, one of my craziest stories. And I just remember everybody acting crazy, and then her going out and getting the food. And I just remember how happy he was just to tear open the box. You know, it comes in like a paper box, just tearing it open, just grabbed out a chicken leg, just started eating it. It was awesome.
Have you talked to Mark since the news came?
Yeah.
How is he doing?
Oh, he's as bad as me. You know,
Uh-huh.
you know, the shock, and I know he said Dana White called him. I think he told you, man. It's you know, it's horrible, man. The shock. I mean, as close as I was, and as much as I emulated him, look, that was Kevin's college wrestling coach.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he tells me the story like he remembers like after he had his first fight, Coleman did. He remembers calling Kev up and he's like, "All right, Kev, I got something for us, man. You're not gonna believe this, but this is what we're gonna do. We got 30 days. Come down here to Ohio. We're gonna train and we're gonna go to Brazil." And he went down to Brazil with no real MMA training, just a wrestler that could throw bombs, and ended up winning a 3-man tournament that night down in Brazil with basically, you know, not much training, just wrestling and street fighting techniques.
Amazing. What a different time it was back then. And you kind of you were left to reflect on that and how, like I called it the Wild West, but it's amazing how the way the sport was, how it was so small, opened the door for someone like you to be able to train with idols of yours. I don't think that can actually happen today because of where the sport is at, but that's a beautiful thing. I know he had four kids, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned his wife who has been with him for so long. Have you talked to her? You know,
a little bit. A little bit. Mostly through text.
Okay.
But you know, it's got to be. You know, they were so close. You know, they didn't want to see like a match made in heaven. It was definitely those two.
Right. Well, Phil, again.
That's the saddest thing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was like that's the hardest thing. And their little son saying, you know, he's a baby. You know, he's like 4 foot tall right now. How old is he? 3 years old. You know, he's gonna be a monster, just like his dad.
You know, the crazy thing about a tragedy like this happens, you see the outpouring. I don't know if you saw it if you were on social media much, but it was like amazing how every range of active MMA fighter, from the older ones to the newer ones to ones that you wouldn't even think had any sort of connection or affinity for everyone came out with their own story, their own tribute, their own mention. Horrible, but you never want to see it. It was just nice to see the respect that he was given from all corners.
I sat home all day and I couldn't go out. And I just watched social media all day and Facebook and everything else. Yeah, I mean, everybody reached out, you know, to the guy. Yeah. I mean, they throw the term legend around loosely these days, but that guy was a legend. I mean, him, Coleman, Shamrock, Gracie, those guys are the real legends, you know.
Legend.
Those are the real legends of the sport.
And you can. Sorry, go ahead.
He has a GoFundMe too.
Right.
Now.
And I will plug that for his family, right?
Yes, for his son and stuff.
Yes, actually, Boss Rutan tweeted it recently, earlier today. It's GoFundMe.com/324NM as in Mary JSC. But if you just type in his name, it will come up. Kevin Randleman Memorial Fund. If you just go to the GoFundMe website, that will come up right away if you just type in Kevin Randleman Memorial Fund. Phil, you know,
the thing is that's sad too. Like what a legend like that, you know, if he was around now, you know, how much money would he have made?
Sure.
You know? He wouldn't even need this. And I remember talking to you a long time ago, and we were talking about you needed that one guy, did that one interview, like, you know, kind of like a Holocaust of Muhammad Ali type guy. Well, Kev would have been that guy. If Kev was coming up now, you know, Conor McGregor's great, but Kev was the best. He cut the best promos ever. He was really good. That would have been the guy. That's one thing I thought about when he actually been on the show. Like we talked about who would be that guy for you.
Yeah.
Made those great interviews. It would have been Kevin for sure.
Yeah, I only had a chance to interview him twice. I played one of them before his Strikeforce fight and then after the Strikeforce fight. Michael Chandler actually reminded me that last year at the MMA Awards, Chandler and Randleman were the ones who gave out the Journalist of the Year award, and I went back to look at the clip, and I remember him just being so nice and gave me a big hug, and so I totally forgot about that, but happy that I was able to have those couple moments with him. I really appreciate you coming on Phil, did you want to say something? Sorry, go ahead.
No, he's a super nice guy. I mean, if you meet the guy once, and the next time you see him, he's like your best friend. And
Yeah.
It's almost to a fault because, like, when we make plans and one of us would probably me, I wouldn't go, whatever. You don't feel bad. The next time you see him, it's going to be like you saw each other yesterday. It's not like there's no awkward feeling or there's no, like, I haven't seen the guy in a while. What's going to be like? It's just like you were just with him yesterday, or you know what I mean? He always made you feel comfortable. He always made the fans and everybody just feel, which is just good.
And I was going to add, you called him a legend. I agree with that. But the word pioneer isn't used that often. Definitely applies to Kevin Randleman, a true pioneer of the sport. Without guys like him, we are not sitting here talking about mixed martial arts. So, again, Phil, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hang in there, my man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I appreciate you coming on and celebrating his life, talking a little bit about him. I know we could talk for 2 hours, more, 3, 4, 5 hours about what he has done for this sport. But it was an honor to have you on talking. And finally, before I go, what's the latest with you, Phil? Where are we at? What are you up to these days?
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows, man?
Okay.
I don't want to talk about me now. All right, man.
Thanks
for having me on, man. I appreciate it. I hope I gave a couple good stories about
Tremendous. Thank you. It was an honor. Thank you, Phil.
Thanks.
Hang in there.
Thank you.
All right, there he is, the New York badass, Phil Baroni. Sharing some memories, as I said, and I appreciate him coming on. It's still very fresh. I hope that he is celebrated, continues to be celebrated. Who knows? Put him in that Hall of Fame. I know the UFC Hall of Fame is a controversial, polarizing one, but Kevin Randleman, a former champ, and a man who inspired many and had some amazing moments, certainly deserves to be in that Hall of Fame. Again, our hearts go out to his family. And if you want to contribute to that GoFundMe account, I actually just retweeted it from Boss Ruden's account, so you can check it out there. All right, we shall move along and bring in our next guest. Last week on the program, Chad Mendez dropped a little nugget that I wanted to investigate a little further. He mentioned that Chris Holdsworth, of course, Ultimate Fighter winner, was now transitioning into coaching and doing a fine job at that. So I wanted to have Chris on the program to talk about that transition and more. He joins us on the phone right now. Chris, how are you?
Good. How about yourself, Ariel?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for joining us. Like I said, Chad was on the program last week, and he was talking about the state of, Team Alpha Male and the coaching staff, and he mentioned you. So clear it up for us. Where do you stand as far as the coaching position is concerned for Alpha Male? What is your position there?
Right now, I'm a assistant coach. We have Justin Buckles, who runs the majority of the pro classes, and then you have myself and Danny Castillo, who have stepped up a lot and are kind of helping out with that. I'm running the fighter jiu-jitsu classes, so we have 3 classes a week that the pro guys and along with some of the gym members and stuff do that class as well. So I'm in charge of that, and then breaking down people's fights that are coming up, and focusing more on the jiu-jitsu area for the guys at the gym.
So was this something that you wanted to do? Chris Holdsworth said, I want to transition into being a coach. Did Uriah or someone else on the team say that you would be good at this? How did you end up in this role?
Yeah, it's something that I've been teaching and coaching since I was a blue and purple belt. It's something I've always had a passion for. But as fighting careers get in the way with coaching, and that was my main focus for a while, was just fighting, and it's kind of hard to coach and fight at the same time. So I never took up any of those opportunities. But since I've been out of the cage for 2 years now. I had this opportunity, and I had to make the best decision possible, and I couldn't turn that down.
Did you feel like you needed to step up because of this transitional period with Bang leaving and then Campman leaving? And I know you're doing something a little different than their fortes, but it seemed like for a minute, it seems like Alpha Male is settling into this coaching staff, and it's actually kind of interesting. Buckles, you mentioned, Castillo, the fighters, the young blood are actually kind of coming up and giving back to the rest of the team. Did you feel like you needed to do that after all the drama and the transition from the coaches of the past to now?
I didn't really feel like I needed to. I felt like I had something to offer the team, and I'm all about giving back and sharing my experiences, through what I've been through and just from what I've seen, along my journey, and I feel like this coaching staff we have now, there's not too many people out there that have the experience as far as fighting and in the cage and also coaching. So, the squad we have now, Danny, Justin, myself, and along with Fabio Prado we still have Lance Palmer helping out, and, Master Tong, of course, and Joey Rodriguez, our boxing coach. So we got tons of coaches and tons of resources, and this next generation of guys that are coming up in the team they're going to make waves.
So is this the team here? Are we not looking for any other coaches? We're not, going outside the box.
No. Right now, this is it, man. We're, this is it. So, right now we got Justin, myself, Danny, and then Fabio, Master Tong, Joey. We all stepped up, took a part in the leadership part of things, and I think everything's running smoothly now.
December was a bit of a strange month for the team, I thought, because you had Page's loss and then Chad's loss. Uriah bounced back, but then the following week Lance lost. Was there ever like a moment where you guys got together and said, all right, we need to put something in place here. We need to, get a little more secure. Did you guys react to that 2-week stretch? Is this the result of that?
No, I think the result of it was just, the previous months leading to that. We never really found that, we had Martin come, and Martin did a great job. Some people didn't like certain things, with what was going on, but, everyone has, different outlooks on things. I don't think Martin was necessarily the right fit for the team. So then we brought in another guy, and, he was here for, a couple months maybe, and, did some things, and a lot of the guys didn't agree with, his coaching style. And these are all great guys, and these are all, great coaches, but, for the team, to invest and to believe in, a system, you kind of have to believe in the coaches as well. And it just wasn't happening for a lot of the guys. So that's why I think, you're kind of talking about that, and then with all those losses and stuff, and just kind of sparked the fire, like, oh man, we need to step up a little bit more. We need to make things happen. And why not take advantage of the resources we already have on the team? Why go outside and look for all these coaches when we have it right here? You know what I mean? We have the best coaches in the world right here. Like, it's so kind of came into terms with that. Had a couple team meetings and made it happen.
So now obviously this is the thing that has been talked about when people talk about you is you're still an active UFC fighter. You're undefeated. You're 6-0. You're former Ultimate Fighter winner, 2-0 in the UFC. But yet, as you mentioned, you haven't fought in almost 2 years. It will be 2 years in May. Your last fight, May of 2014. It has been reported. You've done interviews about the head trauma that you took in training, concussion. Where are you at with that? How do you feel? Are you still going to keep fighting? Do you want to keep fighting? Where are we at?
Yeah, I definitely, I definitely still have the passion, to have some more fights and, to do the best and become a champion. But right now at this point in time in my life, I have to, put the brakes on it a little bit. And, we all have setbacks. And we just got to learn and grow from them. And, I'm still taking some time, and focusing on my recovery. There's no rush to just jump back in there. And believe me, I can still hop in there and hang with the best in the world. I'm still training every day. I still have the fire lit, but I have to be honest and, be smart overall, number one, about my future. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm just being smart about my future, and there's no rush for me to get back in there. And I'm still enjoying what I'm doing. I'm still involved with the team. I'm still involved with, all the fighters. And that's pretty much what's going on.
Do you have any idea? Was it just one concussion that you suffered, or did you suffer a bunch that you didn't treat properly? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I've had a couple. And, a big thing I think with head trauma is just the lack of education.
Yeah.
People are not educated on the subject, and that it can happen. And, when it does happen, it's pretty serious. So, I've had some concussions and didn't know they were concussions and kind of just brushed them off and kept training, and that probably wasn't the best thing. And then, the last one I had 2 months before the Chico fight.
Wow.
And, I had symptoms, leading all up to that fight and kind of pushed through them and still took the fight. And that kind of just made things worse, taking some more trauma after you've already, you're not healed. Your brain's not healed yet, and you're still taking trauma. So that's kind of what happened, man. And I saw some doctors after the Chico fight, and just had to pull back, man, and just kind of be smart about things. And that's why I've taken all this time off. But yeah, concussions happened in training, and kind of fought through them and kept training through them, and probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, but now I kind of look back on things and just hope I can educate the team and just educate fellow fighters and people that, how to train and smarter and not harder.
Would you be okay? I mean, if you just feel like, I'm loving the coaching thing, everything's going well, would you be okay if you never fought again?
Yeah, I've kind of had to accept that, Ariel. Like, I had to accept that in my that was a big thing for me. I went through this whole depression and thing, and I couldn't accept the fact. Like, I just couldn't understand why this was happening to me. And just like everyone constantly asking you, like, when you fight next, when you fight. It's been a real sensitive subject, and yeah, I had to accept that fact. I was like, man, what if I can't fight again, or what if I choose not to? And that was something I had to accept. And after I accepted that, I felt so much better, and just overall outlook on life and my future. So, I accepted that, and it was hard for me to accept, but there's definitely, I'm not quitting yet, and I'm not closing any doors, because I still got that heart and passion and fire lit.
I don't know how much you read mixed martial arts news, go to the websites, but the UFC continues to invest in the research for head trauma and do their part at least. They actually just had a little media gathering at the Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health in Las Vegas, and they announced that they would be investing some money, $1 million into it. Do you follow up on any of this stuff? Do you want to be included?
I heard about it. Yeah, man, I would love to do anything. Like, I got in contact with Ray Longo. I talked to Ray Longo, and he gave me one of his doctor's numbers, and I'm supposed to be meeting up with them soon and doing some testing and doing some stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of reaching out and on my own and trying to do things necessary to get better. And I just kind of look back at some of these other stories. Like, I heard Robbie Lawler went through some stuff too, and he didn't spar for 5 years because of vertigo or whatever it was, concussion symptoms. And look at him now. He's champ. He had Cruz out for 3 years. No one thought he would come back, and he's champ. And
right.
It's like, it hasn't even been 2 years for me yet, and I know my situation might be a little bit different, whatnot. But I'm a fighter at heart, man. It's gonna be hard for me to quit, but at the end of the day, I just got to be honest with myself, and that's pretty much it.
But it seems like you enjoy coaching. I
do enjoy coaching.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, I'm in there and I love doing what I do. So I'm just very thankful I'm able to do something that's still involved with something I love so much.
Right.
If I wasn't able to do anything, then I would be really sad. But I'm very fortunate and thankful that I'm still in the gym every day. I'm still training with the guys. I just can't train at the level I'm used to. Where I'm taking all that head damage. So I haven't been taking any head damage, just been training smart and keeping active.
And it's okay. You feel okay to even train. I know there's a lot of movement. You're still coaching. You're getting in there. You're getting your hands dirty. You feel healthy enough to be able to coach and still be able to train.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah.
I held mitts for Cody today.
Okay.
And speaking of that, we hear about Lineker just pulling out.
What's going on?
Like, what the heck, man? I heard he got Don J fever or something. I don't know.
Well, maybe it was a good thing that he didn't fight.
Yeah, but it sucks for Cody because he's flying out tomorrow. This is a big fight for him. He needs the money, and it's like hopefully they find.
Is he still flying out? Is the plan still for him to fight?
We don't know, man. Me and Cody are flying out tomorrow morning. That's the plan. So we just found out after practice. We got the news.
What a bummer.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how they go about it. If they still fly the fighter out, they don't have a decisive decision yet. I'm not sure how they go about it.
That was the fight I was most looking forward to on the card.
Yeah, seriously.
God, what a bummer that is. Well, I wish you the best, man. I really appreciate you coming on. And by the way, it's got to feel a little nice that Faber doesn't have to fight Dillashaw right off the bat here. Would that have been a little awkward for you?
No, it wouldn't have been awkward for me. It might have been awkward for them.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
It's they're men. They know what they're doing.
What's your take on all of that?
It's the fight business, man. You know,
Yeah.
It's like you can fight anyone. I mean, you never count anyone out. It's, you can fight your teammates. You can fight your old teammates.
How do you? Cody came out very strong last week. Chad was trying to say, how do you feel about Dillashaw leaving and Benavidez going over there? And is this creating too much drama for the team?
I don't. There's no drama for me. No drama for the team really. Faber and TJ. Whatever happened between them, or whatever decision TJ made, he probably thought it was the best decision for him, and you can't. I guess I'll just have to say you can't knock somebody for doing what they think is best for them.
Right.
So I can see both sides to it, but I can't hate on someone for for doing what they think is best for them. Hey, more power to him. Hopefully he has a successful rest of his career, and whatever happens, it's just I try not to get involved in all that drama.
Fair enough. I think that's a strong take and a positive one, and I appreciate that. Chris, I appreciate you coming on talking about this. I wish you the very best as a coach now as you transition to that, and good luck. I hope Cody gets a fight on Sunday. Again, I was looking forward to just watching him fight, and then on top of that, Lineker, that's one of the best fights they could put on 135. So what a shame.
Yeah,
I hope you guys don't go there for nothing.
Right.
Chris,
cool, man. Thank you so much. Wish you the best, Ariel.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
There he is, Chris Holdsworth, stopping by. Great to hear from him. Great to get an update, and happy to hear that he is at peace with where he's at, and now focusing on coaching, which is very fun to do as well. And by all accounts, he's a tremendous coach, so we wish him the best. Let's stick with the 135-pound theme of the day. We had Funkmaster on earlier on. He announced that he's signing with the UFC, and we had, of course, Chris Holdsworth, who is a bantamweight himself, one of the very best bantamweights in the world, is a man by the name of Marlon Moraes, and he returns to action on Saturday for World Series of Fighting 28. He defends his World Series of Fighting bantamweight title against Joseph Barajas, and he joins us now via the magic of Skype. There he is, Marlon Moraes himself. Marlon, how are you?
Good, thank you to having me on. It's a pleasure to be here and let you guys know how's my preparation, how am I, and everything,
Well, let me ask you this. I know that you were asked about it last week. Aljamain was asked about it. Are you disappointed to hear that he did not sign with World Series of Fighting?
Damn, man. I thought you guys were going to say he was getting signed by the World Series,
I'm sorry.
I like him. I like him as a fighter, He's one of the guys I look up for. And it would be a pleasure, having a guy like that under the roster. So I could be fighting a guy like this and prove where I belong.
Did you tell World Series of Fighting, you got to sign this guy? This is the kind of opponent that I need. I need to get more attention, more respect. Sign Sterling so I could beat him. Did you try to tell them that?
Yes, of course, man. And not just told, but I begged, because I knew this guy is a big name, man. He's a great fighter. He works very well for the promotion, and I think was a smart move from the UFC keeping him, because he can make a lot of noise at this division.
So, all right. So, as I mentioned, you're defending your title again on Saturday. And I think the trouble that you're in here is, to a degree, you're only as good as your opponents, right? Because if you're not fighting top-level guys or big names, you're not going to get attention, and you're not going to get credit for the names. How do you feel about the state of your career in World Series of Fighting? Are you getting frustrated? Is Joseph Barajas someone that gets you excited? Is that someone that you feel will get you the kind of attention that you deserve? How do you feel about it?
Ariel, to be honest with you, I want to fight with the top guys in the world. But when I'm walking Saturday to that cage, in my mind, I'm going to fight the best guy in the world. I know I belong to fight with the best guys. I know I can beat the best guys. But I'm fighting Joseph Barajas. So we worked hard, and I try to improve every aspect of my game. And now I feel unbeatable. I don't think anybody in this division can beat me. And Saturday, I'm going to fight the best fight in the world, that Joseph Barajas, and I'm gonna beat him and prove to everybody that I am the best 135er.
How much do you know about him?
I know he's a good fighter. He have like 13-1 fights. He's a well-rounded fighter. He can fight everywhere. And the only fight he lost, he fought against a tough guy, and he was winning that fight. So he's dangerous. He's gamer. He can fight everywhere. So we are prepared. I'm well prepared, and I'm going Saturday there, and I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna win.
Does Marlon Moraes feel like he gets the respect that he deserves when people talk about the best bantamweights in the world? Dominic Cruz, TJ Dillashaw, Uriah Faber, Aljamain Sterling, Cody Garbrandt, John Lineker. Where's Marlon Moraes? Do you feel like you get that respect?
Man, I gotta tell you the truth.
Please.
I feel like sometimes people don't think I'm that good, because I'm not there. I'm not there with those big names, big stars. But man, I know I can beat these guys, and I'm a guy that watch every fight. I know every fighter, every 135 in the UFC, and I've been watching these guys fighting, and I see, man, I have the game to beat these guys, and I see like guys like TJ Dillashaw. Of course, man, he improved so much his game. He's a very good striker. In my opinion, one of the guys that more improved in the last couple fights. But man, if he can hurt Dominic Cruz with kicks, man, Dominic Cruz is not gonna walk for 1 month if I kick him, man. It's a different level of kicks. I just feel like that, and I can't wait to prove. I love the World Series of Fighting. They've been doing so great for me, but at some point, man, I'm gonna have to move it on. And when I move it on, I'm gonna carry these guys with me. They know I'm very thankful. And I know if I need, Ray Silva is gonna be on my corner, and all those guys gonna be behind me. It's kind of like a tattoo, that I'm gonna have for the rest of my life. I have a very good identification with them. I like these guys so much.
Yeah, there's no doubt that they helped put you on the map. They gave you the platform. You've done incredibly well for them. You are their champion. But it's interesting to hear you say that because, correct me if I'm wrong, you have 2 fights left on your contract, one after this fight on Saturday, right?
Yes.
Does that mean, and I don't want you to bite the hand that feeds you, but does that mean that you're going to look to sign elsewhere after those 2 fights if all goes well?
Yeah, man. I hopefully I can go to deep waters. I want to put myself in deep waters. I'm a guy. My coach always tell me, man, when you fight with these guys that people think they're gonna do good, they're gonna beat you. That's the best Marlon, and I want to take the best Marlon. I want to find the best Marlon, and I know to find that guy, I gotta fight with these guys, with them monsters. I'm gonna become a monster when I fight with those monsters.
So you want to be a free agent? You want to test the market like Aljamain Sterling?
No, I'm not saying I wanna be a free agent. I just wanna fight with the best,
Sure.
And let's see what's gonna happen. And the business, MMA, it's a new business. Everybody doing different things now, and we never know tomorrow. We never know what's gonna happen tomorrow. But I'm definitely looking to fight with the best guys, and this is what I want. And this has always been my dream, and this is why I started in the martial arts.
Did you watch Dillashaw versus Cruz? Did you watch that fight last month?
Yeah, very good fight.
So
man.
so when you're watching that fight, you could say, great fight, but I could beat these guys. I'm just as good, if not better than these guys.
Definitely, man. Definitely, man. Not even me, but all my coaches. Everybody know where I belong. And, man, I have Frankie with me. And Frankie, man, my opinion, is one of the best 45ers in the world. And, man, training with him every day, it's not a joke, And I know I can fight with these guys.
And from what I understand, because some of these things are made public, World Series treats you very well. They pay you very well, right?
Yeah, they pay me very good, man. I'm able to live my dream, man. I'm here in America. My wife's here with me. I just had a baby. I'm really enjoying life.
Parabéns.
And my family in Brazil, my mom, my father, they never have a house. I was able to buy a house for them. They have a house now. So I'm doing something that I never expect. And I never expect from the sport, I started on the sport and I start to compete because I love. But end up going this way, so I'm very happy.
Parabéns on the baby.
Thank you so much.
Obrigado.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm still Brazilian. I live here, but I'm still
Of
Brazilian.
course.
Very
Is
proud Brazilian.
your first baby?
Yes. A
Wow.
boy.
A boy.
Yeah, 16 months now.
Congratulations. So do you want the boy to become a fighter?
I don't know. Very tough life.
Yeah.
But I want him to be fighter as a man, you know.
Sure.
And I think martial arts give you the right directions.
Okay, so like I said, they treat you very well. Do you have to weigh that as well? Because now you have a family. It's all well and good to fight in the UFC, but if World Series pays you more, you kind of have to stick with the one that pays you more, right?
I don't know, my friend.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. My life now, I'm enjoying so much what I'm doing, but I know UFC is a great show, and when I step in that cage, it's gonna be for the right thing, you know. I know where's my value, and I brings to the promotion. I'm a guy that I'm gonna be training all year, and if I know UFC is the biggest promotion in the world, and if guys like you just said, Cody Garman, he got no opponent, so I'm a guy that I will take fights in short notice. I'll take fights in 10 days, you know.
Yeah.
I'm a guy like that. I always look up to Cerrone and see how he does it. Like, man, one day I want to do like this guy, you know, 6 fights 1 year, 7 fights. I'm still 27. I have a lot of things to go, and I just want to let go, you know.
Well, Garbrandt was supposed to fight on Saturday. Wouldn't it be something if you fought on Saturday, a UFC debut, then, excuse me, you defend your title, World Series of Fighting title on Saturday, and then you go make your UFC debut on Sunday?
Yeah. if possible, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
No, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Especially if you were in Brazil and those jungles and those crazy tournaments, I would be able to fight on the day and the next day. But here, the commissions won't allow.
Sure.
You know.
Of course, yeah, it's not smart. That would not be smart for.
1 week.
Right.
If that was next week, maybe.
Your last loss was in 2011. It has been quite some time for you. I don't know how many in a row is this. 1, 2, 3. You know how many in a row?
Victories?
Yeah.
I have 10 victories in a row now.
10 victories. Do you even remember what it feels like to lose? Like, do you even remember that feeling, or has it been so long that you don't even remember?
I'm never gonna forget that feeling, man.
Okay.
It's the worst feeling you can have in life, you know. And I always, when I'm in the locker room, wrapping my hands, getting ready for a fight, I do think about that, you know. I do think, man, how upset I was, and those things make me strong, and I go out there and give a little bit more, you know.
So what's the difference for you? Like, you were on a 2-fight losing streak there. That was your second loss in a row, and then now you go 10 in a row. You've lost 4 times, but you haven't lost in 5 years. What has changed for you? What has made you become this dominant killer?
This MMA game is crazy, man. People jump on MMA. They think just because they are one martial art, maybe jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, boxing, or either one wrestling, that I think is the wrestlers have advantage against the other fighters.
Yeah.
But you jump on the wall and you think you can beat everybody. And when you get there, you see, man, I need so much things I need to know about on the ground. I need to know on the feet. And I knew I was a good striker. I was doing grappling, but I wasn't ready to put everything together. And I moved here to America. I had an opportunity, and I start training. You know, I start learn, but wasn't still working. I was still feeling like I'm missing some. And Edson came here, trained with Frankie for Ben Anderson fight, and I came here, and I think since I started training with Mark, and he was able to put everything together on my game. You know.
Yeah.
Made me believe my wrestling was good. He made me believe my jiu-jitsu, my boxing, my striking. Those things I've been working before, you know, but I think he made me really believe in myself. He believed it. Ricardo believed, Frank. And things are working well, you know. I'm going out there. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. And now I feel like I'm a mixed martial arts. I can fight anywhere, and I can mix it up.
What a great team. Perhaps one of the more underrated teams in MMA. Mark Henry, you spoke of, one of the best striking coaches, the whole team. Ricardo, by the way, have you ever been to his pizza shop?
Yes.
Pino's Pizza?
Yes.
Have you ever had the Ariel Hawani slice? Have you ever had it?
No, I never had that
Well, you
one.
should.
Every time I go there, I pick the most expensive
Oh.
lunch, and he gets mad, and now he hides on the menu. you can't find on a menu. It's the lobster ravioli. Every time I go there, coach, you're not making the lobster ravioli anymore. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm not. And then my friend goes there and he eats the lobster ravioli because we never pay, So he
Oh,
hides
that's why. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand.
Smart.
He is a smart man. All right, so give us the prediction. How do you extend it to 11 in a row on Saturday?
Man, I'm going out there. I'm gonna do well, and I'm ready to go. And I'm gamer, and I'm gonna have my hand raised in the hand.
All right. Remember the name.
I don't think we're gonna go to decision. The fight's gonna finish before the 5th round.
Okay, good to know. Marlon, I wish you the best. I'm looking forward to it. NBCSN this Saturday, World Series of Fighting. It's Marlon Moraes against Joseph Barajas for the World Series of Fighting bantamweight title. One of the very best in the world. May not be the household name because he doesn't fight in the UFC, but he certainly is one of the best and deserves your attention and respect. It's a fun weekend. It's Bellator on Friday, World Series on Saturday, UFC on Sunday, so no excuses. You can watch them all. Marlon, I appreciate the time. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you so much, man. Big fan of yours, and
thank you.
Pleasure to be here Saturday night.
All right, looking forward to it. There he is, Marlon Moraes, joining us. Great to have him on the program. Okay, one more guest to go, and what a fun show this has been. As we said, top of the program, we talked to Aljamain Sterling, who announced that he has re-signed with the UFC. Well, earlier this morning, our old pal Alistair Overeem went to Twitter and officially announced that he too has re-signed with the UFC. Perhaps the biggest free agent of them all. The Reem is back in the UFC. He is going for that title, and he is so kind to join us on the phone right now from Holland to talk about this big news. Alistair, are you there?
Correction, the Reem has never left.
That is right. Well, there was a minute there where we thought maybe you were going to leave, no?
Nope.
Okay.
Ariel, you're wrong. You're wrong as always. Still owe me that iPad. But besides that, no. After the JDS fight, I was a free agent. Well, I'm happy to report I've re-signed with the UFC. The UFC has been very cordial, very gentleman towards me, and I'm very happy. I'm very excited. I feel very appreciated, and I mean, these are all factors. And we reached a deal, and it was already I think there 2 days. I actually forgot to post about my social media.
Oh.
But then I was like, wait, I signed the deal. So I'm actually pretty excited. Let me share it with the world.
And the world appears to be excited as well. So you always wanted to stay in the UFC?
Of course. UFC is a prime fight promotion in the world.
Yep. And did you even talk to anyone else? Did you even entertain any offers, or was it just the UFC for you?
I didn't talk to anybody else.
Wow.
But I can tell you this also, that UFC is where the best fighters at. I consider myself the best fighters. I belong in the UFC. That's just how simple it is.
Was a big factor for you, you won the K1 title, Strikeforce title, Dream title. You wanted that last one. Like, it wouldn't be enough. Like, the career would feel like it was missing something. You wanted that UFC title, and that's one of the main reasons why you wanted to stay. Is that accurate?
Well, I look at everything. I look at appreciation. You need to feel appreciated. You need to feel respected. Of course, finances is a little part of the equation as well. But I do have to agree with you. The big part is that UFC title. I mean, that's the one that's missing. Mm-hmm. I still have a couple of good years left in me. So, logically speaking, that's the one that's missing. You're going to go for the highest that's out there, right? And that, I believe, is the UFC strap.
There were some people, you have a relationship with Scott Coker. They thought he would make a run. You used to fight for him, but you said, no, don't even bother. It's all UFC for you.
For me, it's all UFC. And with all due respect, because, everybody's working hard. Everybody's doing their best. But, like I said, I feel I'm in my spot with the UFC. I think the UFC is the prime organization in the world.
Yes.
They're really elevating the sport of mixed martial arts worldwide. They're doing a great job at that. And not only that, they're also promoting May 8th in Rotterdam, my own country.
Yes.
So I'll be headlining that card. We're basically bringing the UFC to the Netherlands. And these are all developments that, for me, are very very exciting, and I'm very happy to be part of this.
Was that a deciding factor for you as well? Like, wow, they're coming to the Netherlands. I have to be on this card. Or was that part of the deal? Like, once they announced they're coming to the Netherlands, it was because you had already resigned. Did they use that to try to get you to resign?
No. Did they use that? That's negative talking.
No.
The negotiations have been very positive with the UFC.
Okay.
We've come to a very nice understanding and agreement. And for me, again, I have a couple of good years left in me. Do I want to just fight, or do I want to create a legacy? Do I want to be part of it? And I chose for the latter. I want to be part of this, bringing the UFC to my country. And everybody here is excited about that fact. Everybody's excited that I'm in the UFC and then I'm going to battle these other top heavyweights. And of course, that title. That title is missing. I want to get my hands on that title. Somebody else is holding it for me right now.
Mm-hmm. A man you know very well. Okay, so you said you're going to be fighting in Rotterdam. That's great news. Who are you going to be fighting?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. We're still talking about that. I have no idea. I need to touch base on that. But, I will be fighting May 8th in Rotterdam, the Netherlands.
Main event?
I think so.
Okay. Well, you certainly deserve it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, who makes sense to me? You know what makes sense to me, if I may. I mean, it seems like Verdum is going to fight Miocic, right? Were you told that?
Our fantasy matchmaker of the UFC, Ariel Helwani. Yes, go ahead. Continue.
Okay, so it seems like that's going to happen. Ben Rothwell is fighting JDS. We already know this in Croatia. What I would like to see is Alistair Overeem versus Cain Velasquez. What do you make of that?
Cain Velasquez. Is he not injured? I believe I heard something about that.
Well, he had surgery. It's a 4 to 6 week recovery. So he had it, 2 weeks ago. So we're already halfway through. I feel like he would be ready for May 8th. That's in 3 months.
Then he has a camp of 2 months.
Yeah, how do you feel? You don't like that fight? You don't like that idea?
No. Listen, I'm optimistic towards anybody, and that's an attitude I believe that I should have because I'm in the UFC. I'm willing to fight anybody who's out there.
Sure.
Listen, if it's gonna be UFC's choice for Cain Velasquez, I'm all for whoever the UFC puts in front of me. I think I have achieved a level that I can fight anybody. I can beat everybody. I will beat everybody. I think I'm also in the right spot currently at my gym at Jackson's.
Yes.
MMA in Albuquerque. The way we analyze and train for people is, it just works for me. It's like unknown any other gym that I've had the pleasure to work with. So I believe I can beat anybody. So whoever they put in front of me, if it's going to be Cain, if it's going to be anyone else, who else are the options? That's another question, right? Who else is out there which is available, who is not basically booked to fight anybody? So you coming with Cain, I'm going to say bring him on.
All right. It could be. I mean, there's some options. That's the one that I like. I know Travis Brown is out there. You have a history with him, but let's see what happens. They haven't talked to you about anyone, or maybe you're just not telling me.
No, they have not talked to me about anyone.
I thought that maybe because you had an immense amount of power because you were a free agent on a winning streak coming off a huge win over a former champion, JDS. I thought that it would be a package deal. I resign, I get a title shot right away. Did you try for that?
Ariel, why did you try to? I experienced this as negative.
This is not negative.
I don't know what you're doing.
This is well deserved.
I don't know what you're trying to do, but I don't know.
You don't like it? I'm saying
I experienced it as negative.
Okay, well, I apologize. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm saying it's well deserved, and you had a lot of negotiation power.
I know you're not trying to be negative, but what you're doing, I experienced that as I don't know. You're being Salman Hawani is something.
Okay, fair enough. I am sorry for that. That wasn't my intention. I was just saying this is a real thing. You have the leverage. You just knocked out JDS. That's all. I'm giving you a compliment.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
You're in Holland right now.
Yeah, I'm in Holland.
When do you decide?
Having some lonely time here.
So are you on break? Like, how do you decide when you're going to be in Albuquerque? Is it just for your fight camp and then you go back to Holland? Because don't you also live in Miami? How do you split your time?
Well, I actually I'm a little bit everywhere.
Yeah.
I like to travel, but basically, I always train, I always stay in shape. I have my gyms everywhere where I do my work. And, yeah, I'm training right now in Holland, of course, because you got to keep up.
Yeah.
1 second. I need to hang up because there's some cops here.
Uh-oh.
And you're not allowed to phone while you're driving. And I was parked in a really wrong spot.
They caught you?
Oh, are they gonna step out or what? Yeah. Yeah, I gotta hang up. There's cops.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have to word with you.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
Okay, talk to you later. There he is, Alistair Overeem. Well, that was an abrupt ending. Alistair, where did you go? I don't understand why he thought I was being negative there. But at least we got to talk to him. I was actually giving him a lot of credit. He had a ton of leverage. He was on a winning streak. He had won 3 in a row. Not out of the realm of possibility to say, look, we're re-signing. Where am I at in the title picture? Where do I sit? But he is going to be fighting in Rotterdam, so that is exciting, May 8th, and it makes all the sense in the world. You wonder if he's also going to have, or if they're going to have Stefan Struve on that card, another Dutchman. A few of them in the UFC, but none bigger than Alistair Overeem. All right. Should we try to call him back or no? What do you think, New York Rick?
I think we got to, let him sit with the cops there.
But I had more questions.
I think the law supersedes.
Can we call him in
case.
like 10 minutes? I just had like 3 more. We'll call him in 10 minutes.
We'll call him in 10 minutes. I'm not expecting him to answer, but we'll hope for the best.
Did you agree with him? Those weren't negative questions.
No, it wasn't negative.
Okay, because if you said they were, I was going to go there and slap you. All right, let's answer some questions. We don't have a lot of time.
Sir.
There's a lot going on today. Wow, what a show, huh? I don't like the way I need to say my proper goodbyes. I don't like the way that ended.
I'm sorry, Ariel. The cops.
The cops. Why is your head cut off?
What do you mean?
It's. I like to see your full man bun.
Yeah, excuse me. We need to have the full man bun.
Yeah.
Alex, take care of this. Thank you.
How about? I haven't been monitoring it, but it seems like we had a nice stream today, right? A nice flowing stream.
We always have a good stream.
Strong. It was dense. It was yellow.
Healthy.
Yes, a healthy stream. Okay. Well, it was a good show. I actually feel bad. I hope he doesn't get a ticket. I may have to pay for this.
Well, that's the thing. I mean,
and I've been known to live up to my.
You're already
my bet
down 1 for him, so.
Okay, what do we got?
Anderson Silva and Michael Bisping.
Yes.
Pre-fight scrum kerfuffle.
It's a great word.
Yeah, I love the title already. What did you make of the exchange of words between the two of them? Is Bisping trying to build the fight as he usually does, or do you think Silva's failed test has riled him up?
Well, I think it's a bit of both. Michael Bisping is one of the best at promoting his fights. There's no doubt about that, and I think he is a little bit annoyed at Anderson's past, the way he dealt with it, what he's saying now still. I thought it was great. You know what was interesting about that? That was caught. You could see that on our YouTube page. It was very clear that at first Anderson was like, oh, we're friends. And then Bisping kept going. And then Bisping seemed to have struck a chord. And then Anderson was like, oh, I understand that this is your title fight. Like he threw a shot his way. Did you notice that?
I think that the nice thing was an act to start. Like, I don't think he was actually trying to be nice. I don't think he was like, oh, we're friends. I think the we're friends was the opposite of what he was trying to convey, that we're not friends. And we've seen this from him before. So I don't think it was like a shift in him being, friendly toward Bisping and then not friendly. I think his intention was to do that from the start, but then he got a little more specific. Once Bisping started getting into his dirt a little bit.
He tried to hit him below the belt.
Yeah.
Which was fine. Fair game. Bisping was coming at him. Yeah. Literally. Bisping's tweets have been great. I'm looking forward. I don't know if I announced this, but we're going to be at that event. We're going to be covering that event. It's a fight pass, but it's a biggie. This is like his unofficial title fight. So I'm looking forward to going to London. Last time I was there, UFC 120. That was good.
Not according to Anderson.
Well.
This ain't his title fight.
Sure.
Will Brooks. With it being clear that Will Brooks currently isn't happy in Bellator and claiming he's fighting out his contract, do you think there is a chance we will see him fighting for the UFC in 2016?
I actually reached out to Will Brooks on Friday. just to get clarification on his contract situation. It is an interesting time. I thought Michael Chandler's words were very strong last week, and since then, Michael Chandler, by the way, has re-signed with Bellator. The latest that I'm hearing is that he is going to, they're targeting him versus Josh Thompson in May. So it's not Will Brooks. From what I was told, he has 2 fights left on his contract, or there's like a time period they have to book him within X amount of months. So we'll see what gets done. I expect him to fight at least one more time, and they can get it done. Maybe the time period will come. That's kind of how Bellator's contracts are a little different. That was the case for Michael Chandler's contract as well. So, he's the champ, and we'll see if they want to keep him. I think they should keep him. I don't like this practice of letting your champions go. I think it was a mistake to let Ben Askren go. That was a different era. That was the Bjorn Rebney era. But I still think, as big of a pain as in the ass as they may be, champions need to stay, because if they leave for whatever reason, if you even release them, it devalues the title, in my opinion. Because now it's like, what are we doing? You're choosing entertainment, relationships over the champ. In my opinion, has to stay. Now, I don't like champions clauses forcing them to stay, but I do think as long as someone's the champion, you should not release them.
Our buddy Tomas or Thomas Bost on Twitter is saying Alistair will probably get a fine. Phoning behind the wheel is roughly 255 US or 230 euros.
But
so
he said
Ariel,
he was parked.
You're getting in deep with Alistair.
Jesus.
All right.
Just what I need, right? He was already getting mad at me, and now I'm going to get in trouble for this.
Kimbo and Dada 5000 and the security issues. Just how much of the security issues we've heard mentioned from the promotion, and how much of it is genuine concern? Is there a fine line for Bellator to balance promotional-wise that may in fact encourage security problems? Thoughts on this?
Well, I don't know if this is the line, but I think it's a real thing. I mean, why would look? Coker is a promoter. He's a showman in his own right. Sure, he may be making this into a big deal, but I have no doubt. I mean, you heard Kimbo on this show.
Yeah,
there is no love lost there, and Kimbo, a showman in his own right as well. I got the sense he was being very genuine. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do the old Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson routine, where they have the line in the middle of guys, of security guards. That was amazing. Do you remember that?
I do.
They had the 2 fighters, Tyson Lewis, in the ring in Memphis, and then they had a line of security. It was incredible. So if they do something like that, that is a spectacle. That's a nice vision. It's makes it into, whoa, I can't wait till they get their hands on each other. But I suspect everything. You have to remember, if they get into a fight beforehand, that risks the actual payday. They seem smart enough as businessmen to understand not to ruin that. So I think we'll be okay.
Venator, Barnott versus Mayhem. Is this a mistake by Mayhem in coming back to fighting? We all know the issues he has had, but he's facing a legit guy here. What are your thoughts on Mayhem's return?
Well, to me, there's a lot to unpack there with Mayhem. It's unfortunate what's happened, and I really truly wish him the best. One of my favorite people in MMA back in the day. Obviously, it's hard to watch, and that's just putting it mildly. I'm hoping that this Venator deal can help him see the light, get back on track, give him something to shoot for, as we've talked about with some other fighters who sort of lost their way. The unfortunate thing is that Mayhem Miller is the perfect Scott Coker Bellator fighter. If Mayhem was just, regular Mayhem, he would be in Bellator, no ifs, ands, or buts. You know this. His background with MTV, his stardom, his star. Mayhem is perfect. And so you just wish he can get it together and just, it's fine to be eccentric, but just be sort of the old Mayhem and not, get in trouble as much as he has been as of late. So maybe Venator could be that outlet. Last week was not a good week right after the announcement. And so that was disheartening. And then how about Venator's, I believe, president coming out with that quote-unquote press release where he rips on the press for the way they've handled and covered Mayhem, completely ignoring his past. And also, you're sending out a press release to the press to rip on the press. I mean, it got attention, so I guess it worked out. But that was, as someone who works in PR, I mean, I guess it made sense because it got attention, but that's not the stance that you should take, right? I mean, you feel like an enabler then.
I don't think anybody's tuning in additionally for that. It got attention, but I don't know if anybody's going, well, that poorly written press release where, he's calling out the media is going to make me tune in. That's not necessarily the end goal. So yeah, it got attention, but not good. Not a good situation with that press
I
release.
hope as he begins to prepare, if this fight actually happens, well, I hope that he's able to get on track and figure things out and get the right people around him that are going to help him get back to the old Jason Miller that we all love.
Should the UFC be having more creative fun with the cowboy versus cowboy promotion? There's a picture of two cowboys dueling here.
Yes.
With pistols. High noon, Battle of the Hats. What do you think about that? Have we seen enough cowboy versus cowboy?
I mean, there hasn't been enough time to promote the fight. It just happened. I mean, they booked it, I think it was February 4th. And here we are. I mean, it's just been 11 days, and they've had all this stuff going on with that fight night show, and they had a break. There's Bisping coming up against Anderson. There's 196. It's probably not at the top of their priorities. It's still it's an FS1 on Sunday, and I expect it to get a good rating because those Sunday cards do well for Fox Sports 1. It does kind of feel like they booked this fight. This is just me completely hypothesizing, but because his nickname is Cowboy, right?
Sure.
Alex Oliveira. And I guess I'm okay with that. Short notice fight. Credit to Donald Cerrone for taking this fight. The guy just fought for the belt, and now he's fighting at 170 against a relatively unknown fighter for the battle. Can we officially throw out the stipulation, though, that this is for the Cowboy moniker?
Of course not.
That? Why not? The winner gets to stay Cowboy. This is old school Memphis wrestling.
No, because there's one still left out, and it's the Dagestan Cowboy.
I feel like he's dropped that.
Nope.
Okay. Well, okay, so...
You can't take that title away from him.
Okay, how about this? The loser just has to drop it, and then we move on to the next Cowboy fight.
I'm in for that.
You can't call yourself Cowboy. Could you imagine if Cerrone actually agreed to this and dropped, and he was just Donald Cerrone and had to walk around without the cowboy hat? That would be jarring, to say the least.
At the end of this, there will only
be one cowboy.
There will only be one cowboy, and it will be the Dagestan Cowboy.
I know they can't do it because of the Reebok deal, but imagine if they come out in the Spurs and the chaps and all that.
Reebok can get on that quick if they
branded
hustle.
It would be fun if they played into this. That's all I'll say.
This is interesting. Speaking of Reebok and Cerrone,
yes.
What is your opinion on the resolution of the Cerrone flag fiasco? He recently took responsibility and apologized because he had no other recourse. Then there's a bit of commentary here.
Yeah.
Sure wish that the fighters have more power over their own careers.
Well, again,
what do you think about the situation with the flag?
It is important to note that the UFC is the one enforcing this rule. I mean, Reebok is a part of this story because they're the ones who signed the deal. But people have this idea that it's Reebok reps standing there and saying like, "Hey, you can't do that." It's the UFC has a team that does this, so that's first and foremost. I do understand that they reached out to him after he was on the show and talked about it, so that is great news. That they at least tried to reach out, and he is turning the negative into a positive, because he came out with that shirt. Ranger Up made that shirt that he tweeted. I retweeted it last week. It's more than a cloth. I think that's what it says, and the proceeds are all going to veterans. So I mean, Cerrone is a class act, and I wish that he could. We've said this countless times. I wish there was more uniqueness to the uniforms, personalization. Guys get to pick one thing, just one thing that they could put. You still wear the uniform, still wear the kit, you still wear the colors, just one thing that separates them. And you'd have to think for Cerrone that would be the case. So I feel like this is going to evolve. I know they're coming out with new ones that I'm told are way better than the current ones. What has been told to me many times over is that usually apparel companies have 18 months to really put together what they're going to release. And, Reebok says they had 7 months, 8 months, something like that. And so they're now really starting to get into it, from what I understand. We'll see what comes of it. But I wish that the UFC allowed just one little piece of personalization that let the fighters, have something that meant, some little memento, something you could put, I don't know, or even if it's a sponsor, just one that you can get. So I hope it evolves, and it's unfortunate, but I'm glad to see that he, turned the negative into a positive by teaming up with Ranger Up. This is big fun. Okay.
Marlon Moraes?
Yeah.
We just had him on.
Yeah.
Do you see him ever coming to the UFC?
Yeah.
And how does he fare against the top 10?
Well, the problem here is that he gets paid very well. I think his last fight was 70-70. I'm not sure if the UFC is going to offer him 70-70. I mean, we talked about that with Sterling. Bantamweights, and especially one that isn't proven in the UFC, might not get 70-70. So he has to balance pay, competition, pay, spotlight, pay, platform. It sounds to me like he's now leaning towards the latter. Just the competition. He wants to maybe roll the dice, and he thinks he could be champion, and then he'll get the pay. But he's in an interesting spot because he gets paid very well. But I sincerely believe that you're only as good as your opponents. And what I mean by that is you only get the amount of attention that your opponent garners as well, and the respect. If you're fighting guys who just aren't known, it's not going to come. You're almost in these lose-lose situations. Everyone's expecting you to win, and if you lose, it's just like, what the hell? You lost to that guy? So tough spot, but he is getting paid well, and at the end of the day, isn't the whole point of this to just get paid?
I think you touched on the two most memorable ones earlier, but rest in peace, Kevin Randleman. What are your favorite memories of the Monster?
I mean, to me, the Mirko Cro Cop, Kevin Randleman has knocked out Mirko Cro Cop, the Mauro Ranallo call of that finish and the upset. The slam was incredible, but to me, that finish, I remember I used to listen to Mauro's radio show when he was on the Fight Network Radio, with the great John Pollock, and that was part of the Opens. And it was 5 days a week, that show. It was a great show, fantastic show. It was an hour, but amazing interviews that just had high energy like Mauro always brings to the table, and that was a part of the Open. So every day I would listen to that. I remember even listening to that show when I was not working in MMA in an office. That call was there. It was just, that was the best of Mauro and obviously the best of Kevin as well. So incredibly sad, a legend, a pioneer, all those words. As Phil said, they get thrown around. 100% they apply to Kevin Randleman. Horrible. You have one.
It's that knockout, obviously. But the Randleplex is truly special. Like
the Fedor?
Yeah, as one moment.
Yes.
It wasn't an entire fight, but as one moment, actually it was almost an entire fight. I mean, Fedor didn't finish him that much after, but that suplex was bonkers. It's one of those things like the Rampage Arona Slam that just you never forget it. It's going to live forever. And it's just a feat of like MMA, of human athleticism.
By the way, check your G-Chat.
Okay.
There are some great clips on YouTube of those guys backstage, the Hammer House guys, Randleman, Coleman, Baroni, some really amazing stuff. I mean, thank God we have YouTube, that if you weren't around back then or you want to relive those memories, amazing stuff. He really was this sort of larger-than-life character. I'm happy we got to play one of those clips prior to the Royce Gracie fight, and that was, sort of the tail end of his career, not the heyday of the UFC or Pride. But wow, he will be missed, and it was really beautiful to see the way the fighters reacted to him, reacted to his passing, and gave him tributes. A lot of them that I did not expect as well. Legends, youngsters, veterans. By the way, I still hear you. I think your mic is open. There he is. Old timers. Yeah, I mean, it was just, MMA sometimes does not band together as much as it should, but it was beautiful to see them come together and pay tribute to a man who went away far too young. I believe 44 years young, had pneumonia, and just horrible, really horrible. So again, thoughts and our well wishes to the family of the late Kevin Randleman. So we are just about out of time, but it's like bothering me that I can't say properly goodbye to Alistair, and he just tweeted that he got off okay. Alistair, are you there?
I'm here, my friend. Law-abiding citizen, right here.
Alistair, I gotta say, the way that conversation ended, you know me, I'm so anxious, I'm so neurotic. It would have killed me inside if we ended it that. I felt it just wasn't right. It didn't. I needed to get you back on, so I appreciate you coming back on. I would not have gone to sleep tonight. It would have killed me. So I'm everything okay?
That would have been a bad omen from your side. Eh? If I were calling with you, and then that would have given me a ticket.
I would have felt.
Look at this.
I know you don't believe me, but I would have wrote you a check for as much as that ticket, and probably then some for the inconvenience.
As like the iPad, right?
Listen, the past is the past, and we can go into the archives. And look, we're on our way. The deal was if you become UFC heavyweight champion, you get that iPad. And we are closer than ever. I feel, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like the only reason why you re-sign with UFC is so that you can see me cash in on that and give you the iPad, because you can't. It doesn't work if you're the Bellator champ or World Series of Fighting or any. It has to be UFC, and that's the main motivation. Am I right?
You know what? I rest my case.
There you go.
I mean, I just stopped. But, okay, so you had another couple more questions? Shoot.
Yes, okay.
And no, I'm not going to tell you how many fights or how much fight purse or, I'm not going to go in that direction. So I'm just letting you know in advance.
No problem. I just want to know a couple more things, and then I'll let you go, okay? Do you have a plan now that it's all out of the way? One fight and you get the title shot. How do you feel it's going to go down? End of 2016, you're going to be champion finally. How do you envision it when you think about it?
End of 2016, I will be champion. That is how I envision it. May 8th, whoever they put in front of me, I'm going to finish that person. And then it's going to be a title shot after that. I don't know when that's going to be. It could be after the summer, could be end of the year. I don't know who's going to have the title. Stipe or Verdum. Both are great fighters. Both are tough as nails. Both are, one is a little bit more a tank. Stipe, Verdum is a little bit more tricky. I feel I can take them both on, take them both out. So whoever is going to be put in front of me now for May, we're going to go through him, and then end of the year it's either Verdum or Stipe.
And I know Lorenzo thinks very highly of you. Did you get involved in the talks at all, or did you leave that to your management?
Why do you keep asking me these questions, man?
Okay. I know.
Can't you just be happy for me?
I am so happy
for you. Can't you just be like, hey, I'm happy?
I am so happy.
Okay.
I gave you a mazel tov. Do you know what mazel tov means on Twitter?
You keep sneaking up all these questions and details in there, damn it.
Okay. What's it like in Albuquerque with BJ Penn? Did you get a chance to hang out with him?
Oh, man, that guy is awesome. He's positive energy. He's funny. He's, I've known him from Japan.
Yes.
And this is 13 years ago. I think we both fought for Inaki Bombier. I think he fought Rashida. That guy's been in so many different weight classes.
Yes.
But, it was just very positive to see him again. He fits in the team and the crew excellently. Positive vibes. And, just a very nice guy. I mean, I didn't know him that well before. Just like, hey, how you going? And that's it. But now I'm spending more time with him. He's actually sitting a couple rooms from me in my hotel.
Oh.
And, we hang out. We play FIFA sometimes.
Oh.
I beat him, of course. And they've invited me to do some yoga stuff, so I'm going to be doing that when I get back there. But he's an awesome dude, and his crew is awesome, too.
Has he played Frisbee with you yet?
He has, but that time I didn't play.
Oh, all right. When do you go back to Albuquerque?
I don't know. Should be within soon.
Okay.
Within ASAP.
You like it there? It's not Holland, it's not Miami, but you feel good there.
I feel great there. I mean, and look at my results. My results have been great, and I'm like I said, I'm 35. Results is what matters.
Yep.
So I feel, the team is great. Albuquerque, there's not much to do, but it's very good to stay focused. And Greg Jackson is together with Mike Wingejom is a great team as coaches.
Okay, two last things for you, and then we'll let you go. And again, thank you so much, and I'm so happy for you. Congratulations on this. I feel like I'm at peace now, knowing that you've signed a nice contract. By the way, in that
and I didn't get a ticket.
You didn't get a ticket, most important. In that picture that you tweeted of you signing the contract, there's like a little baby on the side. Who's that baby?
Okay, so that's actually a very funny story.
Okay.
So my best friend, who is actually part of my management team, huge part of my management team, he's basically leading the whole thing. He always, when a fan comes up to me and they ask, hey, can I take a picture? He's kind of like always photo bombing that picture, always in the most funny, horrendous ways. And for that picture, he had his it was not himself photobombing, but it was his lovely little baby girl.
Oh,
She's 6 months old, and she is photobombing instead of him.
I like it. It's
yeah,
great.
It's another inside humor joke. I'm actually gonna add that to my Instagram post because I didn't explain that story.
Yes,
but it's funny.
It's just you sitting there, and then there's a baby right next to you that doesn't look like it's your baby, clearly. But I like it. It's nice to know that because everyone was asking, who's that baby? I don't know if you looked at the comments, but a lot of questions about the baby. By the way, is the Reem coming out again? The series? Because I saw Elder in Orlando. When's the next one?
Well, we have some plans with the documentary, but the next one should be within a couple of weeks, actually.
Oh, okay.
Very excited to keep that going, and we have some plans with the documentary.
Okay.
So,
and one final thing. I know you mentioned him on Twitter. Do you have any memory? We had Phil Baroni on earlier to talk about Kevin Randleman, and I know you were part of Pride together. Any memories that stick out? Did you ever talk to him? Did you ever share a moment with him? Yeah,
that was very sad to hear about Kevin. It's very sad, and that's one of the realizations that I'm having a lot lately. Growing up, because you start the sport, you're young, 15, 17, 19, 20, 20. You always have the feeling that everything is in front of you. But recently I realized that we're all mortal. Time is precious. I'm 35. We're probably going to see a lot more people who we care about, who we love, pass. It's very sad, and it's a part of life, and it just makes you remember you got to make the most out of now and pressure the times of today and the loved ones you have today. With me and Kevin, he was a great guy, very positive, very optimistic. You had the feeling if you have an issue or you had a problem or you wanted to talk, you could always reach him. I mean, lately I was not in touch with him a lot, but
Sure.
always during the Pride days, he was very, very positive, just a great guy. Hard worker, had former champion, had great moments in Pride. The knockout against Crow Cup was amazing. Everybody already thought that he would be an easy walkover, and then he came. So it's a shock. It's a shock to see fighters like that pass. Fighters who at one point were invincible, and then all of a sudden you read like, hey, shit, what's that?
Right.
Yeah. It's also going to be a little bit sad because I remember him from the Pride days. I've not been too close to him lately, but for example, there's so much news coming out. In 2 years, it's just going to be another thing of the past. Yeah, so that's how fast that goes. That's a little bit sad, I think.
Absolutely.
I had a little bit the same with the Ultimate Warrior. He was like my big time idol, and all of a sudden they're not there anymore. I always, with some people who always had the thing like, oh, that's the person I wanted to meet and take a picture with, and then it's like, you don't have that possibility anymore. And then before you know it, it's already old news. That's a little bit sad.
And that's why I know it's a very small thing, but I hope he gets the the respect that he deserves forever by being inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame. And if there's ever a real Hall of Fame, which I think it's long overdue, I hope that they put him in there as one of the first, because he is a pioneer, in my opinion, of mixed martial arts. So thank you for sharing those thoughts, Alistair. I really appreciate it. I'll let you go because I know it's late over there. Thank you very much for coming back. Honestly, it would have killed me inside if that's how we said goodbye. But I know you don't believe it. I'm very happy for you, and I really appreciate you coming on to talk about this. This is an honor for us. So again, congratulations on the new deal. I look forward to May 8th, and it is always a pleasure to hear your voice, my friend.
Yes. Thank you very much, and we'll be seeing each other around.
Okay.
You know it.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Ariel.
I'll talk to you soon.
Man. And talk soon.
Congratulations. Alistair Overeem. Great to hear from him. Congrats to him. Congrats to Aljamain Sterling on their new deals back in the UFC. All right, we have run out of time. New York Rick, any final words?
We got a few more questions, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought we were out of time.
No.
Okay. Wow. Times have changed.
No, we got a lot.
Okay.
We'll see how many we can cram in before 5 o'clock.
Okay, let me run through this.
quickly, Fight Pass is clear UFC is making a push in promoting Fight Pass this year with bigger prelims fights, big fights like Silva Bisping, and now the addition of Glory and EBI, which is great. What are your thoughts on the recent advances that Fight Pass has made, and how do you see the product evolving over the next couple of years?
Well, how about Eric Winter? Eric Winter, who we've talked about on this program before. The UFC signed him from Yahoo Sports. This man, and it's not a one-man show. You know that. Our good pal Ant Evans doing great things over there, and there are a lot of unsung heroes. But quickly, Fight Pass has become a real powerhouse here. I mean, now they're going out of the MMA space. Now that's on the table as well. Glory, Eddie Bravo. There's more to come, as I reported. This is exciting. I think this is great. I mean, now we're getting what we thought we were getting from the beginning. It's not just, 6 or so, overseas events that are pretty thin, some prelims. We're getting legit cards here. We're getting a legit combat sports cards, not just mixed martial arts. And I understand that there's going to be a bit of a redesign, if you will. It's all very exciting. So yeah, I think it's great. And someone asked me, what is the Glory Super Fight Series? Someone asked me about that, and I said it's the prelims. And then Ant Evans got all upset at me. He's like, oh, there's gonna be 2 title fights. It's not prelims. But let's just call it what it was. It was the prelims up until this point. It was the undercard. And Glory does a fantastic job of separating the two, giving it a nice name like the Super Fight Series, because then they can go out and shop it to the CBSs of the world, to now UFC Fight Pass. And now, you remember when they were getting all that crap for leaving Spike? Well, now they're on the ESPN platform, and now they're on Fight Pass, and they're going to get that push. Things are looking pretty interesting for Glory, and I think that they're starting to figure things out. Now explain to me this, all right? 2 things.
Yep.
The first one is February 26th, right?
That's
Joe
right.
Schilling on that card. Part of this deal was that the K1 library would be included.
Correct.
K1 now coming out saying they don't have the rights to our library. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, as far as that's concerned, Glory's understanding is that they're very confident that the library stands on its own. They own it. There's no debate.
Okay.
So that's
So they are going to get the K1 library, because that's a big part of this as well.
it's in process. UFC is uploading it as we speak.
And in what is it, next month they're going to be 2 title fights?
That's right. There's going to be 2 title fights on the Super Fight Series. So as you said, I mean, it's not unlike the UFC, in fact, in the sense that, the UFC has fights on FS1 and then they have it on pay-per-view. It's very much a similar model where they'll build a card. And, like we've seen Uriah Faber headlining FS1 portions of UFC cards before they go on pay-per-view and others. Then that's a separate product that the UFC is now going to be carrying live. So Joe Schilling's fighting on February 26th coming up. That'll be the first one. Then in March, there will be 2 title fights on that, as well as a title fight. Rico Verhoeven is going to be fighting on the ESPN portion of that same card.
Yeah, that is big.
As far as Fight Pass's overall properties and just the idea, I don't know if when we started thinking about Fight Pass, we had conceived that they would even go outside of MMA.
It's brilliant. I love it.
But it's the idea that they could be the combat sports hub for all these libraries is pretty impressive. Fight Pass has done some amazing things.
And not only that, I mean, you're getting Bisping Silva on Fight Pass.
Yeah.
This is no commercial for Fight Pass. They don't sponsor us. Bisping Silva on Fight Pass. The Page Rose card was fantastic, and that was all on Fight Pass. And now they're starting to do this thing where they're having, they're actually putting fights that should be or were historically on FS1, like Cruikshank against Paul Felder very recently. They're putting big fights there on the quote unquote Fight Pass prelims. The huge Mike Jackson versus Mickey Gall fight from last week, tremendous.
Stop it. But yes, I mean, and I feel like fans are still not appreciating what they have with Fight Pass yet, but hopefully, this can go a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to go over to Twitter questions. Let's try and hit these rapid fire. Bisping gets the number 1 contender spot if he beats Silva. Yes or no?
Has to be. Yes.
Okay. It wasn't touched on, but what are your thoughts on CM Punk picking you up off your feet last Saturday?
Well, this is so ridiculous.
This has gotten a lot of attention.
Really? Are we really believing this? I mean, look, this reminds me of that interview I did with Dominic Cruz that we played before his title fight. Remember the interview where I was like, "Hey, Dominic, you're walking around. You don't have a torn ACL." Remember that? And he looked at me
And
like,
he gave you the death glare.
"Yes, and I will kill you right here." Well, the guy had a herniated disc, but he can still walk around. He can still do things. I'm rather svelte, so like for him, he could pick me up with one hand. So A, to all those people blaming me for the injury, or B, the people who are saying that he was a moron for picking me up, it had nothing to do with the injury. It didn't make it worse. It didn't cause an injury. It didn't do anything. It's just a non-story. It's, as he called it, a bump in the road. It's the same injury that Kane that Kane had, the same surgery that Kane had, and he maintains that he will fight in 2016. I'm not going to call him a liar, and I think I was pretty taken aback by the reaction to the injury and the surgery last week when we reported it. I mean, the vitriol that went his way was mind-blowing, and a lot of people, including his Twitter handle, so they wanted to send him that. I have a feeling he saw of that, and I actually think that it did the opposite. I think he's pretty motivated now, so we'll see what happens. I also don't think it had anything to do with seeing Mickey Gall in person. The guy's just, he's up there. He's close to 40. He's a pro wrestler, and hopefully maybe, as King Mo very astutely pointed out, and this is a man who knows, being a pro wrestler is no joke. They put their body through hell, and in your late 30s, you're going to be banged up. And it's unfortunate that he couldn't have started this journey earlier. I say more power to him. Hopefully, he could get relatively healthy and fight this year.
There's going to come a time where we're going to stop saying that people are scared as professional cage fighters.
At this point,
hopefully that day is soon, but there will be a day, and I'm waiting for it.
I don't know if that's ever going to happen, because this whole thing is built on like alpha males, this man better than this man, and if someone pulls out for whatever reason, he's scared. John Lineker is scared. I bet that's being said somewhere.
I'm sure John Lineker is terrified.
But
with his dengue
but when you
fever
think
right
about it, it's like that's why people hate the CM Punk thing, because MMA is so alpha male that it's like, how dare this fake pro wrestler guy come into our world?
I feel like he's an alpha male. I think it's a different kind of thing.
No, but that's
for
why
him.
people have this reaction to the news, because it's so like, puff my chest out, I'm the tough guy in the room, and this guy's a fake pro wrestler and he doesn't belong here and all that. And that's why people feel so like they get uncomfortable at the thought of a pro wrestler walking in there and actually fighting in the UFC and maybe having success. It's like this is no, I can't handle this. It's like you didn't see, and I know this is on a completely different level. Please do not say that I'm comparing it. But completely different. Like, if the same happened where Kevin Hart, right? Kevin Hart did a three-point. Listen to me. Kevin Hart did a three-point contest. You didn't see Larry Bird coming up being, how dare he get in on an NBA court and do the three-point contest? It's not the same. I know it's not the same. But they're like the sanctimony stuff is like, oh, how dare you? He didn't take anyone's job. In fact, he added 2 jobs. Mickey Gall would not be in the UFC now. Mike Jackson, of course, is probably gone at this point, but he would not ever. He added 2 jobs. He's not taking anyone's spot. I can assure you Luke Rockhold is pissed that he's not fighting at 199, because that would have bumped the pay-per-view buys up. Let's call it what it is. It's one fight out of 1,000.
I'm firmly in the camp of CM Punk should do whatever he wants. I don't agree with the people who are bashing him. But that analogy was piss poor.
No, that's what I just said. I just said don't compare.
Don't make the analogy.
No.
If we put Kevin Hart in the actual three-point shooting contest, there would be people complaining.
But the point is that these fans, but it's totally different, because in the three-point contest there are 8 slots. Okay, I'm sorry that I brought it up, but you get my point. In NBA, they're comfortable with who they are. In other sports, they're comfortable with who they are. And let's not forget that mixed martial arts, as it is known today, Ultimate Fighting, NHB, was sort of built on this.
Sure.
Right? I mean, Ken Shamrock is fighting Royce Gracie, for God's sakes. That it was kind of built on all that way back then in 1993 and beyond.
I don't think there's much logic in the people that
Muhammad Ali, Antonio Inoki, it was built on that. So yeah, times have changed, I know, but it's not going to change. This is not the fall of the UFC. It's not the rise of the UFC. It's just it's what it is. And I want to repeat what I said on the MMA Beat. The UFC signed CM Punk in December of 2014 at the tail end of maybe their worst year ever, financially and luck-wise. Would they do the same in December of 2015 after their best year ever? Is CM Punk, or was CM Punk, a product of the times? You know what I mean? Bellator's making a little run. They need something. They're getting worried about 2015. Is our luck going to come back? Do they do it? I don't know. It's a question that will never be answered because we can't go back in time. But you have to look at the landscape. You have to look at where the UFC was back in December of 2014. A much different time, a different spot than they're in today.
Hey, Eric, this is definitely not something I can answer, but maybe you can. Can you and Ariel discuss where to watch In the Clinch? This person missed episode 1. Where can they find it to catch up?
I actually tweeted a whole bunch of replay times. I don't know. I think those are gone, but most cable networks, they have a search function, and you could just search for the let me see, I have it right here. The last one was January 28th on my little sheet. I will ask, I will let you know, and I will get the word out there.
It would be on Fox Sports 1 or 2?
It would be on Fox Sports 1 or 2, and you can hopefully search, and they tend to replay, and that's why it's called an evergreen show, so that they can play it whenever, and it's not tied to a certain time frame. We don't talk about anything happening in the moment. And hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll have some new episodes. So you don't have to just look out for that one. But yes, Fox Sports 1 or 2. And I would assume at some point, once it has run its course, they'll put it online. But I don't think that time is now because they want people to watch the show on TV.
The time is not now.
Time is not now.
Our last question from our friend Brandon Gibson.
Oh.
You brought up the NBA.
Yes.
Now let's go there.
Oh.
Best dunk of the dunk contest.
I am still buzzing over that. My favorite non-MMA, get all everyone getting all up in my grill when I said it was my favorite. My favorite non-MMA sporting weekend of the year is All-Star Saturday Night, and it kind of reminds me of when the UFC put a card after UFC 189 on the Sunday. Like, the game is actually sort of the afterthought. To me, it's all about Saturday night. I love Saturday night. When I was a kid, I used to have parties. Everyone would come to my house. I would print out the field, whether it's the three-point contest, the dunk contest, later on the skills challenge, the rookie, all that, and we would pick our winners, MVP, all that. I love it. And this was the best All-Star Saturday Night, and in 1988 is the other one because of Larry Bird beating Dale Ellis and having the finger up as he walked away with the three-point. And
Didn't
of course,
Kevin Hart compete in that one?
No, he was just like 4. But Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins. Dominique Wilkins and Michael Jordan in 1988 can't compare to Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine, even though the dunks this time around were more spectacular because that was 2 All-Stars and 2 future Hall of Famers. Like, we knew they were going to be tremendous, but they were All-Stars. Gordon and LaVine aren't All-Stars right now. So there was something a little more special about these 2 legends at the time. And of course, we're looking in hindsight, but it was Jordan and Nick. It was unbelievable. But this time, with Karl Towns winning the skills, that was fantastic. And all the big men jumping on him and celebrating. And then Klay Thompson beating his teammate Stephen Curry. And it went into overtime. That was great. James Harden screwed up, by the way. He put the money ball rag on the third when you only have 30 seconds in overtime. What the hell are you doing, James Harden? And then you have Aaron Gordon, who was robbed. He was robbed. You agree with that, right?
I don't know
Don't
about
say
robbed.
no. He was robbed.
Not
48-47.
his dunk
Aaron
was
Gordon.
better.
The judges screwed him.
So
100.
what's the best dunk?
Okay, to me, the best after all that. Gordon had the 3 best. Gordon had the 3 best. The one, I have maybe watched it a million times. The one of the mascot twirling on the, what is it called? The funky duck?
Hoverboard.
I don't like when people call it a hoverboard because it doesn't hover. I think it's actually called a funky duck.
I had no idea that there was a funky duck, but
Yes.
I've called it a hoverboard.
So the one, the mascot twirling, because you have to actually appreciate it. And by the way, small subtle thing about Aaron Gordon. Did you notice after most of his dunks, he was actually trying to explain to us what he did because it was all happening so fast?
That's
like the
part of it. That's brilliant.
I love that. That guy is great. I didn't really know much about him. I went to a Magic game in December, and I don't even think he played. Anyways, the one where he's twirling, because he has to time it and grab it with one hand and catch it as the guy's twirling. And just the visual of the mascot, that one was tremendous.
Wrong answer.
Under the legs.
Under the legs is number
Fantastic. How does he not win off that? And by the way, even this one, the one behind his back, he touches his name and then brings it that. That was Harold Miner-esque, 1993.
Baby Jordan.
1993 Harold Miner and 2000 Vince Carter up until this point was my favorite. And still 93, I loved Harold Miner. I loved them. My goal in life was to get every single Harold Miner rookie card. They're now worth like 10 cents combined, but I got every single Harold Miner rookie. I love them for some reason. Anyway, that was tremendous. And even the one where Peyton shot it off the side of the net, the backboard, and he caught it, Zach LaVine kept going back to the well. It was the same thing over and over again.
It's one hell of a well to go back to.
It was one
jumping from the free throw line between the legs.
But kept going back. And then even his first dunk was great, but it was like kind of the same as last year.
I'm with you.
So Gordon deserved to win.
But the under the legs dunk is bonkers. That was the one.
Incredible. Good for him. I hope they do a rematch next year. The dunk contest is back. Kenny Smith every year says the dunk contest is back. Now it's finally back. It was beautiful. I loved it.
Big All-Star Saturday night. And now we had a big MMA hour, and now it's
We're
time
back.
to
the
to go.
MMA hour is back.
We never left,
back.
as Alistair Overeem said.
It
never
is
left.
back. Wow. Beautiful. All right. We are done. Let's go home. What a show. You can hit my music. Woo! What a relief this is. I have been terrorizing everyone here at Vox Media for the past week, saying we need to get this stream back on point, and we are back. Now watch something happen next week. But for now, it's good. 2 in-studio guests. That's the thing. Every time I feel like I let you down, I try to make up for it. 2 in-studio guests, 1 announcement. Alistair Overeem almost gets arrested. Phil Baroni. What more can you ask for? So I hope if you had off today, whether you're celebrating Family Day, whether you're celebrating President's Day, whether you're celebrating Islander Day, whether you're celebrating Luis Real Day, Nova Scotia Heritage Day, or just Monday, I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you very much to Aljamain Sterling. Congratulations to him on his new contract. Thank you very much to the great Demian Maia for stopping by. What a pleasure it was to learn more about him, his background. Really enjoyed that interview. Thank you very much to the great Phil Baroni for coming on. Not the best of times, but I really appreciate him joining us today for a few minutes. All the best to Chris Holdsworth, and good luck to him this weekend. Hopefully, Cody Garbrandt gets a fight against someone he wants to fight. All the best to Marlon Moraes on Saturday. It's Bellator on Friday. It's World Series of Fighting on Saturday. UFC on Sunday. What a weekend. After 1 weekend off, we now get 3. The 3 big dogs. And of course, thank you very much to the great Alistair Overeem. Congratulations to him on his brand new UFC contract. That is it for us. Back next week, same time and place. Happy birthday to my son. Love you. Until then, I say peace. Somebody.